People who lost their jobs by going off on a customer. What is your story? I didn't say this, but I saw it happen. Working at Burger King many years ago. I was working the drive-through register, which was close enough to the front registers that I could hear conversations. One of my coworkers was taking an order from a lady who kept asking how much her total was and then canceling food on it and changing her mind. I guess she was trying to keep under a certain dollar amount. Well, at the Burger King I worked at, any cancelled food on an order needed a manager's password, thanks to one arsehole who stole money by putting in someone's order, telling them the total, and then cancelling out the order and pocketing the money. So the manager had come by 3 or 4 times at that point. This was during dinner time, mind you, so there was a line of customers out the door waiting to order. Finally, my coworker pulled out a pad of paper and a calculator. He started writing this woman's order down and totaling it out by hand. The woman asked him why he was doing that, and he told her, "When you make up your mind about what you want, then I'll put it in the register." This pissed off the lady, so she grabbed the notebook and tried to hit my coworker with it. He snatched it back from her and told her get the fuck out. My manager was only going to write him up for it, since the manager agreed that the lady absolutely deserved it, but my manager had to follow company policy, but he already had 2 write-ups on file, so she had to fire him. Edit. Oh hey, my first gold. Many a year ago I worked at a home improvement store called Menards. I was a cart pusher, which was nice as I was outside all the time. Anyway, we gather about 25 to 30 shopping carts together and push them up to the entrance where they are stored inside. Now to get them there we do have to cross the main drive of the parking lot in front of the store. We always stop and let customers drive by. So as I push the carts up I stop because I see a guy in a pretty nice SUV. He is actually stopped in front of the entrance. Maybe he dropped someone off, I do not know. So I'm waiting to see if he drives off, and he then looks at me and waves me across. Looks like he wanted to finish a call he had gotten or something. So I wave back and start pushing the carts across. I was on the other side when some clipped me across the shoulder blades, and it stung somewhat and pushed me forward. And at the same time I heard glass shatter. I turned around and the guy in the SUV clipped me with his side view mirror. It had swung closed and shattered the window and the door, and I'm just standing there wide-eyed. 2 seconds later the guy gets out of his car swearing up a storm at me and how I'm a low-life piece of shit and how I'm going to pay for a new window and that I'm not going to get anywhere in life because I broke his window. Now I'm the type of person that, if I was the reason, I'll take the blame and fix the problem. But this guy hit me. I blew up on him for about 5 minutes before a manager finally had the guts to come over and pull me away. I didn't have to pay for a new window as it was on video, but I lost my job because we are not supposed to yell and cuss at the customer. Edit. Holy shit. New year and Reddit gold. Thanks guys. I didn't get fired, but I was written up and yelled at management. It was the reason I quit. A week later I'm in my early 40s. For fun, I took a part-time job at a Legoland Discovery Center. I love Lego and love kids. It was a blast most of the time. However, at Legoland, employees build their name tags out of Lego bricks and attach minifigs. Kids who visit can trade minifigs with employees. The rule is that we have to trade because it's fun for the kids. Great. The only problem is that the center I worked at didn't supply any good minifigs. We just built our own from the Build-A-Fig buckets. I worked in the photo and entertainment departments and noticed that lots of our guests would bring in their extra minifigs looking to trade, but were disappointed by the selection. So I began to buy tons of the mystery minifigs and had a large collection of my own at home. Each weekend, I put a bunch in my pockets and put them on my nama tag throughout the day so that I could trade. I liked having Ninjago or Simpsons or whatever. I wanted kids to leave happy about their trade and feel like they got something special. Most weeks I spent $75 or more on minifigs for trading. On May the 4th, I pulled out all my personal Star Wars minifigs because I knew we would be getting a lot of Star Wars fans that day. I had Vader and many stormtroopers, etc. This woman came in with a 3-year-old girl and insisted that I give her my stormtrooper. She didn't have anything to trade, but I smiled and gave it to her. Then the mom went and took a minifigs piece from the build tables and made her daughter trade with me for my Vader. I traded but was irritated because I only trade one of my personal ones per kid. There were lots of employees to trade with. The mom just wanted her kid to have my nice ones. The lady goes on to another area and in comes a group of likely Star Wars fans. One of the girls had an Ninjago minifig in her hand that she had brought from home. She was looking for someone to trade with and was headed over to my section. I put Admiral Akbar, a fairly rare one you can only get from the X-Wing fighter build set, on my tag along with Leia, excited thinking that I'm going to make their day. In swoops the lady who demands that I trade all of my figures to her kid, who has 3 minifig pieces. I politely refuse and suggest that she ask the employee a couple feet away, since we had previously traded twice already. She got very angry and began screaming at me because she had gone around the center and no one else had anything good. My manager came over and made me give her all of my minifigs, even the ones I still had in my pockets. I was written up for refusing to trade and not caring about the guest experience. I was so pissed because I cared very much about the guest experience. Not the pushy parent experience, but the experience of the kid who just loves Lego, and that's why I spent so much of my own money to make sure they left with something cool in their pockets. Edit. Wow. I'm amazed so many people care about this and Lego. I still love Lego. Didn't mean to disparage the company. Plus, Legoland Discovery Centers are owned by a different company. Edit. Gold. I'm humbled. I don't know how to process that. Thank you, kind Redditor. I used to work at a pizza place in a small town when I was a teenager. One night I took a phone order from some idiot woman. It went like this: me, thank you for calling pizza place. May I take your order? Yes, I'd like a large pizza. Half pepperoni, half sausage, and half black olives. Me, okay, did you want the toppings combined or separated? No, I want half pepperoni, half sausage, and half black olives. Me, okay, so you want 1/3 pepperoni, 1/3 sausage, and 1/3 black olives. No, I want half pepperoni, half sausage, and half black olives. Me, I understand the toppings that you want, but I'm not understanding how you want us to put the toppings on your pizza. Do you want them separated by thirds, combined together? Or do you mean, put half the amount that we usually put on? What's so hard to understand? I want half pepperoni, half sausage, and half black olives. Me, lady, there's only 2 halves to a pizza. I want to speak to your manager. I got fired on the spot. It was easier for the manager to just hire another person than it was to lose a customer in a small town. And the lady wanted the toppings divided into thirds. She told the manager the same thing and he just went with her math. The bitch also got it for free. Worked at GameStop as a game advisor. Some guy came in and had a figurative ass load of games, over 100, to trade, all with games and cases mismatched. It took about 45 minutes to process his ticket when I told him the total was low because GameStop and also they were all old, scratched games. This man then proceeded to try to negotiate with me, to which I kept telling him I can't change the price, which only made him angrier and louder. Eventually he yelled, "Listen you stupid nigger, I need at least $300 for all of this shit and you're going to give it to me. First of all, I don't even have the ability to change the price at all. Second of all, my coworker proceeded to put all of his games in a bag, walk outside and tossed them into the parking lot, and told the guy to take his racist cousin fucking ass somewhere else and to fuck off. Store manager came out of the back room and fired him dead on the spot. The guy stormed out, and the second he left my manager said, Jesus, what was his fucking problem? Alright, get back to work. My coworker didn't get fired. It was just theatrics for the racist cunt. I felt like an idiot for just standing there, but it was taking everything I had to not hop the counter and hit the guy. My sister was the manager of a women's clothing store. At the time she was dealing with some personal issues regarding depression and anxiety, so she wasn't in the greatest state of mind to begin with. A customer came in with a pair of pants that had ripped along the inner thigh seams, which were well past the return period, and had clearly been worn/washed. The customer, who was a larger woman, went off on a sales associate, stating she'd only tried the pants on and that caused the seams to rip, and she wanted a refund. She brought the associate to tears with her ranting, and finally demanded the manager, my sister, enter my C's, and the customer starts yelling at her too. C's promptly tells the customer that her pants split because she was a fucking fat ass. She wouldn't get a fucking refund, and to take her fat ass out of the store and never come back. C's then went in the back, called her boss and quit before she could be fired. Her boss actually was willing to let her stay, but she chose to leave anyway until she could get her depression issues under control. Took a solid year, but she's much happier and healthier now. Was a stockroom assistant at a well-known fashion chain in the UK and US. Didn't go off on a customer, but I bloody well wish I did. Now point happened to be behind tills changing hangers boxes when a customer exploded at the trainee cashier demanding to know where her order was. She's screaming her head off at how it's unacceptable I paid extra, and how she made a specific detour to collect her package. She had ordered a jacket in another branch and had paid for next day delivery to the store I worked in. Customers aren't supposed to come collect their orders until they get an email saying their order is ready to collect. The poor cashier started last week and is basically cowering for dear life. I take over and ask to see her email, which she explains she doesn't need because she paid extra, so her package must be here. After 10 minutes of me trying to explain why her package isn't ready to collect and her trying to challenge Krakatoa, she storms off shouting that she'll be having words with the guy who owns our company. I hand back to the cashier and carry on with my DAY*THE. Next day I'm prepping our delivery and I get called for a meeting with the store manager. I'm told I'm being let go for gross misconduct, specifically being unhelpful and challenging to customers. Turns out the customer was a journalist for the Daily Mail, and she called our head of company, who she did indeed know personally, and got me fired specifically. TL. Doctor tried to reason with a Daily Mail journalist. Got fired for her stupidity. Yay for logic. Her jacket did indeed come an hour after she left the store. She came back with her email. Sweet victory. I wasn't the one fired, but was witness to the whole ordeal. It was painful to watch, and even though I've left the company for more than 10 years I still stay clear of the area in case anyone spots me and asks what actually did happen that day. So it's around the back end of 05. I'm working part-time at this printing company while at college. Job's fairly boring, but reasonable easy, and the wages were decent, and as a bonus was within walking distance of my house. Sweet. This company is responsible for making the flyers you receive in the post from your banks and insurance companies etc. Both the junk and the actual new cards etc. Anyways, I'd been there about a year, and a maintenance guy who'd started a few months before me had gotten to be friends, since we were on the same shift, in the same area playing the same games and stuff outside of work. Mark was a generally easygoing guy, but when need would work like a monster. We had just received an order for a new set of flyers to be set out pretty much nationwide. The final print order number was something like 12 mil flyers, and as soon as the guys came out the print shop he piped up saying the paper quality was too low for the folded paper leaflets to be feed through the machines into the envelopes at the speeds required for the completion date. He asked if there was any chance we could use slightly larger envelopes or thinner leaflets. He was told repeatedly no. They finalize the style and dimensions of the leaflet. On the newer machines it's okay, we only get say 2 to 3 failures, crumpled or torn leaflets, every 10k envelopes filled. The older machines however are shredding shit to bits. If we run the machines at 100% they'll run, if we are lucky, for 5 minutes before jamming. Running them at 60% of normal speed does stop the problems however. Mark told the bosses straight away what was going wrong, and why and what he'd done to fix it. The customer was told there would be a slight delay. He kicked off saying it didn't take as long last time, and he wants it done pronto. So we cranked the machines up again. My machine was reasonably new, I could sneak away using it at 85%. Since the raw chaos happening behind me masked the fact I was running slow. After a week of battling non-stop jams and overheating, Mark was fucking fed up. He was on his knees stripping yet more paper out of a machine when the customer popped to the factory for her inspection. Mark goes up the guy and asks why for this job it was on very short notice and very inflexible. Most jobs we had a bit of play on the leaflet sizing / color and generally 3 to 8 weeks to print around 10 mil. We had gotten 7 weeks to do 12 mil this time. The customer immediately blows up in Mark's face telling him he should be happy for the work and to get back to it ASAP. Mark takes it okay and tried to tell him it would have been faster and would have saved thousands of his money in labor if he had let them make a few tweaks. At this point the customer pokes Mark in the chest with his pen and goes, "I'll not be told my job by some spanner jockey now shhhh and back to work." Mark doesn't say anything. He does go scolded with a look of pure rage that I've never seen on anyone that hasn't resulted in violence immediately after it. He then grabbed the customer's tie, yanks it down into the feeding gears on the machine that he had just been stripping down. These machines have a step-by-step feed button for when testing a new job, so he hammered the button 3 times, pulling about 10 inches of this guy's tie in while he screamed. As he turned away he mashed the emergency stop button and then kicked it off the machine, locking it up. He then storms out, never to be seen again. I cut the customer free. It takes another 2 maintenance guys 9 hours to completely strip the machine and get what's left of the tie out. Luckily I didn't lose my job for this, as the manager on shift was pretty lenient and agreed with me. So I worked at a pretzel place where you hand make everything. I had just finished rolling and bounced over to register to help out. A customer lady asked, "Hi, can I get your salted nuggets? But are they fresh?" I knew for a fact they were. I had just rolled them myself and put them in the warmer. "Indeed, ma'am. I'd be happy to make you fresher ones if you want to wait 5 to 10 minutes. But I literally put these in here less than 5 minutes ago." She seemed happy and content. "Sure, I'll take those. Thanks." Not even 5 minutes later she comes back hollering at me that I'm a liar, that I must be stupid because the nuggets were hard. Which I knew she was the liar because I had just made everything. What gets me is she came back even though she came back with less than half of the cup left. Must have been terrible, right? So after I get called a liar, a moron, and she had the audacity to demand a refund and new fresh nuggets another 3 times, I turned to a coworker and I said, which I quote, "Someone needs to help this bitch because I'm not loud enough for her to hear," and I stormed out of the store to the back room to cool off. Had a customer that, for at least a year, came into our store and was a master tactician in getting free goods by making up complaints against our staff. He would do all sorts of maneuvers, like wanting products he knew we didn't carry, to making up complaints about our staff, to even complaining that he had been charged incorrectly. If this guy was in the store, good luck if you were another customer. He would suck up all the oxygen in the place and demand service from multiple people at the same time. He got reduced prices and free merchandise and tons of coupons for his efforts. My boss would never challenge this guy or protect his own staff from being exposed to losing their job to a customer who would happily see a member of our crew fired so he could get $5 off his next purchase. My boss wasn't entirely at fault, since this was a giant corporation and he was merely towing the fabled "the customer is always right" mantra. I was already planning on leaving for a better opportunity and was going to give notice of resignation 1 week when this customer started giving me an incredibly difficult time about an issue I had nothing to do with and couldn't help him with. It was extremely busy and he was holding everyone up with his bullshit. I made a quick value judgment, realized I was already out the door and the only thing I was still there to do was to honor my appropriate resignation notice. I had no designs of ever working for this horrible company or any company like it ever again. I found myself in a unique situation and wasn't going to let the opportunity pass. This guy had made life difficult for all of us for a long time. Payback time. I cut this guy off mid-sentence and just went off on him in front of a number of customers and part of our staff. I told him he was nothing more than a cheapskate grifter and told him I would no longer recognize him as a living, breathing member of our species. Then I told him to go fuck himself. The look on his face was so goddamn beautiful. The entire store fell into silence and I just stared at him down. He asked to speak to my manager and I doubled down by talking over his head, inviting the customer behind him to elbow up to the counter. I apologized to the new customer about the bad behavior of the guy who, at this point, had steam coming out of his ears. Eventually, when he realized he was getting nowhere waiting on me, he stormed off to find a manager. I finished my shift. I came back the following day, was intercepted by a corporate manager I had rarely seen, taken upstairs and was getting lectured. I interrupted the scolding, revealed my intentions to leave this place, and quit right there. I got a lot of high fives from the other members of the staff on my way out the door. Didn't get fired for this one, and it was glorious. Used to work in this little Thai place in town, and we had these teenagers who came in every Sunday, were rude and demanding, and tipped 0%. One day they were exceptionally awful to a new waitress, reducing her to tears, and so my boss calls me over. Next time they come, you take them, and you earn that 0% tip. I do a bit of a double take. She can't possibly mean what I think she means. You mean? She nods and gives me this smile that is equal parts devious and smug. A week later they come in 5 minutes into my shift. She seats them in my section, smiles at me, and tells me to do my worst. Here is a fairly detailed account of the wonderful 45 minutes that followed. I wait a good 5 minutes before going to greet them and bring water. They're ready to order. I don't have a pen. I'll be right back. I promise. I loudly tell my manager I'm going out for a smoke, and then go power smoke a cigarette. Takes me about 90 seconds. They're my only table, and I'm not handling food yet, so I don't wash my hands. I reeked of smoke. I take her order, pad thai no bean sprouts like always. As he opens his mouth to tell me he'll have the same, I give him the just a minute finger and pull out my phone. I text my fiancé and ask if he wants to get dinner from my place or his tonight. I take his order. I somehow misunderstood and wrote down extra bean sprouts. Their food comes up while I'm telling my boss and the other waitress a story about my cat. I finish telling the story before I get their food. I bring it out and walk away as they are starting to complain about the sprouts. About 5 minutes after they get the food, I get a second table. One is a customer from a former job of mine, and we spend a few minutes catching up. When I go to greet them, the 0%s try to signal me as I leave the table, but I stare straight ahead. I come back for my new table's order and see that their glasses are missing roughly 4 sips of water. This simply won't do. I hang their ticket and come back to fill their glasses. I look at 0%s empty glasses, look the guy straight in the eye, smile, and walk away. He stops me as I'm walking over with apps for my new table and asks for boxes. I tell him I'll grab them right after I drop off this food. I play a game of 2048 all the way up to 1024 before bringing them one small box. They ask for 2 bigger boxes and the check. I promise I'll be right back and then ask my boss to keep an eye on the table I like while I go smoke again. Obviously I don't usually take this many smoke breaks, especially not this early into a shift. I come back and my boss tells me they came to her for boxes and to pay and told her they are never coming back. She voids their check, gives me the $20 some dollars, and tells me I earned it. TLDR, boss gave me $20 to give over the top bad service to awful regulars. I did something similar 12 years ago. I worked at a Blockbuster, rudest goddamn customers in the world. Blockbuster makes people angry. A woman comes in screaming, cause her CC got charged for a movie she didn't return. Happened all the time. People would forget they put a card on file when they opened the account. She demanded a manager, who was this pothead chick on her lunch break. Manager told me over the phone from the back office that the woman needed to wait till her break was over and she would deal with it then. FYI, there was no way in hell this woman was getting a refund. We didn't even have the ability to do that in store, and she was throwing too loud a temper tantrum to hear me telling her to call corporate. Her final attempt at attention seeking was to climb on my counter, so I couldn't help any customers but her. So I logged out and stepped to the next register. Holy hell, she turned red, left the store screaming, and never came back. There were no consequences. There were never consequences at Blockbuster. I used to cut hair. I was cutting a lady's hair when the child of the lady waiting started running around the shop. I told the child several times to go sit with her mother and asked her mother to please keep her child seated next to her. Well, in the middle of cutting around my client's ear, the child ran into my work area, ran into me, and almost caused me to cut my client. I looked at the child and firmly said, "You need to go sit down with your mother now." Well, her mom didn't like that and came running back to me and yelled, "Don't tell my child what to do. I'm her parent." I responded with "Then act like it." She glared at me, grabbed her child and stormed out. Everyone in the shop was relieved the child had left. A few days later the owner came and tried to fire me for it, but luckily there were enough other stylists and clients that came to my defense about the danger of the situation, and I only got a write-up. I didn't get fired, but I got scolded and written up at the chain hardware store for a customer interaction. Formatting will suck. Okay, so imagine we're at the paint desk. A young couple meets me and asks for a neutral blue color in our most popular paint, eggshell finish. No problem there. I tell them to come back in a little bit. I make it and toss it in the shaker. Another guy loudly walks up to the other end of the desk and wants 2 gallons in Archet paint in some shitastic beige color in a semi-gloss finish because his trailer isn't flossy enough. Whatever. I make it and put it in the shaker. All the while he's talking to his wife and whoever else was with him. Remember the blue paint for the young couple. It's done. So I stuck it on the desk, their color card on top of it for identification, near where they were standing. Clearly away from shit. Taco should be fine. That's what I figured. So I went back to whatever I was doing. Next thing I heard was a shit taco nearly screaming, "Whoa whoa whoa, what are you doing?" I glare at him because he's making a scene and I ask him, still politely, what he's yelling about. He says, ever so loudly, "This your first day? Get me someone who knows what they're doing." Again, I ask what the problem is, since his paint isn't fucking ready yet. He says, "You can't do anything right." I snapped and replied, matching his tone and volume as people started to stare. "Oh, this isn't the color you wanted? No. This isn't the finish you wanted? Does this look like semi-gloss to you? It isn't even the type of paint you wanted? Nope. Then, I guess this isn't for you, is it?" And I ripped the paint away from him and gave it to the couple. "You were patiently waiting behind this retard. Yours will be done in a minute." And he of course cried to the managers, like the fat hairy baby he is, who of course sided with him and gave him his paint for free and then tried to fire me over something they had 0 witnesses to 10/10. Fuck this gay earth. I was blacklisted from Sonic Drive-In for standing up for myself. The store in Oak Hill was shut down and everyone fired because the manager was busted selling pot out of the trunk of his car. I was one of the dream team of hand-picked Sonic employees selected from around the city to bring the store back up to speed. Our new manager had the initials JT, and he was very proud of the fact that he comes from 5-star fine dining restaurant manager, and this was his first fast food experience. He was strict and that is okay. We were expected to be perfect. But he had a temper. One day he comes in squealing his tires, and as soon as he hits the front door, he's screaming and cussing. I'm trying to take orders while releasing the talk button as he is cursing employees, like reverse censoring. When I finish taking the order and turn around to see what is the issue, I notice the other car hop into the back crying. He turns to me and says, "And you little shit." So this guy is 5-4 inches and I'm 6 and in roller skates. I roll over to him and stop a bare inch away and in a strong, clear voice I say, "Excuse me, sir. I'm a human being and when you speak to me, it will be with decency and respect. Do you understand?" To which he replied, "Give me your apron." So I walk out and go directly to home office and talk to one of the executives, son of the owner, and relate how I love my job. I had worked for 9 different Sonics, won multiple awards over the last decade, and had been invited to VIP movie premiere, featured in the news with his father, the owner. I can no longer work with JT for creating a hostile work environment and asked to be reassigned back to my store where I had been working. I was told he would call, so he called. Turns out, JT had sold his restaurant as part of a messy divorce and invested several $1,000,000 into the Austin Sonic S Association of Franchise Owners, becoming full partner and part owner of almost every Sonic in the city, and had me blacklisted. I can no longer work for Sonic. I tried again to get a job several years later, but I was told they couldn't hire me still. I quit. I didn't lose my job, and I didn't explode at the guy, but I was moments away from doing so. It was marathon day and tons of people were out and about, and our restroom key got stolen. It was packed buds to nuts. Acidic. Fire code violation hell. I literally couldn't open the restroom for anyone, not even President Obama, the Pope, my mama and a mama bear walked in needing to go. Would I be able to open the restroom door? This was a famous chain cafe. One guy questioned that I was telling the truth and reached into my apron pocket. I was going to kill that guy, but I just walked away and cooled off in the back. When I came out, this guy was making a huge fuss about opening the restroom for him. I told him I couldn't, and he said, "Can't you see I have kids?" I replied, "Can't you see I don't have the key?" Then he just explodes in my face. I was going to push over and knock over him and his baby carriage, but that's when I quit, because this job just made me want to hurt a baby. I was working at Starbucks and this woman came in and ordered a latte with 2 fingers of room and then asked for extra foam. The person at the register tried to clarify if she wanted 2 fingers of room before or after the extra foam was added. Does she want extra space in the cup or 2 fingers of extra foam? She keeps repeating the same order over and over, getting more visibly annoyed. I'm at a bar, so I will try to clarify. Can't get an answer, so I decide I'll leave the extra room, and if she wants more hot milk or foam I can add it, rather than filling it, and not being able to fix it. The store is completely packed, so we are pushing out drinks and I finally put hers on the bar. She opens it, and says, "What the fuck? How many times did I give you my order? What is it with you morons? No wonder you're serving my coffee. Fix this." I had a hot coffee in my hand, and it took every ounce of self-restraint not to throw it in her face. I turned to my supervisor who was running like crazy behind me and said, "I'm really sorry, but I need 60 seconds to walk off the floor or I might throw boiling coffee onto this woman." She nodded and took over while I took a deep breath in the back. Best part? I overheard my supervisor then ask, "So you want 2 fingers of foam or 2 fingers of room?" I did not get fired and did not quit. Starbucks was a fun job and people like her were very few and far between. I worked as a server at an upscale country club and had these 2 gentlemen come in for lunch. One ordered and the other said, "I'll have exactly the same thing." So I confirmed that's what he wanted and he replied, "That's what I said, right?" I bring out their lunch and the second guy complains and starts getting rude with me because his lunch has onions on it. So I say, "Sir, you said you wanted the exact same thing, but I can have the chef make you another one." So he says, "Listen to me, you little fucking asshole. I know what I said, and I never said I wanted onions." So I reply, "If you ever speak to me like that again, you and I are going to step outside and work this out." He pisses and moans to see the manager, who unbeknownst to me is sitting at the table right behind these guys, having a meeting with another member. She turns around and tells the guy, "After the way you talk to my employee, I should let him. How about you both apologize and move on." PS. I didn't get fired, but thought I should share a story where a manager actually stands up for an employee. In hindsight, she probably should have fired me, because threatening violence on someone probably wasn't the best idea. Oh well, when you're 19 you think you're invincible. I didn't get fired for this, but I worked at a Whataburger in a very small town and it's the only fast food joint near the high school, so lunch rush is a really bad point. This guy ordered a double meat double cheese and I explain that cheese is extra, so he's like, "Cool, the guy is already ordering $30 or something worth of food." So he gets his order at the window, checks his receipt and freaks out over the $1 cheese charge and wants us to fix it or something. Soon told him how I already explained to him it was extra, and he's like, "No, this is too much, I want you to take it off." So there is a line wrapped around the store all ordering big meals, so I reach into my pocket and throw all my change at him and tell him to leave. He looks at me with wide ass eyes and he drives off. We had no cameras and our manager was always in the office, so we got away with so much bullshit. Edit. Since a lot of people are asking, slice of cheese is 50 cents. He asked for double cheese on a bunch of stuff, so it made his order obviously more expensive, and yes, we have to tell them extra cheese is going to be 50 cents extra per slice. Is that okay? Some fun times. Working in an auto parts store in Ruby Elks, California, a shitty neighborhood. I had a great manager who didn't let us get abused. A guy comes in empty-handed, walks around for a while, picks up a battery, walks around for a while, brings it up, and asks for a refund. I told him to get the fuck out. He did. No questions. Another time at the same store, a guy buys all this stuff and then, after I run his credit card through the paper imprinting machine, early 90s, and give him his copy, he reaches out and grabs my copies, saying he doesn't want a paper copy of his credit card info left there. That's just how it was done then. So I reached across the counter and grabbed the merchandise. He wrestled me for it, but I got it, and my coworkers came to my assistance and told him to get the fuck out. Of course he said he would call the manager, so I said fine. The manager told him he could have the merchandise only if he brought back the credit card slips, which he did. I never got in trouble at that store, but I did get robbed at gunpoint, and even though I had too much cash in the register I was okay. One other story, I was working at a Sears store in men's clothing while in college. I had already put in my notice as I was going away for the summer. So the night before Father's Day we are swamped. I have piles of clothes to rehang, and it is just minutes before closing. This woman comes to the register and I just ring her up. I don't try to upsell her on anything. Sure enough, she asks me if I'm not going to recommend a belt or tie with the pants and shirt. It's 9:55 p.m. We are open till 10, and I'm beat. But as soon as she said that, I realized she was the regional clothing manager who I had heard of but never met. After she lectured me and was paying, she handed over her Sears card and her employee discount card, which did not have a picture on it. So, to just be on my toes and not get into further trouble, and to be kind of a dick, I asked for her driver's license. She was pissed, and I heard about it first thing the next morning, which was coincidentally my last day anyway. Fired, quit. It's a gray area. I worked in the rewards call center for a casino in my youth. People would call in book rooms or show tickets with their reward points. Naturally everyone calling for a free room wants it on a weekend or major holiday, and that just wasn't available. A lady called to get a free night in the top end suite on Valentine's Day with 2 days notice and lost her shit when I told her no, saying she spends so much money and we don't even care enough to reward her loyalty, and even attacking me personally. I just couldn't do it anymore. I calmly explained to her that I see you spend about $20 an hour in the casino. Yeah, we really don't care about you. You could never come back and no one would notice. You need to start betting more than your entire family will ever be worth before we actually start caring if you come back or not. I obliged her request to speak with my supervisor and started packing my things. I didn't get fired for this, which was pretty great, because I threatened a mother with a timeout in front of her kids. I worked at a pool as a lifeguard, and our pool doesn't allow water wings because they aren't Coast Guard approved, but we gave out free life jackets for them to use. In comes mama bitch with her 2 kids. One of them was like 4 and had the water wings. I told her she couldn't use, but we had ones available for free, and she blew up on me. I guess her daughter really liked her water wings. I told her to talk to a manager because I'm not allowed to talk while watching the pool, but she kept yelling, so I just repeated the line I'm instructed to use at kids who repeatedly misbehave. I already told you to please talk to the manager because I have to watch the pool, so if I have to talk to you again, you have to sit in timeout for 10 minutes. She glared at me and didn't even go to the manager. I used to work for a popular pub chain here in the UK called Wetherspoons. I had been there 3 years. I had been promoted to team leader. I wasn't really too bothered about the job as a future because it was only money to keep me through university, but money's money point anyway. One day we get a customer in, an American, who has just stepped off the plane, and all his preconceptions are off. For those not familiar with Spoons, a few things: they don't do table service. You have to order food at the bar and pay before you get it. They'll bring it to the table and clear it away afterwards, but that's about it. Food is known for being cheap and cheerful. Most of it is microwaved, bar the things that cannot be cooked in a microwave, like steak, for example. It's not high quality gourmet dining, and they don't pretend it is. The customer is always right. Ethos does not exist there. They'll be polite, to a point, but if you take the piss, you won't get good service, or any at all. I've rejected more people than I can remember. It's primarily a drinking establishment. Most people don't go there to eat, and most of the venues don't have dedicated food only areas anyway. He comes in, has a seat and waits for a waiter, who obviously doesn't come. Keep in mind it's not unusual for people to come in and sit and wait for friends and whatnot. He comes storming up to the bar, claiming he's been waiting for a goddamn half hour. One of the bar staff, very confused, asks him, "What have you been waiting for?" With 100% sincerity. The man seemed to think the bar staff was being sarcastic and rude. He started shouting. As TL, I stepped in, did the diplomatic "what's going on? Oh, I'm very sorry sir, here let me take your order blah blah blah." He orders a steak. I can't remember what kind, but it was a steak. Now, remember earlier where I said it wasn't gourmet food? Well, that extends to the steak. They offer 5 levels of cooking, but really it's basically rare, medium or burnt. He wanted his blue, which they don't do for unknown reasons. It comes out medium. He is not happy. He brings his plate up to the bar and slams it down onto the counter, red-faced and furious. I'm paraphrasing a bit here, as it was a few years ago now, but the general gist of it went like this. Me, "Excuse me sir, can I help you?" Him, "You better hope you can, because I'm about to call your manager in buddy." Me, "Well, hopefully I can. What is it I can help you with?" H. This steak burned. I'm very sorry. I'll order a replacement and give you a full refund sir. Standard op when dealing with food complaints of quality. H. Not good enough. I don't want another piece of shit like that. You hear me? Give me my goddamn fucking money. M. Excuse me sir, there is no need to be rude. I've offered you a refund. I'm happy to do that for you, but you will not swear at me, sir. H. I'll swear all I want kid. That trash you served up is not a goddamn steak, and I want a full refund plus gratuity, or you can kiss your job goodbye. M. That is a steak presented sir. I'm sorry if it's not to your liking, but I have offered a resolution. Allow me to go get your money. H. Hurry up about it. And that was no damn steak. M. Then do you mind if I ask what you think it was, then? Because it definitely wasn't a chicken. I was pissed off at this point and the guy was a dick. H. Give me my goddamn money and get your fucking manager you little shit. Now. At this point he's reaching across the bar and pointing at me. I don't like people shouting at me. I hate people pointing at me. M. Actually, no. I won't get my manager. And I don't have to offer a refund, which is actually true. He can go to HQ and get it directly, but it's a myth to say staff have to give it there and then. I was happy to give you one, but you've pissed me off now. So take your coat and get the fuck out. H. You little shit. I'll call the cops. M. Do it. Then they can take you out for me. This goes back and forth for a while, gathering quite a bit of attention from the other clientele. Manager walks up. Man shouts at him. Manager calms him down. Man demands I be fired. I get pulled into disciplinary action, and the manager breaks the rule, and not an unwritten one, a legitimate, company mandated rule that says managers take our side. He says he has to let me go. I was fired, appealed, and owned him, and that dickhead so hard in the tribunal. Got payment for the 4 months I had been without a job, plus a little extra for the hassle. My record of being sacked struck off my record, and offered my job back. Which I rejected. I never got fired or reprimanded for any of these things. I'm just telling my story to offset all the rage from people being fired for telling an asshole to fuck right off. Forgive the formatting. I'm on mobile. I ran a pizza shop for about 10 years. We were a privately owned, one-store operation. The owner was pretty cool, and I was the man in charge as he was never there. We were a dive in a college town, open until 4 AM 7 days a week. People that were about to throw up, or had already thrown up, were yelled at and shamed all the way out the door, and if their pie hadn't gone out yet, I'd make their friends clean up the mess before they could have their food. Drunken 20-somethings won't leave at closing time. I'd take a dough tray out to their table and smash it as loudly as possible on the table in front of them until they couldn't take the racket and leave. You told the girl at the counter all the nasty shit your drunk brain wants to do to her? dragged out in a full Nelson. Once a guy lost his shit because someone who had ordered for a pickup came in after him and the picker-upper got his food immediately. Couldn't understand that the other guy had called ahead. He's still screaming in the middle of the lobby as his pie comes out of the oven, so I box it up, take it out to him, and as I get to him, I throw the box on the floor and smash it all up with my feet. Threw his money back at him over the counter and told him not to come back. I think my favorite was soda pop in a water cup. I would just walk up to the table, snatch up their bevers, and call them names as I threw out their drinks. Super immature, but super cathartic as well. Point are not having a public restroom regularly resulted in well what if I just piss in the trash can. This usually resulted in a refund thrown at them over the counter while telling them to get the fuck out. Occasionally they'd go ahead and start unzipping, which would get them the tried and true full Nelson drag out. Edit. I don't know how I forgot this one, but Brad Equin came in with a bunch of his football player pals. They were super rude and miserable. But then they started a little huddle doing a hacker chant sort of thing right at the counter where we take phone orders. It was the loudest thing I had ever heard in that lobby. They refused to stop, so their money was refunded, and they were told to GTFO. As Quinn was walking out the door, my co-worker yelled after him, "Hey, my dad said you might be good one day." Point also. Doug Benson kicked it with us for a couple hours, and got baked once. That was neat. Good thread. This actually happened to my friend today. Working at Buffalo Wild Wings. Keep in mind New Year Eve is one of busiest nights of the year. Opening employees have been in by 8 AM to prep food and get the store ready. But no manager is there to open the store. 2 employees walk to work and stand in the cold for almost 2 hours when another shows up with a phone to call the general manager and ask what's going on. Turns out the opening shift manager forgot they were supposed to open. So the general manager shows up to let employees in on her day off. Stays until the scheduled manager shows up. Now keep in mind everyone is nearly 2 hours behind on their opening duties, and when Mrs. Late Manager shows up does nothing and sits down to do her makeup. She then asked my friend to do her opening duties while she fixed herself up. He declined because he had shit to do himself, and hey, you know, shouldn't be late and now you're here doing your own work. About 20 minutes later, after doing her makeup, she then said she needs to fix her hair and again asks my friend to do her work at this point after standing in the cold for nearly 2 hours and rushing to get 3 hours of work into 1 hour. Because of her tardiness he snaps back, "Why don't you do it yourself?" She replies, "Well, do you just want to go home?" He says fuck yes and walks out. General manager texted a bit later asking what happened, and he said she told me to go home, so I did, and I won't be back. Many years ago, I worked in clothing retail. I had a favorite customer. He and his wife would come in, and he'd put down a small fortune each month on his wife and teen daughter. He reminded me of my dad, who I lost to a massive heart attack when I was 18. I was in my early 20s and my mom had just died of cancer. This gentleman had stopped coming in for about 2 MOs. I look up and see him come in with wife and daughter, and the girl looks pissed. They come to my counter and the girl calls her mother a bitch and her father a waste of space since he lost his job when the mill he worked for closed. She kept berating them and something, the child in me, snapped out. Point I told her off. I said that she should appreciate her dad who gave her everything until he couldn't. That she was 16 and I wasn't too much older than her when my dad was dead. That the sweet woman she called a bitch who went out of her way for her could be gone fast too. That she needed to not be a damn brat because she could look up one day and have neither parent. That I would shave years off my life, even if I died the next day, to have my parents hug me once more. I told her to grow the hell up and be kind to her parents. They left and my boss chewed me out. She said if they complained I was toast. I lived each day wondering if I'd get fired. 2 weeks later her dad came in because he saw me through the window. He thanked me. She started studying, helping around the house, and was looking for a part-time job. She grew up and started treating them with respect. She didn't call them names anymore and apologized for being a brat. I didn't lose my job, but it was damn close. Was assistant manager at a brand new Mexican place. We'd been training for weeks, and this was the Sunday after we opened the previous Thursday night for friends and family. The grand opening was Friday night. I was 17. It was my first salaried job, my first management job, and the first time I'd ever been asked to work more than 12 hours a day. As a matter of fact, by that Sunday's lunch, I'd worked over 45 hours since Thursday afternoon. I was completely drained. Servers had quit, the kitchen manager had melted down, and the training team, owners, and general manager were losing their cool. We'd camped about a third of the tables since opening Friday due to incorrect orders, slow service, and various other complaints. It fell to me repeatedly to deliver the check and apologies to diners as they chewed my ass and berated every aspect of the restaurant I'd been proud to represent until the opening shitshow point. It's the end of the church crowd lunch rush and we're emptying out. I'm looking forward to 2 days off starting in just a few minutes as soon as my relief arrives. A table of 8 tells their server the food was bad, cold, and took forever to arrive after ordering. They didn't get their drinks refilled, their appetizers came out after the entrees, and the check was wrong. Great. I calmed the check on the register, gather my will, and head to the table. I'm so tired and stressed that I made a very bad decision. I'm going to calm them down with my innate humor. I step to the edge of the table, wait till I have their attention, and open my mouth. Jane tells me you're a bunch of complainers and asks if I'd come over to kiss your asses so she can still get tipped and maybe you'll even come back another day. Your lunch will be on us because hey, we wouldn't want you to have to just forgive us for not meeting every unreasonable expectation, right? I smile and chuckle to show I'm joking, then wait for the laughter that's sure to follow from the table. Nothing. Not even a smirk. One woman's mouth is open in surprise. Older man at the end is scowling, and his face is alarmingly red. Older woman chokes on her sip of water. The silence grows and deepens. Other tables sense there is a great disturbance in the force, and begin to crane their necks like drivers cruising past a car wreck. In seconds, the entire building is so quiet I can hear the dishwasher in the kitchen singing something in Spanish and the beep of a timer on a fryer. The owner sees my pale and panicked expression from the host stand and hustles over I stand, head down, sweating lightly as he hears the entire tale, starting with the drinks and ending with my obscene and incredibly rude comments. He turns to me, looks into my face, and says, "You're fired. Get your things and leave right now. I'll mail your check." The good news is that later, I dated the owner's daughter a few times, and she told me her dad would be happy to write any reference I wanted, because he'd realized it was far too much to expect of someone my age and inexperience, and would be glad to hire me as a server, if I wanted to come back. I went to college instead, and haven't worked in food service in more than 15 years. Worked at a small Blockbuster location, when I was a teenager. We had a guy my manager called the coffer. This fucker would come in, grab a bunch of DVDs, shove them under his coat, then leave. When he passed through the detectors, of course the alarm would go off, and this asshole would start coughing his lungs out, as if the sound of his hacking would drown out the alarms. Then my manager would shout, "Sir, stop," and the coffer would take off running. He did this 4 to 5 times over the course of a year, and somehow we never recognized him when he came in. Now the thing is, we were all expressly trained not to physically try to stop thieves. We couldn't grab them, we couldn't even stand in the doorway to stop them leaving. I guess they'd have grounds to sue Blockbuster or something if we did. This was my first real job, and after I was promoted to full-time, I got really serious about it for some reason. I was only 19, and when someone stole from us, I took it kind of personally. A year after he first shows up, I'm about to move to another state, have my 2-week notice in, packing my stuff up. Cue the coffer. He does the same thing he's done for the last year, grabs 5 to 6 DVDs and starts coughing as he goes through the detectors. Having a week left with that job, I chased him and dove into his legs in the parking lot. He wrestled with me while I spit a stream of some of the most heinous cursing I've ever done. I mean, I laid into this dude, saying I hoped his mother caught Montezuma's revenge and shit herself to death. All kinds of horrible things. After about a minute of wrestling with the dude and my manager screaming at me from the door, he threw me off and ran. My manager ran after him for a block, I guess to see if he would get in a car or something, then came back and fired me on the spot. I left the state the next week. and to this day I don't know if he sued or not. I never got a call or a letter about it. I still hate that fucker. Wish I'd gotten a good punch in. I've been working the closing/night shift at a convenience store for about 6 months while I go to school, and it's great. I'm the only person there. Most customers are either regulars or intoxicated, and I can kick people the fuck out for whatever reason. A kid had been stealing from the store for a while. He brings in his bike, walks around, asks for price checks, puts things back, changes his mind, etc., and just generally is doing way too much trying to shoplift. For the most part, one didn't care to confront him, but he just kept giving me more work to do, so I quickly developed a visceral hatred for this prick. So I picked up little bits of information about his life, like his name, where he went to high school, where he worked. He comes in and tells me it's his birthday, whoop-de-fucking-do, and starts on his bullshit. I'll let him go through all of his bullshit, and he comes to pay for his one moon pee after being in the store stealing for 10 minutes. He starts trying to talk to me, and as straight-faced as possible I interrupt him and recite his name, where he works, and where he goes to school. I tell him he's been pissing me off for too fucking long, and we have cameras. Stop treating me like an idiot. I tell him I'll get him fired from both of his jobs, send the officer rhino to his school, and if he's lucky maybe I'll fuck his mom too. Little bitch was scared shitless. So I told him happy birthday and I haven't seen him since. Edit. Didn't lose my job. I just got worked up reading about other retail rants and posted my own. Also a word. My first job was when I was 12 for a flower shop in town. They used to hire a kid to wear a clown costume and wear a sign that said roses 9.99/dozen. All the job entailed was walking back and forth along a 20-foot strip of the sidewalk and waving at cars. Paid $30 per 2-hour shift with cash at the end of every shift. It was awesome. Didn't work too hard and was allowed to listen to my Discman while I worked. Some people were really nice and occasionally would stop and ask if they could buy me a soda or something from the convenience store beside the flower shop because it was so hot. Other people were pricks who threw shit at me from their car. Anyway, one normal Saturday morning about 15 minutes before my shift was over, my dad pulled into the parking lot to wait for me to finish up. A couple minutes later, some kid about my own age, maybe a little older, walking down the sidewalk spits in my face as he's walking past. That pissed me off to no degree. Like throw shit at me, whatever, but spitting in my face was fucking gross, and I had enough. This clown snapped. I ripped off my sandwich board and kicked the guy's legs out from under him. Jump into my best MMA mount and start raining fists and elbows as if I'm going for the clown college bantamweight championship. He's yelling and bleeding, and I just keep hammering into him and screaming that he fucked with the wrong clown. My dad runs up and pulls me off of him and carries me into the florist's. I was promptly fired. My dad took me for ice cream because he said nobody deserves to be treated like that. I did what he would have done, and it was the funniest thing he's ever seen. No one was fired over this, but as a person in the service industry I thought I'd share this with my fellow industry folk as I still think it's one of my favorite things I've ever seen happen behind a bar. I was once working at a beer bar in Sarasota, Florida. We were having a Dogfish Head total tap takeover and the place was at capacity. I mean, we are 3 deep around the entire bar. 4 guys behind this tiny bar, including the owner, all trying to pour as many beers as we can to cut through the line. At some point, a guy who I'd made eye contact with a number of times, who should have known he was coming up next, yells, "What does a person have to do to get a beer around here?" I watched our owner, a New Yorker through and through, turn around and literally yell, "Everyone shut the fuck up." The place goes dead quiet, and he stares at this guy. "What can I get for you, sir?" The guy was caught so off guard he just stared up at our tap list and mumbled. Our owner, knowing he didn't even have an order ready, looked him dead in the eye and said, "Fuck you. Next." And started serving the person next to him. I wanted to hug him so much for that. Oh man, I've been dying to tell this story for a while now. Although it doesn't pertain to someone getting fired, it does have some justice. A friend and I go to a store, let's make it up, and call it Walmart. We're in line at the registers when this middle-aged lady in front of us is trying to use some expired coupons. The cashier is telling her the coupons can't be used. Mind you, these coupons would save her $4, a fact that I realized after this entire ordeal. Lady wasn't having it and just started insulting and yelling at the cashier as if it's their fault the coupons expired. And not smuggish insults like no wonder you work here, but some deep cutting stuff like you should kill yourself if you can't override and accept them, like WTF. This bitch was out for blood for $4 fucking dollars. That's when my friend, who's a former Marine, steps in and reams back into her. The exchange went something like, whoa, how dare you disrespect this young cashier like that? The hell is wrong with you to say things like that to her? You're a messed up person, bitch. Mind your business and don't raise your voice at me. Oh, so now you know that raising your voice is disrespectful. Where was that consideration when you did it to her? Stop talking to me or I'll get my husband here to handle you. What husband? You don't even have a wedding ring on. That's probably the problem there. You're so bitter and lonely you take it out on other people. You're messed up. They exchange more comments and it ended with her storming out of the store without her items and on the verge of tears. I guess we attracted too much attention because we were asked to leave by the manager, but not before the cashier quietly thanked us. Disneyland. I worked in the ticket booths. If you're an annual pass holder and you're on the monthly contract, Disney takes automatic payments from your credit card. If your card expires or otherwise has to be changed and you don't call to put a new card on file, the auto payments stop and your pass freezes. No big deal. Disney doesn't hit you with fees or penalties. You simply call or come to the booth and we handle it right then and there. Zippity-doo-dah, and in you go. One day, I got a middle-aged couple whose passes froze. The man was upset and ready to talk about it. A common question from guests is, don't you send out late notices? No, Disney doesn't because they are not practical. And again, there are no penalties anyway. Just come see us and we'll straighten you out. The man says to me in a disgusted tone, you don't send notices when a pass freezes? How does that work? I said, well, you receive your credit card statement, you see that a recurring charge is not present on it, and you can expect the service related to the recurring charge to be interrupted, and that it must be related to your card having been replaced recently. The wife smiled, the man's face reddened, and he leaned in and barked, get your supervisor. I want to talk to somebody smart. To my shame, I said, of course. Would you like someone smart enough to stay aware of their credit card use, or merely smart enough to read contracts they sign? My booth lead happened to come over as soon as she heard supervisor, so she was standing behind me when I said the emotional thing. It isn't how I wanted to go out. I was 5 days away from leaving for a new job, but I looked at it as a vicariously cathartic mic drop goodbye to my fellow cast members. For them, it was a thrill. I was lucky I didn't lose my job for this one. I worked at a furniture store as a sales associate. One day a husband and wife come in wanting to furnish their son's apartment that's going to college. They find all of the furniture pieces they want, and I go to check stock on multiple items. Everything is in, except the tabletop on the dining room set they wanted. I go back and tell the couple. The husband throws an absolute hissy fit saying that he can't believe that we don't keep our products stocked. Keep in mind that we are a huge furniture store. I calmly explained to him that we can't possibly keep all of our product in stock at all times, and since the dining room table he wanted was a very popular set, due to the fact it was $199.99, it tended to go out of stock rather quickly. So, we would have to wait for that vendor to send us the tabletop, which was about 2 weeks. I even tried to show them another tabletop that was in stock that was very similar to the one they picked out, and he would not have it. He started telling me that I was incompetent, and how dare I insult him. Insult him how? I have no idea. He starts increasing his volume and now he is full out screaming at me about 10 inches away from my face. My manager walks from around the corner and looks at me questioningly, like the "do you got this" face. I nodded at him that I had it, but he continued to stand within earshot. I then looked back at the customer and said in a nonchalant tone, I'm not going to help you. In fact, no one here is going to help you. Now please get out of my store. The customer looks at me bewildered and in full set rage and demands to speak with my manager. Since my manager is standing right around the corner, he had heard everything. He goes over to the customer and says, "Well, you heard the lady point, I miss working there." Not a customer, but I went off on a manager. I've told this story before. I worked for a few months at a stop shop, and it was basically systematic torture and abuse, and I finally snapped. To put it into perspective, we were union and part-time people could only work for a set amount of hours, nothing over 30 at the time. I was called in on my day off twice, and I showed up thinking I was showing initiative. However, each time I'd finish with the shift, be hauled into the manager's office and written up for going over hours. They tried for a third time. I replied that I'd be going over hours and then got lectured about responsibility. Also, for the short time I was there, I was always hauling carriages despite being hired as a cashier. I was there for close to 2 months and probably was on the register only 3 to 4 times, and each time I'd be hauled into the manager's office and lectured about how I was too slow. That's just a taste of what I went through. However, what finally did it for me was when I was out hauling carriages. Of course, in summer heat I had brought with me a bottle of Gatorade and had it hidden by the carriage stall inside. However, the deli manager was outside every 15 minutes smoking a cigarette, and if I stopped for a second to take a sip of water or Gatorade, I'd get reported to my supervisor. Supervisor comes out, watches me and goes back inside. Eventually, near the end of my shift, I'm called inside where the supervisor is standing with the deli manager and immediately tears into me. "If you have nothing better to do, you need to be inside bagging groceries." I finally snapped. It's been months of being treated like a non-person, and I retorted, "You know what? Maybe that fucking bitch needs to get the stick out of her fat fucking ass." I went upstairs and clocked out early and left. I was fired when my 2 days off were over. They made me come in and work for 17 minutes to help get the store open, and then they fired me. I loved it. Store manager was trying to guilt me by my actions. She works overnight 1 night a week. She helped open the store. She's been here for 5 years. I ended up interrupting him and replying back, "If you're trying to get an apology out of me, you aren't going to get it." He ended up sighing heavily and telling me that my position was terminated and I was to leave immediately. I didn't lose my job, but I think most people would have blown up at this guy or cried. Fortunately, I'm extremely calm and collected and tough from being bullied so much in middle school probably. I worked at a large retail store and was stocking a shelf when an old, like 80+ man came up to me. I assumed he was going to ask me where something was like every other customer. Instead, he started going off on me. Just insult after insult, telling me I'm disgusting and all these things like that because I have tattoos. Instead of blowing up at him, I thanked him for the compliments, sugar dripping from my voice. In my head I was saying "you'll be dead soon," but out loud, I said something along the lines of "I really love the color of your pants. Is that seafoam green polyester? I think the 1970s must have been so cool. Where did he even get those pants? A museum?" Well, apparently someone witnessed all this, because about 10 minutes after the guy gave up, my manager came up to me looking furious. I remember feeling a horrible sense of dread. He blew up, but not about how I handled it. He said I should have called him immediately and he would have kicked the guy out of the store, and that I didn't deserve to be treated like that. What a great manager. This will probably get buried, but no worries. And not me, but a friend. Names have been changed. I used to play a gig while I was in school at a club that specialized in dueling pianos. If you haven't heard of it, it's 2 piano players on 2 pianos, or keyboards in a piano shell, facing one another. Each player takes turns calling and singing their song, and more often than not the songs are requests from the crowd. The more the audience tips, the sooner their song is played. If the players are good and have big repertoires and know how to work a crowd, then tips tend to snowball pretty quickly, and you could expect to walk out with a few hundred on a weekend night. Most of the players at this place were solid, had good piano and vocal chops, and had good senses of humor with the crowd. Then we had Ron. Ron was a great piano player, don't get me wrong, and we had fun off stage. but his voice was tough to listen to and his onstage persona was the musician equivalent of Dr. House, cranky, dismissive of the crowd, and painfully unaware of social cues. He'd play along Billy Joel songs for a college crowd that couldn't care less. He'd learn top 40 and play that for 50 to 60 years old crowds who were confused by new music. You probably would do better to reverse those and play top 40 for the kids and BJ for the adults. Just bad calls across the board, and when he was called on it he'd get snappy. So the overall impression he left with the crowd most nights was iffy, and he had already been spoken to by management a couple of times for lashing out at an audience member. Ron was on thin ice. I should also mention that our club was bachelorette central. Every bachelorette party in the city with every manner of plastic penis paraphernalia would come into that place and be awful and obnoxious and try to make themselves the center of attention. It was annoying, but you learn to live with it. Willfully surrender 5 minutes of fame to them rather than let them get drunk and ruin the show later on. Give them a bit, make them feel like a pretty penis covered princess, and send them on their waypoint. So this particular night we are slammed. Full dance floor, full tables. You could barely walk from the bar to the stage. We also happened to have what seemed like a record number of bachelorette parties with multiple giant inflatable penises in the room. Whatever you're imagining here, you're right. We've been on stage for hours trying to get through the bachelorette's requests, and at one point a full-on whirlwind of drunk girls and penises takes the stage in front of our pianos, showing off, shouting it's Karen's bachelorette, as if anyone would care, as if there weren't already 12 other bachelorettes in the room, as if. Then, one of Karen's friends starts waving her giant inflatable penis around, and it boops Ron right on the nose. Ron loses his mind, pops the inflatable penis and starts screaming at everyone on stage. The vibe in the room is instantly murdered. He's taken to the manager's office on his break and let go. It's tough. He was a nice guy off stage. I just think he was already annoyed by the world while he was on stage, and getting hit in the nose with a penis was the last straw. It was a shame to see him get shafted. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. My dad worked 25 years in the warehouse withdrawing merchandise from Nike. 2 years before his retirement they changed the computer system that manages your order. During this period people could wait 2 hours before getting the stuff, and a lot of people became really angry. I can understand that. My dad managed this situation for 2 months without incident, but there was a lot of pressure. But one day, a guy became really angry. He tried to punch my dad, and my dad just pushed him a bit because he was crossing the staff line. The guy screamed, "You know the customer is the king. I will make sure that you will be fired tonight." Ike fired my dad the same day. Recently we learned that Ike was just waiting for a reason to suppress one position in the depot because it was too expensive. By now every time a friend goes to Ike, I'm really happy to grab what I want for free because, you know, the customer is the king. I worked as a beach boy for a large beach company. Basically this woman and her extremely loud, rude, and rich family come out to the beach for a set of chairs. I worked at an upscale hotel so this wasn't uncommon to see really wealthy people. All she kept talking about was how slow I was moving the 30-pound chairs through the sand for her family of 7. Keep in mind at this point it's like 2 p.m. and I was 7 hours in on a 12.5 hour workday. Days on the beach are rough, and sensing no tip was coming I was not really the most motivated to finish for the ungrateful people. Finally I set them up and got them 14 towels, and normally I offer a waiter because beach boys can't take food orders, but this time I offered to be their waiter. So there's like 5 beach boys and 2 beach waiters, and we all wear the same thing, except beach boys set up guests with chairs and waiters take food orders. The roles never change under any circumstances. So I ran into the waiter's hut while they were both gone, snagged a spare pad, and grabbed a few menus. So for each one of their orders I told them there would be an extended wait on basically everything they ordered. Example, can I have the filet mignon? Excellent choice sir, except our kitchen is under renovation so all the steaks are being made in the 3rd floor restaurant, so expect a 1 hour long wait. So I essentially got a bunch of food orders that would never reach the kitchen. I constantly went back apologizing and offering new choices that might be faster, and obviously the food would never come. Eventually my plot was foiled by a waiter who eventually came around to them asking if they'd like to order it around 4:30 p.m. And this is when I heard, and I quote, "That little red-headed fuck never took our order." You can imagine how my meeting with the directors of the company went, yet I was only written up and moved to another hotel property and was told never to impersonate food and beverage services again. TL. Doctor impersonated a waiter and pissed off rich people on the beach. Didn't even get fired. Working at an Italian restaurant slash pizzeria, we had a deal with a neighboring salon that if you spend $150 in their shop you get $20 off your bill at our place. They were paper printer certificates, and there was one gentleman who came in 3 to 4 times per week with one. Always rude as hell, very specific order instructions, 2x the amount of sauce on the side, extra bread, parmesan, etc., and generally a nasty jerk. Yelling if anything wasn't exactly as he wanted it, and making demands. His meal total was always just under or just over the 20.00, so he ended up not paying anything, or just 1.00 or so for his food. Of course no tip as there was barely any or no check total. We had no idea how he had gotten so many of these coupons, whether he was printing them at home, had stolen them from the salon, or some other way, but by the 3rd week of this, we were pretty sure that something weird was going on. This wasn't an uber rich area, and it is really hard to believe that this guy and his friends slash family were spending $450 to $600 a week at the salon down the way. We mentioned it to the general manager once or twice and asked that perhaps he go to the salon to see what was up, but he was too busy slash didn't care enough to do so. The last time the guy came I was working the counter and he placed his order. By this time, we could care less about him as he wasn't spending any money, so we got slower and slower preparing his food. He had been waiting about 10 minutes after the call in ready time for his food and began yelling at any staff who happened to walk by. He grabbed someone else's bag of food thinking it was him and then got into an argument with that customer. When they corrected him, eventually, he demanded to speak to a manager. The shift supervisor came over and told him to GTFO and never come back. No food for him either. He wanted a refund. My supervisor laughed and told him that those coupons were all invalid as the deal was over. Not true, though, but he could go print another one at home, like he had been doing. The guy got extremely irate, yelling that we were accusing him of stealing or cheating, and that we didn't know who we were messing with, and that he would never ever come back, and in fact was going to tell all his friends and family to never come into the restaurant. My supervisor told him that he thought that was a great idea, as that anyone who is related to or intentionally associates themselves with him was probably an asshole too, so they weren't welcome either. I thought the dude was going to have an aneurysm at that point. He was turning different colors with rage. He stormed out, and the shift supervisor was fired a few days later, but rehired for the busy season after a month. So I worked at an Apple store for 6 years or so. We were in a very rich area. The thing about very wealthy people I learned over that time was this: if you think you're rich, you're an asshole. If you're actually rich, you're usually very nice. I once helped an Academy Award winning actress, and she cried on my shoulder because I was able to save pictures of her father who was basically on his deathbed. Athletes were usually very nice, as were people who were very big time CEOs. So on to my final straw story. It's 9:30 am on a Saturday and we don't open for 30 more minutes. As a courtesy, I had started going out before we opened, letting people know what was going to happen when we opened. I'd ask people if they were there to buy, get repairs, or ask questions. Then I'd tell them how we will be able to help them once we open. 99.9% of the time people super appreciated this, as when we opened we almost always had 30 people waiting outside and usually 20 people on staff. So there's one guy who doesn't appreciate this. In front of 10 people he is demanding to know why. Can't you just help me now? It's really easy. My phone is broken. I explained we need to get him with a Genius, and once we are opened I can get him with one right away. I was the lead genius. My job is to make sure all the geniuses aren't spending too much time with one customer, that they have the tools and resources they have, and more often to talk to really angry customers and calm them down. At this point in my career I had talked to hundreds of angry customers and calmed them down. No exaggeration. Fast forward to 30 minutes later, we open, we let everyone in. I come out of the back as I heard all the technicians out and make sure nobody is dragging their feet. So I walk out and an angry man walks straight up to me and starts telling me very sternly, okay, now, you're going to help me, and throws his phone on the table. I look at the phone then at him and say excuse me, and he just stares back at me. I start to say as I said before, I need a technician to help you. I'm not a technician. If you give me 2 seconds I can go, and he interrupts, yelling now I'm an anesthesiologist. I'm important. You're going to help me now, too. Which I laughed. I couldn't help it. It was my gut reaction. I told him I'm pretty sure you don't get to tell me what to do, and I'm not going to help you. I was about to go make sure someone could come help you, since you don't have an appointment and aren't in the system anywhere, but now I think I'll just go home. And then I went to the back, grabbed my stuff, popped my head in the manager's office, and told them I was taking the day off. Then I walked out of his store past the guy, who watched me walk all the way out with his hands raised like he didn't know what the fuck just happened. I quit a week later and now work in it, making a lot more money and limited time off, just as good of benefits, and I help people who I know and care about, and they aren't huge assholes. 6 years of being fine with assholes, but that man's demeanor and self-importance disgusted me so much I had to leave that job. So I worked in the deli at Albertsons. Basic big supermarket setup for those who don't know them, and boy do I have a laundry list of fucking horror stories from that place, but this is the one that drove me over the edge. The Albertsons deli had a hot case filled with fried chicken and that sort of stuff like most places, and by this time in my career there I was the only person left who could competently put out big orders of quality chicken in good time. To this day I worry if this is my best skill, so I was in charge of the fryers at all times. This was a Sunday during football season and was at the height of the Seahawks' popularity from the past few years, so game days were always a fucking zoo. This lady calls in at about 9 AM and orders a couple buckets of chicken, which normally comes with some judges. I asked her if she wanted them and she said no. It should be noted here that my coworkers heard this and later testified with our manager on my behalf. So she comes in to get her order at the agreed time, and her chicken and sides she ordered are already and waiting for her. I hand her the order and she says, "Where are my judges?" I apologize immediately and say I didn't make them and that it was probably an over the phone misunderstanding. It wouldn't have been the first one. She flips out, starts calling me incompetent and demanding I make them for her. So I apologize again and go to grab a bag to cook out of the freezer behind the deli counter, only to discover that there are no more back there. I tell her I have to go to the freezer at the back of the store, and she flips her lid again. At this point I'm about ready to end her, so I bring my department manager over and let her try and talk her off the edge as I sprint full speed to the back of the store to grab another bag. By the time I get back our store manager is standing there talking to her and my department manager. I make the judges. They take only like 6 minutes and start trying to help the now humongous line of people that has formed while I wait for them to cook. I cook them, hand them over, and she goes to pay point. So flash forward about 10 minutes. There is still a sizable line, and I'm standing at the fryers putting chicken in them when I hear this lady suddenly start shouting my name. She must have got it from one of the managers. I turn to look, and she is staring at me with this superior look and giving me that one finger come hither, I'm not done with you gesture, and I just lost it. I pointed violently at the line of people and say I have other orders to fill. I don't give a flying fuck what you have to say. You're not more important than these people, so get the fuck out of my store. She looks appalled and leaves. By company policy they would have fired me, but they didn't dare at that point because I was the only person keeping that place together. I quit a few weeks later, but to this day I hardly ever eat fried chicken and I have an irrational hatred of the Seahawks. Not me, but someone I used to work with. I work at a restaurant that makes burritos. A customer comes in and the manager says she'll take care of him. As it turns out, she had dated the guy and they had issues or whatever and had a messy breakup. This is the first time they've seen each other since. Dude just showed up at her job So he starts talking to her as she takes him through the line. And he's saying things like I still consider you a friend even after all this time and other mushy bullshit. She's obviously not interested. Doesn't say a word until she gets to the end of the line. She rolls a burrito and takes a giant bite out of it. Before wrapping it in foil. He kind of stares at her for a minute, dumbfounded. And then he asks, "Did you just take a bite out of my burrito?" She says, "I mean, you said we were friends, right? So what's the problem?" He ended up emailing the GM to complain, and she got fired. So I was working for McDonald's, opening to 1 PM every day, and I get the entire kitchen set up and initial food cooked, then switch to back drive-through and take orders all breakfast long. When we switched to lunch at 10:30, I would go, do all breakfast dishes, pull next day product, roll burritos, pan hotcakes, etc. I'm about 45 minutes from leaving. I've been awake since 3:30 AM and my manager says, "Can you stay until 6 PM? I ask about overtime, and she approves it. I say I haven't taken a break, so I'll take an hour and be back, which is policy. She asks if I can take my hour at 2 and get us through lunch rush on fries. So I agree and say then I'm breaking 2 to 3 and will come back and work 3 to 6 back drive. She keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, and at 3:15 I finally put down my fry scoop and say, "When are you gonna get someone here to relieve me? I have been on my feet since 4 AM. She gets all huffy and pissed off and says, "Well, go home then and come back when you care about your job." So I walk out, go home, eat, shower, and crawl into bed. 3:30 AM alarm goes off. I roll over, turn it off, and go back to sleep. My phone is blowing up an hour later. She's screaming, "Where are you?" I say, "Sorry, you said to come back when I care about my job and I just don't care anymore." Hung up and slept another 3 hours. Working at IHOP, and if you know what being a good cook is like, you know that slave driver managers love to make you work by yourself all day to save money. Well, I was on HR 10 with no break on a Saturday just busting ass, while my lazy ass manager watched FIFA. Made a slip of mind on 2 omelets and accidentally switched the toppings on the omelets, and put a small amount of shredded beef on the wrong one. Lady was not vegetarian, just on some stupid diet, and was well known at our IHOP, aka the bitch for being the worst customer. Well, when it came back, I just took it off and put it back up, leaving not a single trace of the meat. It came back again. The woman demanded that I remake it because the meat had touched it and tainted the whole meal. Already had tickets full of orders down to the floor 10+ feet long. So I cut off the egg that was tainted, flipped it over, and warmed it up on the grill, and covered it in cheese and toppings. Woman dissected it, and returned it again. Lost my shit. I fucking went off. Woman heard me from the kitchen, and got up to leave, told her to never come back, and to go fuck herself. Husband wanted to say something, but when I stepped out he was a coward in fear. I'm 6'5" and built. Boss came out, and tried to punish me for my actions. Told him to go fuck himself for being a lazy bitch and a cheap ass, and apparently that struck a nerve. Got so real for him he shut up, turned off the TV, and locked the manager's office. Heard him crying all the way from the grill. Best part, I didn't even get fired. P.S. Not condoning what I did was good. Glad I lost it on 2 people who deserved it, but I was for sure in the wrong, and could have made better decisions. Cannot believe I did not get fired. TL. Doctor worked at IHOP as a cook by myself on HR 10 with no break. Busy as hell and woman kept returning food for BS reasons. I lost my shit and made them run out. The boss tried to punish me, so I called him out, and he cried like a bitch. Did not get fired. Edit. Spelling and a sentence. Sorry, this was sort of irrelevant to ops post, since I was not fired. If you cared to read this far, I ended up quitting and setting my work clothes on fire in front of the store, flipping them off. When I finished my last shift, it was 2 AM. Nobody saw it, and that manager got fired for running the store with almost nobody, so he would make more money. I heard he lost that Camaro. I remember working the Christmas rush at a bookstore at a busy mall. I won't name the bookstore, but let's just say that it's a bit bordery. Fuck it. Borders. It was Borders. Bear in mind that I was going through a deep depression at the time, and I felt like crap every day, let alone the added stress from mean bosses and the occasional rude customer. So, Boxing Day comes around. I had to leave my mom and dad's Christmas party 2 hours away the night before, because I was scheduled at 8:30 am the next day, despite my insistence that I be in another state and would prefer to not work that day. I go in, and upon opening at 10 am, the place is immediately slammed by a torrent of people. My boss is of no help, deigning to flit about the store, rather than being on hand at cash wrap, to help with the inevitable question/return/etc. And when I ask her to come help, she cops an attitude, yelling at me in front of the customers. So far, I've had to leave my mom and dad's, I'm depressed, I'm tired, and my boss is being a bitch. Great. All the ingredients for a category 5 shitstorm, because I don't tolerate bullshit. A few hours pass. I'm going well, scanning customers out. At this point, my lack of nicotine hits me like a ton of bricks. I hadn't smoked in like 4 hours and I'm jonesing. My break comes in a half hour. So now I'm fighting nicotine cravings, while wearing the most painted smile on the planet. It's 5 minutes to break, and by now I'm just wandering the aisles, helping miscellaneous people, and doing some stocking/tidying up. A customer walks up to me and demands change for $1. I smile and insist that I can't give it to him without manager approval, so I begin to ring the manager to help. As I go to the intercom line, he interrupts me. Do it yourself. I'm in a hurry, sir. I can't without manager approval. Please give me a moment and I'll have it resolved for you. At this point, the guy gets in my face and puts his hand on my shoulder. If you don't want problems, you'll get this done now, sir. Please take your hand off of me. In response, he tugs at my shirt collar hard enough to jostle me. Don't tell me what to fucking do. Now, it's assault and I know I'm on camera. And the volcano that was my boiling anger has erupted. I immediately grab him by the throat, pin him to a wall, launch into a streaming and screaming tirade about how he's a useless piece of shit, how he can take his 4 quarters and shove them up his mother's ass, and that he's damned lucky I haven't drilled my fist into his entitled fat face. The manager immediately runs over, pulls me off of him, and immediately carols me into the back room. Before she can even get 2 words out, I cut her off. Save it. I'm not going to waste my dignity kissing an unworthy ass. Not yours and certainly not his. I take off my name tag, throw it on the floor, and walk out. Never went back to Borders for any reason. When Borders closed down a few years later, I popped a bottle of bubbly over the news. Fuck that place. Was working at a call center who had a contract to call customers of a particular car manufacturer, to book them a service and to get some preliminary information, to feed to the garage ahead of time, to make it easier for them. I had done around 150 people who were decent, then 151 came. She clearly was too high up socially to be talking to me, so she decided to forego basic manners and human decency and spoke at me like I was one of her kids. I booked her service in, passed on the information she threw at me, and then hung up politely. I then proceeded to take down her phone number and send her a message explaining that her parents royally fucked up raising her if she couldn't show any common decency, and gave her the name and address of a local elocution school who I had contacted on her behalf for lessons in case her parents had passed away. The elocution school apparently had contacted her to arrange a time and date to begin lessons and she wasn't happy about it. I got a telling off the next day. I owned up to it proudly and was told they had lost the entire contract. I wasn't sorry. I was asked to leave and have never regretted it once. Late to the party, so this probably won't get seen, but whatever. Working in retail pharmacy at a store that had a drive-through window when a patient whose husband had just been diagnosed with terminal cancer drove to the window to pick up her husband's meds. The pharmacist naturally took some extra time talking to and counseling her on what to expect and trying to find how we could help her for about 10 minutes total. Meanwhile, soccer mom pulls up behind her in the drive-thru and gets impatient enough that she not only honks at the car in front of her, but she also eventually comes in the store to complain. Since the pharmacist was still talking with the grieving wife, I, a tech at the time, got to field the complaint. The lady goes on for a few minutes yelling at me about how she has a kid in the car, is in a rush, etc. I'm a patient person, so I listen and apologize while checking her out. I can't tell her exact circumstances of the convo at the window due to HIPPAA and general respect for another patient, so soccer mom's not happy. Eventually she's been rung up, and in her final moment, decides to say something snappy for the last word. SM. I hope you know that, if McDonald's ran their business the way you guys do, they would have gone out of business years ago. This was my breaking point. Retail pharmacy is a business that regularly gets treated this poorly, and I was sick of it, so I said, well, to our credit, if McDonald's gets your order wrong, you can get pickles on your burger when you don't want them. If we get your order wrong, it can kill you or your son. So I think we will keep taking our time. This sent her into another meltdown, leading to her complaining to the pharmacist and store manager. They backed me up though, and she took her business elsewhere. It was a great job. My grandmother managed a chain of pizza restaurants in the 60s 80s. She is in her 80s now, and loves to tell stories of her time in the business. Her favorite story is when a group of 4 women, notorious troublemaking penny pinchers, came in for their weekly pizza. Their scam was to have their meal, and then find a way to get out of paying for it. When her waitress returned from the table to tell my grandmother that the women were demanding their meal be compensated because they found a hair in it, grandma had decided that she would no longer allow their free pizza schemes. My grandmother walked over to their table, where none but half a slice of a large pizza remained. She told the women that they would indeed be paying full price for their pizza. One of the women responded, well, you know, it was a long blonde hair, insinuating that my grandma herself had dropped a strand in the pie. Grandma replies, well, are you sure it wasn't just a straw from the brooms you ladies rode in on? The scammers left in a tiff after paying for their pizza and promising that they would have her job. She received a call from the store owner later that week questioning her about the incident. He actually got a good laugh out of the whole thing. She wasn't fired. I just like telling the story because I know it would make her smile if she knew someone somewhere would get a kick out of it. I worked in a call center once. We were paid based on how many calls we can handle in an hour. Big range, like $6-20 per hour. One time a guy called in to get the number to NPR so he could complain about a story they just ran. I started talking to him about it, since it was a topic I was interested in. Turned out his wife just died, and he admitted he really just wanted to talk to someone. He was retired, and hadn't really spoken to anyone in weeks. We ended up talking for 90 minutes until my shift ended. Sometimes it was heated, but always civil. It was a great conversation, and I wish I had a transcript or recording. I honestly don't even remember the topic. Both of us were crying at one point, which seemed crazy. My manager went ballistic when he saw my average that day was something like 45 minutes, when it was usually closer to 45 seconds. I told him to go fuck himself. We were all getting laid off in a few weeks anyway. I never got in any trouble for this, but hopefully this story will bring you all some satisfaction. I work as a product specialist in car sales and get paid hourly instead of on commission. The idea here is that we are low pressure and give customers a better experience when we aren't trying to force them to buy. Anyhow, one day an old beat up van pulls up and parks in our lot. I wait patiently for the people inside to get out, but they just stay there for some time. After about 15 minutes of just watching them and waiting, the driver pulls out their phone and talks on it for another 5 minutes. As it turns out, they were calling the management to ask why someone hadn't come to their car window yet. My manager gets off the phone with them and tells me to go to their car immediately. I put on my best smile and walk out to their car. After a minute or so of ignoring me, they finally roll down their window, turn to me, and go, "You must not want to make a sale today." My blood is beginning to simmer, and my grin widens. We try not to come right up to people's cars when they pull up, as it usually makes them uncomfortable. I explain. They tell me what car they want to see, and I invite them out of the car to come have a look. Nope. They, two able-bodied adults, explained that they would not be leaving the car. Instead, they wanted me to walk in front of their car and lead them from vehicle to vehicle while they sat in their air-conditioned shitbox. They were being very rude and my blood was absolutely boiling at this point. The tones of condescension and exasperation in their voices were pretty apparent. With an even bigger smile than before, I explained that the vehicle they wanted to see couldn't be reached if they drove. It easily could have been, and invited them to get out of the car if they wanted any more help. I then proceeded to lead them around our giant lot, meandering here and there as they followed doggedly behind. Our lot is absolutely huge. Finally, I led them to the car they wanted to see, which was extremely close to where they parked in the first place. With a smile so big it could have broken my face, I gestured with a giant flourish to the car they came for, which I wholeheartedly expected them to hate, given that it had recently been discontinued and was in an awful color. They hated it, and they made it very clear that they hated it. If you thought my smile couldn't get bigger, you're mistaken. My grin never faltered as I told them that I enjoyed our walk and to have an awesome rest of their day. I turned my back and walked inside. When I was in college I waited tables. There was this one quiet and somewhat unfriendly couple who came in and sat in my section. Did my job well as I always do, and they stiffed me. So I followed them out to the parking lot and said, "Hey, thanks for the tip. Go back to Shoney's." They of course did not like that. Came back in, told the manager. He fired me on the spot. I waited on this couple several times in a later serving gig. Edit, words. Also this was an immature 19-year-old me. For God's sake, I was just answering the question. I promise I'm an okay person. Edit 2. Yes, I should have been fired. I'm not going to defend my actions. Again, just simply answering the question. It should be noted that many state servers are paid $2.13 per hour. I know that tipping can be confusing to those outside the US. Just thought I would clarify. And yes, I understand tipping, and that it's voluntary. I would have fired the young snotty college kid. Me too. I was extremely close to losing my job for allegedly assaulting a member of the public. Regular, well-known shoplifter and junkie comes in, fills a bag and walks out. I notice him walk out, follow him, check his bag and it's full of stock. I grabbed hold of him. He tried to run, so I forced him back through the front doors, threw him to the floor, and held him down for 20 minutes until police arrived. The prick tries to bite my hand to get free, so of course I hit him. Not hard, but hard enough for him to know not to do it again. A piece of shit colleague made a fake complaint. I was investigated for 4 weeks and given a disciplinary suspension that stays on file for a year. I think if they hadn't fucked up the procedure throughout they would have sacked me, which I'd have appealed and won because other than a complaint from a customer they had absolutely no evidence. The complaint came from a woman with her 3-year-old son. CCTV shows no woman and child of any age walking in the store from 10 minutes before I stopped him until 10 minutes after he was taken away by ambulance. When I was in 10th grade I worked at Kroger, which is a local grocery store, during the summers. I was a bag boy part-time. One day this older lady, probably about 75 or 80 years old, came in and wanted to buy a watermelon. When she got to the register she asked me to go and grab her one because they were too heavy for her to carry. So I went and just grabbed the first one I saw from where they were sitting in the produce section. I brought it back and set it down thinking nothing of it. She immediately went and thumped it and gave me a dirty look. I'm like, WTF is this bitch doing? She scowled at me and told me it was not ripe and that I needed to go get her another one. I just said okay and grabbed that one, took it back and grabbed another. This literally went on for like 4 or 5 times and she was really starting to be a bitch and I was starting to get severely pissed off. Finally after the 5th time she looked at me and said, "Are you stupid or something? Don't you know what a ripe watermelon looks like? You can keep going back and forth until you figure it out." I just looked at and said, "Nope, I guess I don't. So you can go get your own fucking watermelon now, bitch." She literally almost had a stroke. I immediately turned around and walked out to my car and hauled ass to my buddy's house and smoked a few blunts. The store manager called me several times over the next few days, but I never answered my phone and he finally quit. Told my parents that I just got tired of working there and that I would find another job, which I did, waiting tables. I went in about a week later and grabbed my paycheck from the girl working at customer service and stealthed out of there never to be seen again. As always, this was my coworker. We had a manager named Heather. Heather was the worst person I have probably ever met. She decided within 5 minutes whether she likes you or not and never changed her mind. Well, Heather didn't like a new guy named Cody. Why? I don't know. He was nice and social, so it should have been fine. But Heather had it out for him. She made him constantly clean everything in the store and do all of our daily jobs by himself instead of equally assigning them. We of course helped where we could, but at a certain point Heather would turn on us and tell us to do some other busy work task, so we couldn't help him. So as you can imagine, Cody got sick of Heather's shit pretty fast. I think it was within 2 weeks of Cody being hired when Cody walked into the store to start his shift. When he saw that Heather was the manager that day, he was visibly more upset about it than usual and just tried to stay quiet to hopefully not arouse the she-devil. Well, that didn't work. Cody forgot to tuck in the very back of his shirt that day and Heather managed to spot it before someone else could tell him. Heather begins ripping Cody a new one for it. Like if you didn't know what she was screaming about you would assume Cody pissed on Heather's newborn kid. It was bad, and we all could see Cody losing it. Cody calmly walked over to a counter where we kept all of our drinks, snacks, or whatever we brought into work with us, and picked up a large cup of coffee that Heather gets fresh every time she works. This is happening while Heather continues to scream at him to acknowledge her and cower like normal. Well, that's not what Cody was going to do today. Cody shouts, "Shut the fuck up, you fucking waste of human life," and throws this giant cup of hot. It had cooled to temperatures that didn't cause injury but still hurt, and throws it directly into Heather's face. Then calmly walks out and calls later to put in his 2 weeks. Cody never came back. I was working at Blockbuster. Yes, I'm fucking old. Well, 17 and in high school. A middle-aged guy came in and instead of using the drop slot to return his movie, he casually tossed it across the counter and it hit a register hard enough to pop the case open. The people working the registers, myself included, kept an eye on him because our store was a hot spot for kids to come in without adult supervision to mess things up. He chose a few movies and walked up to the front of my line and waited for me to help him. I got his information up on screen and let him know we couldn't rent the movies he wanted unless he paid his late fee of $6. He flew off the handle, reached over the counter, and grabbed my shirt threatening to have me fired. I punched him in the face trying to protect myself and chased him out into the parking lot. When I came back, my manager took me into the back room, let me clean myself up, and told me they had a zero tolerance policy for altercations in the store and fired me. On my way out, there were customers that actually shook my hand and told me they all done the same thing. That job was shit anyways, so I was glad to be gone from there. .dl. Doctor, customer grabbed my shirt in a threatening manner. I punched and chased him out of the store and got fired for it. Before I start this, I have to say I have a very bad temper and I'm trying to work on it. I worked at a 5-star hotel and restaurant as a bartender. We often had wedding dinners, ceremonies, etc. This one time, we hosted a wedding dinner and I have to say it was amazing. I was on the bad end of a 12-hour shift and still had 2 hours to go. I got an order for 4 drinks for the bride and 3 bridesmaids, so I made the drinks and took them through the dancing pissheads to the bride and her friends. As I arrived, however, the bride looked at me and sharply said, "You've given us the wrong drinks. Are you stupid?" I explained calmly, "These are the drinks that were on my order ticket. I apologize. If you tell me what you would like, I'll make you some more drinks in the house." Raising her voice, she said, "I don't fucking want a drink in a minute. I want one now. You're the worst bartender I've ever had the misfortune to come across. Kill yourself." Now, I didn't appreciate that a dear friend of mine had killed himself 3 months prior. I walked away quietly with a smile. I got 2 big pitchers, filled them up with the reddest liquids I could find, red wine, blackcurrant juice, cranberry juice, etc. Calmly took them to her and poured them all over her wedding dress, looked her in the eyes, and called her a cunt. I walked out of my job because I knew I was fired. Oh. Hopefully I'm not too late. A long time ago a friend and I were eating at Olive Garden. Waiter was cool as hell, about our age, mid-20s, and did a great job. Although I didn't notice, there was a huge table kinda next to us of about 20 people. Anyway, they all left, and I didn't think anything of it. Then, a few minutes later, our waiter comes up and says, "Well, this is Susan, or whoever, I can't remember her name, and she's gonna be taking care of you for the remainder of your dinner this evening." My friend and I were like, "Wait, why? You were great. Everything okay?" He then explained that he's fine, but that the table of 20 who had been there for at least 2 hours and had a collective bill of over $500 tipped him only $3. So he ran out to the parking lot and yelled at them that they were pieces of shit, to fuck off and never come back. He was fired on the spot when they reported him to the manager, my friend, and I told him right on, and that we hoped things would work out for him, and that we probably would have done the same thing. When I was in high school I had several friends that all worked at the grocery store in our small town, while I had a job in a warehouse. During the summer, I'd be off work by 5, while they had to be at work until closing, 9 or 10. On Friday and Saturday nights, I'd go to the store and help them get all of their closing done, just so they could get out a bit earlier, and we could go do whatever it was small town teenagers did for fun in the 80s, sometimes drink. Mostly hang out in the Dairy Queen parking lot and be arseholes. Most of what I helped with was facing shelves and stocking. One night this drunk couple was in the store, being loud, arguing with each other, and generally being shitty to everyone else. I was stocking some shelves with a cart full of boxes next to me in the aisle, when a drunk guy said, "Hey, numbnuts, why don't you pull your head out your ass and get this shit out my way?" Keeping in mind that I didn't work there or give a shit at all, I replied, "Why don't you shut the fuck up?" He got really pissed, went looking for a manager, and when he brought the manager back and explained it to him, I was fired on the spot. I thought the manager was just making a show of it to appease drunkie, so I went out to my car and waited for my friends to get off work. About 20 minutes later, the manager came out and told me, since I was fired, I needed to also vacate the premises. I started laughing in his face. "You know I never worked here, right?" He was genuinely surprised. He had just seen me on a regular enough basis that he assumed I did. The whole thing was pretty funny, but it's also a bit of a sad statement about how much some managers care about their workers. Worked for a small tow truck business. The owner took a request for a scheduled pickup of 2 vehicles. Shop guaranteed they would be there at the designated time due to a tight deadline. Well, an accident on the highway later, the owner can only see $$ and dispatches all the tow trucks away and fucked the scheduled customer. The customer is calling in baffled that there is no tow truck available for 2 hours, even though she had called ahead. The owner just goes crazy yelling at her and telling her that's the way this business happens, you should have known that. It pisses off the customer till she flips shit and calls over and over and over. Then the owner calls the police that she is being phone harassed. Well, the owner fucked up and pissed off a well-connected ginger who actually picketed outside the building. She called some friends in high places in the city, and due to some shady practices and problems with city officials, the shop was closed for a year. I got a better job with another tow truck that actually had air conditioning in the trucks. Years ago I had kind of an interesting job working for a big box electronics retailer that you're probably familiar with. The uniforms are blue. If that's enough of a hint point, my position was to open new stores, so I'd fly around the country spending 3 months with a team of 3 other people handling things like logistics, accounting, giving a big stupid check to the local boys and girls club to get some good press, etc. The 3 others did operations, money stuff, logistics, making sure we were stocked for day 1, and then merchandising, layout and tagging etc. I was the sales guy, which meant I did the promotional work and also handled all of the interviews for staff, including new management. There are a lot of stories about customers. I'd stick around for a few weeks after the store opening to make sure things went smoothly, and for some reason new stores attract a special brand of wacko. I had a drunk guy piss on all the display cell phones once. Very impressive upward dark, I have to say. Had a person stealing DVDs spit on me and claim he had AIDS. Take the DVDs dude, cost is like $1 each, etc. I went off on a fair number of people, nothing as bad as some other posts in this thread, but my supervisor was a big regional manager in charge of the entire West Coast. I think he even had the title of VP, and he spent his days golfing, and didn't care what I did, as long as the numbers were good. He was the one who eventually fired me, but it wasn't because of a customer. I opened a store in the most northwestern state in the continental US, and he had a cousin or nephew or some shit there, can't remember, who he wanted to make a manager. Before the stores opened I had to do so many interviews, literally hundreds and sometimes upwards of 20 to 30 a day. His was the very last one on a Friday, and I was already exhausted and kind of in a weird mood because most of the people that day had been awful. Anyway, the regional guy himself came to sit in on the interview, which by policy I always did with one of the other members of the 4-person crew. I think it was me, him, and the operations manager. As soon as the guy walked in I knew it was going to be trouble. He was full on a baseball hat with a flat brim and saggy Jinko jeans. This was a while ago when those were still a thing, and that's just not how you dress for an interview. One of the standard questions I always asked for high-level roles was basically tell me about a time that you were in a leadership role and something went very wrong. How did you handle it? This guy started to tell an amazing story. I guess he had trained to be a firefighter, and one of the things they had to do was run a sort of shadow engine that followed an experienced crew to an actual emergency and had to learn and support them. Apparently the lead engine had some problem and couldn't make it to the scene, so he had to lead other trainees to a house that was on fire and deal with it independently. At this point I'm like, wow, maybe I misjudged this guy. This is kind of neat. So I asked him what he did. He said I didn't know what to do, so I let the house burn down. I died. I don't know if it was just how funny Ed was, or the fact I was already in a weird mood, or what, but I have never before or since laughed as hard as I did. I actually laughed so hard that I had trouble breathing and choked a little and had to go into the bathroom right off the interview room and retch for a while thinking I was going to puke. Even during that whole time I was howling with laughter, and it was so loud and ridiculous that there's no way anyone could even hear each other over it. I think it took me 30 minutes or more to recover. I was still giggling uncontrollably even through the resulting red-faced furious meeting with the regional manager who was firing me. He just kept getting madder and madder, and I looked at his stupid face and thought about his stupid relative and couldn't keep it together. After I got all my crap I sat in my car for a while and still kept laughing. No regrets. Never worked in retail again. My job was basically to brainwash a bunch of teenagers into selling extended warranties. I remember telling employees things like, you're not selling a camera, you're giving people a way to remember their family. Fuck that. Never again. I'm laughing again now thinking about it. I worked in a rather large sporting goods store in the fitting room area, and at said store they have a device that lets customers make orders via mail directly to their house. Needless to say I had barely been trained to use the thing, but knew enough to make it work. So one day at work my manager hastily gives me the device, and in a panicked tone tells me there is a customer who needs help with an order. I knew something was up, but I went ahead and took the device from her and waited for the customer. Lo and behold, a bulky 6-foot mustachioed cowboy comes in and starts immediately barking at me about why his damn order didn't come in the mail yet. So I look up his order and sure enough he's right, it's a day late. I started to stammer out a response, but the guy interrupted me saying I'm getting tired of dealing with this shit. I asked the manager and she couldn't give me an answer. I've been here about 2 hours and I'm tired of getting the ring around, so when am I gonna get my goddamn package? So the guy keeps making a damn scene yelling about the incompetence of the workers in front of all these people awkwardly trying to get into a changing room, and for some reason just the level of disrespect in this guy's tone or something really struck a nerve. So I raised my voice and said, so you'll get your package when you get it. If you wanted it sooner you should've made an express order. and for all you know it's sitting at your house right now. While you're over here making a damn fool of yourself, the guy steps back and all I can think of is I'm gonna get my ass beat. And then I shit you not, the guy gets this big goofy ass smile and said in a happy voice, well hot damn son, it's about time someone gave me a straight answer. The guy's sudden shift threw me off so much I just started laughing like an idiot. Unfortunately my shithead manager who was cowering in the corner of the room didn't laugh, and I got fired shortly after for cursing / being disrespectful to a customer. Okay, so I didn't get fired for this. But a couple years ago I was working at Starbucks during our busiest time of the day. Around 7 AM, a woman came in and ordered herself a 5-shot 8-pump Ventilat. I was working on the bar at this time, and we were super low staffed, so I had a line of about 15 drinks that I was working through. This customer's drink was the last. She then came up to me and said, I need you to make my drink first. I'm in a hurry and need to make the bus in 5 minutes. I told her that it was Starbucks policy to make the drinks in order, and I was doing the best I could and would get it out to her as soon as I could. She then freaked out and said something along the lines of, why don't you learn how to do your fucking job then and get the drinks out faster? At that point I had gotten about 10 over 15 drinks out, and I replied, I'm actually the barista trainer for this store ma'am, and if you were in a hurry then you really shouldn't have stopped at Starbucks. At this point I was working on her drink, but each set of 2 shots takes 20 or so seconds to queue. So I set out on making the iced chai behind her, which takes less than 10 seconds to make. I put out the chai, and she screamed, I thought you said you have to make the drinks in order. I handed her the drink, and she said, I refuse to be served by some lying bitch. I'm never coming back. And threw the drink on the floor. I said, please don't, and have a lovely day. She called my manager later that day to demand I was fired, and he told her that he would have reacted in the same way, so she wasn't welcome at the store anymore. She came back a week later and pretended it never happened. I worked at Cinnabon. I was 16. I was a too nice, insecure people pleaser. Then my boyfriend broke up with me right before my shift at work point, so this bitchy soccer mom, frosted tip type, comes up to my counter and orders a cinnamon bun. I serve one up on a plate, but she starts freaking out at me. Some frosting had slid off her bun and back into the pan during transfer. She must have all her frosting. I'm a terrible servant. I'm trying to cheat her out of what she deserves. Who are the unfairness of it all? I snapped. Like so much cinnamon, stick up the ass. I grabbed the frosting tube from the baking counter right behind me. I leaned way over the register. I brandished that frosting in her face and shouted, here, open wide. I'll just squeeze the frosting right in. Take as much as you want. At least you'll shut the hell up. My manager was in the back of the store. Yes, I was fired immediately. Yes, it was totally worth it. From the customer's point of view, I have a story. I was at a small airport coffee shop and ordered an iced coffee with not too much ice. I emphasized very little because you know they usually fill up the cup and it's more ice than beverage. So I get the drink and it's packed with ice. I hate confronting people or complaining, so I tried to be as polite as possible because they were busy and asked the lady who made it if she could take some ice out and put more coffee in. I told her that I had originally asked for light ice. She gave me a cold stare and said, that is light ice. We both looked at the cup. Ice all the way to the bottom. This was so awkward for me, but I decided to argue it. I don't think so. It's full of ice. Then one of her coworkers walks up and says, there's like literally barely any ice in it. I could tell they were messing with me. They sniggered. I walked away with a no, okay, because that was as much conflict as I could handle. I heard them laugh and call me a stupid cunt as I walked away. Luckily my sister was there to make me feel better. She wanted to beat them up cause I cried a little. I've been in the service industry in one capacity or another for over a decade and have 1,000 shitty customer stories. But here's a shitty worker story you may enjoy. I was working as a bartender at the time and usually got off work around 4 AM, hungry and tired. The only options were overpriced sit-down establishments or fast food. This particular night, I decided to hit McDonald's drive-thru and head home. Get to the speaker. Order a McGriddle combo with an odge to drink. Wait about 20 minutes. Get to the window. Pay. And I'm handed a coffee and a bag. That doesn't feel right. Sure enough, I look inside, and it's Nuggets. I'm still at the window, so I wait around. The overweight register jockey walks by about 4 times, rolling her eyes and ignoring me, before I finally knock on the drive-through window and get her fat ass to waddle over. I politely explain that this isn't what I ordered and reiterate what I actually ordered. She rolls her eyes again, takes the food and coffee without a word, and slams the window shut. Another 10 minutes pass, and she finally comes up with my food, hands it out the window without a word, and again slams the window shut. No odge, no napkins or ketchup, just a fuck off attitude point. So I knock on the window again. Now she's really irritated, but so am I. I ask her where my odge is, and why I wasn't offered napkins or ketchup. She asks if I want napkins or ketchup. Yes, I do. She grabs a fat fistful of ketchup packets and thrusts them at me, so I hold the bag open, and she throws them in so hard it rips the bag where I was holding it. She doesn't even acknowledge this and waddles off to finally get my fucking odge. But now I'm really pissed. She comes back, and before she can say anything, I go off on her. Look, I get it. You're working in a graveyard at a fast food place. It's a tough job that you probably hate, but you need the money. I've been there. But if you don't like your job, get another one. Take some pride in your work, and don't act like a bitch to a customer over your fuck up. She is fuming at this point, doesn't say a word, and just holds the odge out the window. I go to grab it, and she pushes it into my hand so hard, the lid pops off, spilling odge all down my arm, into my brand new car, and down into the space where the wind rises out of the door. I look at the mess in dismay, look at her, and she's got the world's smuggest fucking smile plastered across her fat face. This is the last straw point. I throw the remaining 3/4 cup of odge right in her face, all over the front of her uniform, take a moment to enjoy her spluttering and gasping, odge dripping off her fake eyelashes, and tell her to have fun wearing that shit for the rest of her fucking shift. Fuck that bitch. I was working at Domino's when I was 16 and was quickly promoted to assistant manager. There is this night in which all orders made online are half priced, and I cannot stress how crazy and busy we would get every time this sale came around. Anyways, Domino's has a drive-thru, but you're not allowed to order from it. You can only pick up food ordered prior to arrival. This guy makes an order in the parking lot and immediately drives up to the window asking for it. I check the time ordered and explain to him it's going to be a bit, especially since we are incredibly busy, and he had just now placed his order. I ask him to drive around so I could serve the people waiting behind him, which he agrees to fairly calmly. He makes it back to the front of the line again, and I explain to him once more that because he had only placed his order 5 minutes ago, it's still going to be a bit. He starts ranting about how it shouldn't take 15 minutes to put some chicken wings in a box for him, and how he is not going to move from his spot until I magically make time go by faster so I can present him his food he wants irrationally fast. I look him dead in the eyes and say something around the lines of, what do you want? No, I mean really, why are you doing this? It's because you want something free out of me, isn't it? If I give you this 2 liter of Coke for free, will you shut up and drive around? His eyes widened, and his face flushed as I thought he realized how much of an a-hole he was, and he drove around again, which gave me enough time to actually cook his food. I didn't get fired. I had way too much leverage for that. Was almost fired for this one point. I worked at video game retailer, and I usually had a blast working there for my college job. Got to talk about video games. I was charismatic enough for sales. Customers enjoyed talking with me, and I never pressures people into trades or sales. I'm a firm believer in doing right by the customer. If you can't help them to the best of your abilities, try to find someone that can point. So this guy comes in looking for Diablo 3 for PS4. It was $60 at the time, and he heard it was on sale. I politely apologize that it wasn't on sale and the sale for it ran last week. It had ended close to an entire week ago. He was bummed. I offered substitute suggestions, or he could always try to take advantage of our trade program. I apologized again, and he walked around the store. He comes back about 5 minutes later and shows me his phone, a picture message from a buddy with a picture of our sales price. The picture was taken in our store. The date of the picture taken was last week. See, I told you. You have to give me the price for it. Sorry, sir, that's not the case. That price and sale is still from last week and your buddy did send it from last week. I know, but the sale existed then, and I have a picture of the price. So you have to get me that price. No. Very confused. I simply tell him that's not how that works, and someone could bring picture from a Black Friday deal, and we would just lose money like nobody's business. I told him again. No can do. I'm not going to take a $40 hit for my store. Has bummed again, very flustered and a bit red in the face. So he goes to the store and talks to a girl he was with. I feel bad. I feel bad I couldn't give him the price. I still want to help him out. I want to show him that I have the power to help him and do what I would do in those situations. Even if it means I don't get a sale, he can feel good trusting me and come shop here again. It's how I operated before and how I would until I quit. I'd get out our tablet, go to him, and find a Walmart nearby that's running a sale. It's not the same price, but $30 was better than $60. I would done the same deal and told him if he wants it today that's the best place. I smiled and said I just want to help you out to the best of my ability. He smiles, says okay thanks and leaves. Problem solved, right? Wrong. I come in the next day and my assistant manager hands me a printed email from our district manager asking who at our store was responsible for a customer complaint. The fucker called corporate on me. Employee was beyond rude. He wouldn't honor a picture of a deal and he even didn't want to keep my business. He was slimy and he just seemed eager to get me out of the store. I work at a big name phone company's call center and we believe in treating the customer right, not like this. He didn't empathize with my situation. I was pissed, furious, seeing red. I sent an email back and got a call from the DM himself. He floored me on how I could be so callous and rude to a customer. How I'd even offer to go to another store. Something took over me and I just fired back and just screamed into the guy that was my boss. I told him how I was always customer first in my attitude. I made my fucking sales and numbers, and how you guys were throwing me under the bus and giving into a customer host claims you won't even corroborate with the store first. Shoot first, ask questions later. I could hear the red in his face and he screamed for me to get out of the store and leave my keys. I was done. My boss called me later and had a one-on-one, saying he supported me, my decision, and wasn't going to allow me to get fired. The only thing he would done differently was not yell at the DM. I was happy to come in, but I was distraught to find out we gave it to the customer, gave him a free copy of a game and apologized. The guy just threw customer service buzzwords around to make his case sound legit. So I learned early that big companies are quick to turn on the smaller employees to save face, and that if you know customer service lingo you can go anywhere you want and get whatever you want. If you throw a big enough fit. Guy, if you're reading this, get bent. You'll get your comeuppance, and so will you. DM. Eat shit. Some guy came and found me after checking out the pet section, wondering where our dog food was. I explained that we had a whole section up in the pet aisle and I politely escorted him to the dog food. Where? He says, literally standing in front of the dog food. I didn't want to say something that might offend him, because standing in front of 5 shelves clearly filled with dog food it's pretty hard to miss, so I pointed. So I gestured to some cans or STH. He says, no, that's not dog food. You expect me to feed my dog this crap? You eat it. I actually didn't care that he said this. Working in retail for a few years hardens you to these comments, but I wanted to defuse the situation with some humor, so I said, I can't, I'm vegan for lulz. He went fucking apeshit. Started screaming at me, and I stood there and just nodded. But what got me fired was a regular that came in every morning, saw this, and tried to come to my aid. I told her it was okay, and she was to not worry about it. She told me off for not defending myself. So now 2 customers are yelling at each other, and I'm a socially awkward turtle, and never experienced such fuckery before, so I had no idea how to handle this situation. Not long before my boss came over and saw this kicking off, and after explaining that it wasn't my fault, I got the sack for causing an uproar. Worked at a Home Depot returns desk in a drug and crime infested city. During training, they taught us to always open liquid products, that is paint, cleaning products, etc. If the product appeared to be anything other than what it was, we had to call over a rep from that department. One day a Hell's Angel biker came in with 10 bottles of grout remover valued at $25 each, which he did not have a receipt for. As standard protocol, I paged a manager for authorization, which immediately pissed off the customer. As I waited for a manager, I checked the store system for the purchase, and it showed there were no recent purchases of 10 bottles sold in one sale, like the customer stated. I told the customer this, and explained that a manager had to authorize the refund. He grew more angry, and started calling me nasty names and making threats. I ignored him as I began processing the refund. When I opened the bottles, they all appeared to have clear liquid in them, and they had no smell to them either. I tried to compare his return with a unit off the shelf, but we were all out of the product. We were very busy that day and we waited for a good 5 minutes for a manager. All the while this man grew increasingly agitated and demanded I refund him immediately. I explained to him that I could not, and he proceeded to flip the fuck out and raised a clenched fist, ready to punch me in the face. I shut down my light and my register and went to find a manager. I explained to my manager what happened, and he approached the guy and they began screaming at each other. The manager tells him that he knows what he's up to and he can't return water. The Hell's Angel dude demanded the manager prove it was water and drink it, to which the manager did, and immediately spit it out onto the floor, and told me to give the guy his money back. I told him to do it, took off my apron, and walked off the job. I didn't get paid enough to deal with that type of bullshit. I was working at a pawn shop in college, so I was used to the daily berating and threats from our scumbag customers when I wouldn't give them money for their Vanilla Ice's greatest hit CD, but this one day I had finally had enough. We had closed the store, and I was finishing helping a couple customers with some jewelry they were looking at, when I heard some guy absolutely pounding the shit out of the door. My manager tells him we are closed through the glass, but this just further infuriates him, and now he's beating on the door and screaming and cursing at my manager. This went on for a good 5 minutes before I finally had my fill. I threw my keys on the ground and stormed over to the front door and slammed my fist on the glass and simply yelled, "Leave now." I'm a pretty big guy, so he was visibly startled when he realized someone other than my 120 pounds female manager was inside. He proceeds to start yelling at me about how he's not leaving, and I snapped. I yelled back at him, "Leave now, motherfucker, or I'm gonna beat your fucking ass." The door was locked, so I yelled over to my boss to throw me the keys so I could curb stomp this asshole, and the dude's face just turned white like oh shit, I abused the wrong retail worker this time. My coworkers are all trying to talk me down, and my boss won't give me the keys, so I tell the guy, if he's still there when we leave, he's a fucking dead man. He slinks away with his tail between his legs and we all have a good laugh. Next day though, the chicken shit calls the CEO to tell me all my coworkers cover my ass and tell management they don't know what he's talking about, but unfortunately, they had me on surveillance video. So I got fired, and 2 weeks later I landed my first programming job. Haven't had to beat any asses yet, but fuck if I haven't wanted to. This is a little bit of long story point. I worked for a company as their regional sales manager, which was a glorified name for sales. It was actually a really cushy job at first. Only had to make 30 calls a day to existing customer base of about 350. Business was easy, and I didn't bug them, and I was starting to build a good relationship, and I was seeing results. The downturn started when the company hired a sales manager that had never really worked any type of sales before and did not understand how to work with business to business relationships. We started getting pushed to make more and more calls on stupid promise that the business would not implement because they were too complicated or ineffective. I was hit one day with now having to make 100 calls a day to my customer base. Calls were part of a metric that was needed to get part of my salary. I started to hate it, and my customers started to dread hearing from me. This went on for 4 months. One day I had a new customer call that wanted to have a credit account set up that day, but didn't want to fill out a credit app. He wouldn't understand, no matter how much I tried to explain, that it took a minimum of 5 days, but if he wanted we could get the account started with a debit/credit card and set it up as a credit account afterwards. He still insisted. Here is the exchange that got me fired. Me, Tyrone, let me ask you a question. Do you have a unicorn in your office? Tyrone, a what? Me, a unicorn, you know, the mythical creature with a horn on his head. Said to have magical powers. Tyrone, man, why you asking me if I have a unicorn? Me, well unless you have some magical powers that allow you to speed up time and summon unicorns, you are not getting a credit. How he had been saying credit for the last 10 minutes, account today. Do you understand? Now give me your debit card number and we can get moving along, and I'll send you the forms. Click. The management did not think this was funny at all. They had a transcript of the call a couple days later and offered to play it back for me during the meeting. When they fired me, I declined. I was told recently that the unicorn line is now used by employees in the office when someone is asking for something that is unreasonable. My little gift to society. Getting fired from there was one of the best things that ever happened. For months I hated my job that was turning me into a telemarketer. Found a new sales job that pays twice as much, and the customers love my sense of humor. Not fired but did get sent home. I'm on mobile, so the formatting will suck. I worked at a pizza place that was the only restaurant in the county that still had a smoking section. With that being said, we ended up with a lot of trashy drunk rednecks in a store, and this one customer was particularly irate that his pizza wasn't done in under 10 minutes when it takes 8 minutes just to run through the oven and there is a line of at least 30 people. So his pizza finally comes out and he complains that it looks terrible. So while we are cutting it and about to take it to the back and remake his own, my manager touches it with his hand when trying to keep it from sliding off the cut table. This guy then loses his shit, saying how he's not paying for a pizza that we touched, even though we weren't selling this to him. I was working the register and got fed up and proceeded to look him square in the eye, grab a piece of the pizza and eat it right in front of him. I thought the guy was going to pass out from anger. His jaw drops and he just walks out of the store. My GM was pissed, but my shift manager thought it was hilarious. Was a bartender/manager at a restaurant we will call Dirty Bird. It was a super busy Monday night, and we were honestly not staffed for it. Think Friday night sales on a Monday. Kitchen was trying their best, servers were in the weeds, and I had a full bar, as well as a printer, that wouldn't stop. We came out of it okay. Most people were totally understanding, except for Mushroom Burger Guy. MBG. Every Monday MBG would make a to-go order, and always complained, and always resulted in a free burger. He came in with his voucher and left. We had packed the mushrooms in a separate container so as to not turn the bun into mush. Gave him 4x the amount of fries, free Caesar salad, and extra cheese. Hoping this would be the last of it. He called in and asked to speak to the manager. He then complained he had no mushrooms, the bun was soggy, his fries were overcooked and the Caesar salad was dry. I fucking lost it. But I had a plan. Through my seething anger, I asked if he would be willing to drive back, and I'll give him a gift card for the meal. I personally packed up his order and made sure it was perfect, but at this point I was tired of the free meal we give him every week. He accepted and came back. When he walked in the door, I asked for his ID, under the guise of new corporate rules to deter fraud. He handed me his ID. I went into the office and photocopied it and wrote "Do not serve" under. I handed him back his ID, taped the photocopy to the wall, and said, "Sir, I've had enough of your bullshit. We've fed you every Monday for months, and enough is enough. You are banned from the restaurant. I've blocked your number, and you are no longer welcome here." He said my 4 favorite words: "Get me your manager." So I said, "Okay." Walked into the kitchen, went out back, had a smoke, calmed down, then walked back out front. Came up to him and asked what the problem was. He starts screaming about wanting the manager, at which point I said, "I'm the manager, and you have 10 seconds to leave, or I'll be notifying the police. You're trespassing." More screaming. And an off-duty cop with his family, who politely escorted him outside. Got a call the next day for a meeting, showed up and was fired. So I did what any reasonable person would do. Took the liquor license off the wall and walked out. It was in my name, so I brought it with me. I ended up getting rehired, as one of the corporate lawyers said I had a good case for wrongful dismissal. Worked there for another 4 years, until I walked out halfway through it in a rush, when my manager started berating me to move faster. Sorry, I can only move as fast as the taps pour beer. Fuck them. Well, I didn't lose my job, but I should have. I work in a call center. Sometimes someone will give our number to a customer or something dumb like that. Well, an ex-employee called about an hour issue. She had been fired. I told her I could not help her. She called the wrong department. She proceeds to argue with me, acting like I could help her if I really wanted to. I was as polite as I could be and was just like, no, I can't help you. She told me to fuck off and hung up on me. Anyway, she had called from her home phone. We have caller ID, so I made a fake Craigslist ad for a Cannondale mountain bike. Not like a crazy low price, just a good price. And I put her phone number right on the listing, and also said, if my sister Shanice answers the phone, please talk slowly and try to repeat yourself. She is a little slow. I must have had 400 ml about the ad. It was great. My co-workers thought it was the greatest thing ever and called her to be careful who you are rude to. Late to the party and will probably get buried, but this happened 2 years ago and still gets me heated. I worked for a small chain of camping supplies and gun store. Think Bass Pro Shops or Cabela's, but not nearly as successful. And I had the biggest piece of shit store manager. A little context, about 3 months before I got fired, the corporate uncovered a massive item insurance fraud happening in our store, which was started by our store manager. Instead of taking the fall for this, he fired 50 store employees a weekend before Black Friday. This was half our staff, and meant everyone else spent a solid 3 weeks of 60, 70 plus hours a week. This was roughly the time I got guardianship of my 17-year-old brother and was living in a shithole apartment with my 5-year-old daughter and then boyfriend, now fiance. I was in a major car accident a few days before with my brother and daughter, where I walked away with a concussion. My daughter had a broken leg and my brother had spinal swelling that left him paralyzed for about 2 months afterwards. I was told to come to work or lose my job. I needed the money. Because of the concussion, I had a limit on how much I could lift. I had some fat ass lady ask me to help her lift a gun case onto a flat cart. Normally, I could have, but there was no chance in hell I was risking my life for that fucking job. She didn't like being told no, and soon got pretty verbally violent. A few gun salesmen stood up for me, and I walked away. About 2 hours after, I got called into the back office, and was fired for what they said was me assaulting a customer. I decided not to fight it. I'll just file for unemployment. But, damn, did that store manager fuck up. As I was walking out, I caught the tail end of him calling me a retarded lying cripple. I tore my ACL/MCL in high school, never healed right, ended up taking his ass to court, and there were too many witnesses to his endless harassment. I got fired, but got a 7-figure settlement out of it within a year, paid out for the next 10. Paid for my brother's college. My daughter has a trust fund, and I'm currently starting a small business. Last I heard, he got fired not too long after I was, and did night stalking at Walmart. I'm in a northern state in the USA. We have Canadian accents, border Canada, and chocolate cokes aren't common house here. What is a chocolate coke, you might ask? When it's ordered from Sonic, it's their chocolate sauce and Coca-Cola, mixed. There's really no way to fuck it up. This story begins on a swell summer mid-afternoon. I had only worked there for 2 months and was already fed up with the terrible work ethic of the other employees. I was 2 hours away from my shift, being over when Bertha, she was husky, came into the drive-thru and very politely asked for a chocolate coke. No problem, I'll have that right up. Your total is $X20th. She proceeds to the window, payment is taken, and chocolate coke is given. Note that I didn't unwrap her straw, so she did have to grab a cup with chocolate coke and a straw for me. Here's where it got a little weird. She then proceeds to drive into a stall and enjoy her coke. Why did she drive into a stall instead of just ordering from one? My innocent 17-year-old mind pondered this thought, but eventually dismissed it. No more than 15 minutes later, I noticed Bertha drove out of the stall and disappeared onto the street. So I had thought Bertha had actually come into the drive-thru again and was ranting to a coworker about her chocolate Coke. My mind raced, almost panicking that I had fucked up this perfectly polite woman's order. Was it made wrong? No. Too much chocolate, not enough Coke, or the reverse? Nope. She claimed that the straw I had stuck inside of it had caused a hole on the bottom of the cup, and that she now had a sticky mess of the contents upon her lap and leather seats. She drives up to the window and angrily displays to me the empty cup with a straw clearly stabbed through the inside through the bottom, and stretches out to show me a small bit that had gotten on her shirt. When I say small, I mean make an OK sign with your hand, and that was the size. Small. I professed to her the obvious intent to get a free refill, and that I won't be obliging. Bertha throws a fit, and the manager can hear it across the store. Manager runs over, slams the window shut, and asks me to remake it, or she will point. A sudden anger came over me, and I developed a plan. Sure thing, manager, I said, and away I went. I grab a Route 44 cup and open the window, so she can clearly see that it's still intact. I proceed to put the required amount of ice and display the contents to her once again, making extra effort to show the bottom is still intact. I pour in the chocolate sauce, yet again displaying the contents and intact bottom. Bertha is getting anxious and asks me to hurry. There was nobody else waiting, so I saw no reason to speed up this process. I set the cup against the Coke dispenser and unwrap a straw to mix it with. I hadn't mixed it with a straw beforehand, but I wasn't doing what I did beforehand. I read the Route 44 chocolate catastrophe. At this point Bertha was very upset that I had taken 3 minutes to make a simple drink. What took you so long? Sorry, there was a hole in the bottom of this cup too. With the finish of my elongated enunciation of two, I puncture the bottom of the cup with the straw and hold it out the window. Oh, looks like I'll have to make it again. Gosh, it's almost like this hole was deliberately made. She turned red like a tomato and started to curse at me. So I threw the cup inside her vehicle, slammed the window shut, gave her the middle finger, took off my apron, and left. I was a hostess last September. For background, I had just been to a funeral for someone I loved very much. I went to work that night anyway. My face is happy in front of customers, but around the staff, I'll let them know what's going on, and that I'm not upset. Just sad. I went to check tables and someone sat a family at a completely dirty table, so I cleaned it off. The table in front of them had a complaint. Normally the server would handle their needs, but I was right there, so I did it. The guy says his sweet tea isn't sweet. I went and got him another. He said it wasn't sweet, so I remarked how that was strange, because it was in the picture labeled sweet tea. I asked if he wanted me to bring him back sugar. He said a buttload. I brought him the sugar and said with a smile that I hope that was all the sugar his heart could desire. He complained about that, and I got fired. It wasn't until he and his group were leaving that I noticed the neo-Nazi tattoos on his upper arm. I didn't dispute it with the manager. I didn't tell anyone. I went home and cried over my uncle. I didn't get fired, but would have, if not for a few competent people in the local management. I worked for the largest chain of mechanic shops in the USA as an assistant manager. Not titled as such, but that's exactly what I was. I'd taken in a job for a set of tires on a lady's truck at about 3 PM, which should be okay considering we close at 7 PM, and I've got just enough labor available to finish the truck and add an alignment if she needs one. So the lady walks off to some nearby apartments, saying that she'll be nearby whenever we're done and to call her at around 5 to 530. I can hear her. No answer. As normal, I waited at least 30 minutes before calling again. I wait. 6:45 rolls around and no customer. The truck is sitting in the bay with its nice, new tires. It's 7. I've called at least 4 times, and my last tech needs to pick up his grandchildren from daycare. Sure, Tom, you shouldn't have to wait around for customers like this. Don't keep them waiting. I always liked his grandchildren. They're great kids. So 7:10 rolls around and so does the customer, ready to check out. No problem, I don't mind. I was easily able to keep myself busy with shop duties for 10 minutes. Okay Zackets, put it on my card. Point Zackets, looks like I'll have to call in for an override on your store credit card. Would you rather use another payment method before I call in for approval? Customer, no, go ahead and call in. Point Z, sure. Store credit card helpline, sorry, the card isn't in her name, so unless the card holder is there, I can't give you authorization. Point Z, explained this to the customer. See, I'm an entitled suburban woman from the snooty part of town, Deer Park, Texas. Also, call your manager. Z, called district management, no answer. Let me call the store you usually go to. I get a not my problem answer. C, well you'd better just let me go. Z, afraid I can't do that. Can I get you a ride home? C, ugh the nerve, I'm from the white part of town, you untermensch, put my old tires back on, I'll drive out of here as is. Z, the company policy, I can't do that, because the tires are considered unsafe at this point. Company policy prohibits me from doing that kind of work without a second person to check the work. A wheel falling off while driving is dangerous AF, because she came in late and died. Sent my last tech home, and I had a minor back injury at the time, so I damn sure wasn't about to lug around a bunch of 275/70-17 tires plus wheels. C, more indignation. Z, I'm sorry, I don't have any other options. If you can't pay, and don't let me call you a cab or take you home in the shop truck. Point this is where it gets interesting. C, something along the lines of yelling, your parents raised you to be trash, you're a piece of shit, you're stupid, etc. Rage mode was engaged. Z, that's it, you will not use profanity in my shop in anger. I'd gotten a lot of abuse from her and plenty of other customers, but I draw the line at profanity and anger toward me/my guys. That's completely unacceptable. Leave now or I'll call the police immediately. Point C, more indignant insults and rage, but she allowed me to escort her to the door, where I immediately locked it behind her. I wrote down my story immediately after, because I knew that very few would support me. The snakes and corporate company men in my chain of command were the stuff of legend. I might have a picture of this somewhere, but it's been years and this will probably be buried. This couldn't be any more false. I'd not touched her, and she never bumped into anything. But that's the color of her character, isn't it? Just another crazy, entitled, middle-aged, housewife from white suburbia. Point I was reprimanded, and the district manager attempted to get me to sign a write-up at some point for following company policy, but not breaking it at the same time at some point afterward. That part's hazy. Point TLDR, irresponsible, entitled person tried to con me by claiming that I'd assaulted her after stomping her feet didn't get her what she unreasonably wanted. There were a lot of other factors at play, but I, in part, lost a job with a medical supply company by getting irritable with a customer. Basically, these two had no business still being in their home without constant supervision. All of our equipment was engineered to a McJob degree of simplicity, and they still couldn't figure it out. Everybody who worked there had to field constant calls from these people screaming he's dying, oh Lord Jesus he ain't jetting no oxygen. Because they were too riddled with Alzheimer's to figure out they were standing on the oxygen tube. We drove out there to instruct them over and over, and whatever we taught them vanished into the ether as soon as we left. Point being on call was part of the job too, and that's what led to the proverbial last straw. They called my phone at about 3 in the morning with another completely fictional equipment problem. I told them to go on backup until the next day, as was the policy, but of course they couldn't figure that out, and I got another screaming hysterical phone call at 4 o'clock. At that point I had to drive to the office, load a bunch of shit, and drive all the way out there to deal with it. Lo and behold, there is absolutely nothing wrong with any of their equipment, they're just too scatterbrained to figure it out. Now, I was incredibly sleep deprived, and not in a good mood at all, so I honestly have no recollection of what I said. I know I didn't scream or swear, and I know I wasn't abusive, but I don't really know what the hell I said to them. Whatever it was my small catharsis for being dragged out of bed. to deal with their bullshit points despite not being able to figure out the Fisher price of medical equipment. They somehow dug through all their paperwork, located the phone number for my supervisor, and personally called to rant about my, admittedly, shitty attitude. Apparently that experience was the one thing that didn't disappear from their memory after 5 minutes. The company had changed managers several months before, and the new one had been actively hunting for excuses to purge people, so she could bring in her own friends. So, that was a good enough excuse. Worked out well for me, though, because that job was a disaster for my physical and mental health, and losing it galvanized me into finally going to College Point and to address the obvious criticism. I got short with disabled old people. That's shitty, and there's no excuse for it. The only defense I offer is that a lot of elderly people's adult children harbor delusions about how well their parents can actually run their lives. Furthermore, a lot of adult children don't care and don't bother to pay attention to the situation. So there are a lot of elderly people who have reached the point where they really need full-time care, but their children won't take the steps to make it happen. Then it falls on us to deal with it when a machine, so simple that a child could use it, turns out to be more complicated than the patient is able to handle. You're throwing information at a wall and hoping it will stick, and it never does. I didn't get fired, I quit. I was a pharmacy technician and the pharmacist was a huge dick and always on a power trip. He loved to act superior and make people feel inferior. A guy pulls up to the drive-thru in one of those I have a really small dick truck. This was in Texas and big trucks are very common, so I don't say that about most guys with big trucks, but this one was ridiculous. He crashed into a pole, backed up into an old lady's car, then pulled to the window and pressed the button about 15 times. I had already picked up the phone and was asking how may I help you, but he couldn't hear because he was blaring his insane clown posse and didn't find it necessary to turn it down. He starts pounding on the glass way too hard. He had a beer in his other hand and down at it in between yelling, "Hey asshole." His kid was in the car seat next to him crying. I wrote a note that said, "Turn down your radio," he did, and said, "First off, it's not the radio, it's my iPad, they had just come out," so he was trying to brag about it. How can I help? I need this idiot's Ritalin, and gestures to a kid of about 10 in the back. Then he thought it necessary to add, "He ain't mine, he's my old lady's." I got the name and went to get the recipe. I told the pharmacist what was going on and asked him to call the cops. The dumbass hasn't called in the recipe, so I couldn't find it. Did you call it in, or is this a new recipe? He then says, "Are you ignorant or just stupid?" I said, "It's Ritalin for kid's name." He opens another beer. Besides doing anything bad to kids, insulting my intelligence is my biggest pet peeve. I have 2 degrees, multiple licenses, and I'm very smart. One of the only good things I have going for me. I couldn't take it anymore when he said, "What are you doing standing there, fat ass? Go get my shit." I went off. The short version without the curse words, which I was using every other word, was, "How stupid are you to come to a drive-through pharmacy, drinking, drunk driving with kids in the car? You wrecked twice pulling in. We don't fill our excess in the hopes you might come in. You sorry." I spent about 5 minutes cursing him out and telling him what a worthless piece of shit he was. The pharmacist grabbed the phone and calmed the guy down and then turned to scold me while the guy was there. He didn't call the cops like I told him and acted like I was the asshole. I quit right then and there, grabbed the phone, and called the cops. I reported the pharmacist to the board of pharmacy. He's still working, but at least he's got a complaint on his record. I've heard that he's still a dick, but not as bad. Also, cops arrested the guy on the spot. I hope they took his kids. Sorry for any mistakes. The wife is griping at me because I'm typing on my phone in the store and not paying attention to shopping. About 1 year ago, I worked at a company that did basic life support ambulance trips for people going to doctor's offices, dialysis, etc. I was called to a skilled nursing facility for the only chief complaint listed as an altered level of consciousness. When I arrived on scene, I asked how long ago the call came in, and the nurse answered that they had called 6 hours prior to arrival. Now, this specific facility was known for not calling 911 when they should, and they had a bad rap in the EMS world. I asked the nurse for patient history before I got to the patient, and he has no history of diabetes or other illnesses that may cause altered levels of consciousness without being life-threatening. Now I should mention that my partner was a brand new EMT and the company we work for didn't do very much training. I had been on calls resulting in 911 many times and was pretty familiar with the whole routine. When I finally made contact with the patient, I noticed this patient was going in and out of consciousness, and I immediately began taking vital signs and I did a stroke test while I advised my partner to call medical control. We needed to know if we needed to transport or should call 911. The patient's blood pressure was pretty low and I could barely palpate a pulse, and the patient failed the stroke test. When I mentioned to the nurse that we may need to call 911, 3 nurses immediately entered the room and started freaking out. Many people don't realize that when skilled nursing facilities call 911, if he comes and marks on their reputation and lowers their standards in the medical standing and other related reports. The nurses were saying they didn't want me to call 911 and they didn't want me transported, and I knew that I needed to transport this patient to the emergency room immediately. The patient's condition started to fall and the patient began drooling and falling into what seemed like a coma state. The nurses were screaming at this point, some in what I assumed to be Chinese. It was very difficult for us to hear medical control and to continue to take vitals every 5 minutes. Then, when we got the patient onto the gurney and we were ready to leave to take them to the hospital, the nurses physically blocked us in the room. During a stroke, it is imperative that you waste as little time as possible in getting this patient to the emergency room. I told the nurse, get the fuck out of the way, I need to get this patient to the ER, he has had a stroke. The nurse was apparently on the phone with her supervisor at the time that I said this, and his supervisor overheard. Paramedics and fire arrived on scene. Just as we were loading the patient into the ambulance, the firefighters had to physically restrain 2 of the nurses that were yelling at us outside as we loaded the patient. The paramedic firefighter jumped in our ambulance and started working up the patient. We gave him a report and he said we were doing the right thing and that yes, this patient was in a terrible state and needed to be transported as soon as possible. Even though I had done the right thing and we had done everything we had been trained to do, the supervisor filed a complaint against me with my company, and though they commended me for working fast and getting the patient to the ER by any means necessary, I was fired for cursing on the job. Funny thing is though that the company that hired me now said that they liked that story because it showed that I was willing to put the patient's life before my job. It turned out good in the end. I feel good about what I did and I'm happy with my new company. This happened to a friend of mine. He worked at a McDonald's as a cashier. It was getting busy and this older teen, 17 to 19, is next in line. Well, she thought that it was a perfect time to actually figure out what she wanted to eat. She hummed and hawed, asking pretty stupid questions, the kind of questions a person would ask if they are not that hungry. It was a little annoying at first, but it kept getting worse. For about 20 minutes she was making an order and then going back on it because she wanted to change it at the last minute. Finally she decides after all that 30 minutes have passed, she just wants a medium chocolate milkshake. He goes to make it. Just as he was handing it to her, she was like, "Oh, sorry. Can you make it vanilla instead?" Well, something snapped in his mind as he took her drink, dumped it on her, whipped off his apron, jumped over the counter, and yelled "I quit," and stormed out of McDonald's. I didn't go off on my customer, but I lost my job by posting on Reddit, made complaints and implicated myself, and then my employer waited for me to slip up. They told me everything was good to go and that it was water under the bridge, but then they fired me right around this time of the year for a reason which they fabricated. It couldn't have hit at a worse time, and 2 years later I'm divorced and effectively homeless. I've struggled to regain my footing financially, so I've just tried working on myself and posturing myself up to get ahead. I read lots. I'm trying to save money and turn my life around. I made shitty choices. If I wasn't a father I would forfeit my life, no question. Working through the day and into the new year. Today I'll go without eating because my current employer didn't pay me on time and I'm too embarrassed and ashamed to do anything about it. Don't be an idiot like me. I didn't go off on a customer per se, but I did get fired for being a bit unorthodox with my treatment of patrons in college. I would ref soccer tournaments on the weekends for some extra cash. I played soccer all the way through high school, but also football and hockey, and actually played hockey in college. I love soccer, but needless to say, I really fucking hate that ninny diving and over-exaggeration bullshit that had infested the sport. So, I didn't tolerate that shit in the slightest, and as you can imagine, that did not sit well with many of the players and or parents. Reffed all ages. If the player dived, yellow card. If the player actually got fouled, but then rolled around on the ground screaming like they just had acid poured on their face, yellow card. If the carded player proceeded to get in my face about the carding, ejected. If an upset parent placed a millimeter of their toe on the soccer pitch, or spoke to me with the slightest hint of hostility, ejected from the grounds entirely, would have to go wait in their car. Admittedly, I would get a little excited when I encountered a parent who seemed like they were going to give me a hard time. I love bringing down the ejection hammer. The games I controlled were, by far, the best soccer played during those tournaments. My ref peers, and even the head ref, responsible for scheduling, hiring/firing, etc., respected and admired my methods. One day the head ref called me in for a chat, said he had never seen one of his refs dish out more than 2 ejections, and I easily had more than 10 in one season. He also said he's never seen a ref with such a massive amount of feedback, equally positive and negative. Told me he thought I was a great referee, but probably in the wrong sport, suggested I start refereeing hockey instead, and we parted ways. I was working at a diner franchise, I won't say which one, but it has a yellow sign. Guy and 4 of his friends all come in late, like around 11. They order a couple of appetizers, sodas, and one guy orders an actual meal. Pretty standard affair. They ask me a few personal questions, to make conversation a few times, casually flirted back with the young gay gentleman who was hitting on me, and made sure their drinks were full. I did not do an excellent job. I did have other tables, but I definitely gave good service. The main guy, who was awfully quiet, was the one to pay the $35 bill. He paid with a card, and for my tip, left me a single dollar. To add insult, I was the cashier as well, so I was ringing him up. Needless to say, I was fuming on the inside. I took the signed receipt, put it in the register, and told him to wait a quick second. I then went into my tip pocket, pulled out a dollar bill, threw it onto the counter, and said, "If all you can afford for a tip is $1, you clearly need it more than me." I should have walked away like a boss, but I kinda burnt up all my rage, and didn't know what to do next. He looked at me, more confused than hurt, and asked to speak to a manager. This is when shit got crazy. I called over the one manager out of 3 that would be the least upset. It took her a few minutes, but she made it to the register. Also, his friends went out to smoke while he was paying the bill. At this time, they were almost done, and were starting to wonder what was going on. So the manager comes up, asks what was wrong, and the young gentleman explains the situation. After a few seconds, the manager says, "To date, one of the best things I have ever heard. Well, it seems my waiter was observing the golden rule, and treating you how you expect to be treated. If there was an issue with the food I could offer you a refund, but as your complaint lies with the waiter, I could refund you the gratuity, but he has already done that. Is there anything else?" I don't know if it's important to mention, but this entire time, this customer has not raised his voice, caused a scene, or acted outwardly angry. At this comment, he turned and walked out. My manager told me I'd probably be fired, but I needed to talk to the GM. I was fired. However, about 30 seconds after the guy left, his gay friend came back in with $4 in his hand and said, "I can't believe he did that. I'm so sorry," and walked out. The very first job I had ever was working the graveyard shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., at a McDonald's right outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It was awful, but the people were great. I would work from 11 to 7, go to college from 8 to 6, go home and struggle through my homework, and get about 2 hours of sleep. It was a pretty stressful time. There were only 4 of us who worked night shift, and a week before I had planned to quit after 2 years of torture, a white trash bachelor party comes through at about 3 a.m. I'm working with this awesome manager who always stood up for the employees and a guy I went to high school with, but my sleep debt has me super irritated, as did some typical store drama. These guys are obviously wasted, order their food, and come up to the window to pay. I hand them their card and drinks and this dude yells fire in the hole and throws his entire large root beer on me. So of course, I wipe my face and started laughing along with them and say, you know, it's really hysterical. I haven't been this moist since I fucked your mom last week. These guys start yelling, not cool, and the groom tells me that his mom died a few years prior. I smirk. That would explain why she didn't seem that into it. Manager comes up because of the yelling and these guys are saying about how rude I'm being. Manager tells them to fuck off before he calls the cops on them for driving under the influence. They rushed off and we ate their food. Of course, even though the night shift guys thought that was hysterical, he called the next day and I was terminated. Totally worth it though. I used to work retail with my younger sister, and we had a lady absolutely berating her. I asked the lady to leave, and an hour later she's back with her husband. I found them in an aisle screaming at my pregnant sister about how she was a useless insignificant cunt, and how she would make more money as a $2 whore. I approached them and asked what was going on, and the husband turned to me and tried to throw a punch, which resulted in him slipping and falling on his face, while his wife screamed about how I hit him. I lost it. I started screaming cuss words and slinging every profanity I knew and some I made up at them until the manager came over and asked what I thought I was doing. I explained I was kicking these selfish pickler fucking cockfondlers out of the store and was sent home for the day. Next day I had a meeting with the owner, and after watching the security tapes, I knew it was coming. I didn't end up getting fired though. I got a write-up, and the owner told me to approach things more calmly next time. Working the closing shift at a Quiznos with one other person. I was 20, male, not small, and the other person was 16, female and small. 11 o'clock rolls around, and we lock the door, start finishing cleanup, and a few minutes later an asshole with a truck shows up and starts banging on the door. I was in the back pulling bread for the next morning and she came back saying there was a guy at the door who was screaming at her demanding a sandwich. She's visibly shaken and borderline crying, so I go open the door and start by telling the guy we are closed. He cuts me off and says he was there before 11 and wants a sandwich anyways. Back and forth etc. ends in me giving him the finger after he starts verbally abusing me, closing the door and locking it for my safety, and him taking a picture and coming back the next day when I was at home and talking to my bosses. I, a key holder, assistant manager, reliable employee with no prior history of anything negative, got a phone call that evening saying I was done. Shouldn't have given him the finger, shoulder punched him in the face. Only regret. Used to work in a cold call center selling promo materials to businesses while back. Girl I liked comes over to my desk in tears after a rather unpleasant tanning salon owner told her to get a real job, take up cutting herself, and a few other choice suggestions. I asked which business she called, and for the Eric sheet, leads were bought from a company, probably started/owned by an Eric. I proceeded to file multiple complaints via the Better Business Bureau on the salon in question. Workers constantly on the phone, used condoms and tampons on the tanning beds, the owner yelling at customers, etc. Created multiple Yelp accounts verifying BBB claims, and one starred the crap out of her business rating. A few days later I ordered takeout from every place I could Google within the business's proximity and coordinated all to arrive 15 minutes apart, if the biz allowed for timed requests. A few days later, I get called into the boss's office, and he asks if I know anything about this tanning day massacre he's heard about. Apparently the owner of the salon remembered our company's name from the girl I liked in the initial call, and after dealing with shitstorm of food deliveries and disputing BBB's inquiries and Yelp reviews, she finally decided to check her caller ID. I told my boss yep, I did it, I will do it again, and that I understood the position he was in. I stood up to shake his hand and thank him for the time served, but he just tells me to sit down and then starts laughing. He mentions that I should never do this again, or at worst, wait longer to serve justice, and that if anyone asks, He was this close to firing me. Girl I liked thought I was funny, and we've been together now for 7 years. Worth it, obviously. Many years ago I worked for a large cell phone company as a phone repair technician. Most of the time angry people would just leave in a huff and come back a week later to actually get their problem fixed. One young college girl came in with a screen of her phone not working for most of the bottom half of the phone. I took it apart, found it still had water in it, showed her, and she said, "Yeah, I dropped it in the toilet." So I'm glad I always wear rubber gloves, and tell her she'll have to file an insurance claim, because at this point it'll cost more for me to order parts to just replace the screen point. While I'm putting her phone back together, she apparently gets very upset at this. When I handed her barely functional phone back to her, she immediately went outside and called her father. He decides to call the store directly. Of course I answer, and he goes off and starts yelling and demanding that I give his daughter a new phone for free because she needs it. I tell him if he files insurance before 8, she'll get a new one tomorrow. He gets angrier and starts trying to threaten me, telling me he's going to come beat my ass. My reply was, "I'm here 12 to 8, Monday through Friday. I'll see you soon." And hung up on him. Never saw him though. Most people talk about a big game on the phone. This one actually happened to me, but I didn't lose my job. I was working at a Walmart neighborhood market as a cashier when I was in high school, and a guy 2 registers over was really upset about something. He was a 40-something dad wearing gym shorts and a tucked-in t-shirt who looked like he trained for Ironmans for his midlife crisis. He got into a shouting match with that cashier about something and kicked one of those hand baskets on the ground into our copy machine up front pretty hard as he stormed off. I shouted at him. He didn't have to behave that way. He continued to walk away, and I shouted at him again the same thing. As he reached the exit door, he turned around and shouted to me, "Yeah, what's your skinny ass gonna do about it?" That's when I shouted at him I was gonna kick his ass. No idea why I thought I could take him, but he got me all worked up the way he was acting like a whiny bitch. So I left my register and started charging him, and my manager intercepted me, grabbed me and threw me into the office at the front of the store. I'm not sure how they handled the guy, but she came in and said I should be fired, but that they wouldn't do it because I was a decent employee. So I eventually went back to my register, and the next 2 people in my line that witnessed that whole fiasco offered me jobs if I got fired for doing that point. So it worked out pretty well. Well, it all started when I was cleaning the restroom, and my coworker Arnold wanted me to relieve him on the cash register while he went to use the toilet. I wasn't really comfortable with the cash register, but Arnold needed to go, so I did it. I hadn't been there for maybe 2 seconds, and this customer came up to the cash register and wanted his money back for his breakfast. Our restaurant All-American Burger had a policy that if this wasn't the best breakfast you have ever had, then we would give you back 100% of your money. I knew the policy, but I hadn't been there long enough to know exactly how it worked, so while I was waiting on Arnold to finish in the restroom, I tried to bullshit the customer by telling him we had to fill out some forms or something. That's when the customer got smarty pants and asked me if I understood the meaning of guarantee, and then demanded I give him his money back immediately. I tried to politely ask him to give me just a minute. He started getting loud and said he was tired of dealing with incompetence, and then very loudly called me a moron in front of the other customers and my co-workers. That's when I snapped and said, "Mister, if you don't shut up, I'm going to kick 100% of your ass." That very instant, the manager who heard the ruckus came out of his office and asked the guy if there was a problem. The customer told him yes, that I had used profanity and threatened him with violence. I told the manager that he insulted me first and called me a moron, but that yes, I did use profanity and threatened the customer. He refunded the money immediately and fired me on the spot in front of the customer. It wasn't a big deal. I got a job at another fast food restaurant, Captain Hook Fish and Chips, almost immediately, which I eventually quit because they made us wear stupid pirate uniforms. And I got a job at a convenience store where I got promoted to manager after I foiled a robbery attempt by throwing hot coffee on the robber. Disclaimer: technically off topic, since I didn't get fired. Behavior was indirectly encouraged by my boss. I worked as a server at a chain restaurant about 10 years ago. When I came in one day to start a dinner shift, I was greeted by a female server who was in tears. She asked if I could take over a table for her. I asked what was wrong / if she was okay. She told me that a table had come in, gotten drunk, and become very abusive to her to the point of throwing their lemons / limes at her. I asked someone else who had been working if it was really that bad. I was shocked that a human being could do that to someone pretty sheltered at the time, I guess. Everyone said they were pretty shocked, but confirmed that the table was the worst they had seen. Side note, I can literally count on 2 hands the number of times I have been truly angry in my life. This was one of those times, and when that switch flips, things have a tendency to take an ugly turn. First, I went to my boss and explained the situation to her. She was always one to stick up for us. I asked if I could encourage them to leave. This was really rare, the only time I ever saw anyone asked to leave. She told me to do whatever I needed. I went to my car and took out my bat. It was Church League softball season, and I thought I was a badass at the time. Turns out I was just a young idiot. I walked back in with the bat over my shoulder and strolled up to their table with a big smile. I set the bat down at the table next to theirs. The restaurant was empty except for the 4 of them and one guy at the bar. I explained that they were cut off and that they needed to settle their check and leave. Their response of "why the fuck would we do that?" was not what I wanted to hear. Nor was their question as to whether that fucking crying bitch had complained about them. I looked at each one of them and yelled at them for about 5 minutes to the effect that no one should ever act like that. That's no way to treat a lady. They were the worst kind of garbage, etc. They said they would complain to the manager. No one talks to them like that. Blah blah blah. I cut them off and said that the healthiest option was to pay their check with apologies and a healthy tip to the waitress. Their other option was that they could have a meeting with me and my friend from Louisville. Still so proud of myself for thinking of that one in the parking lot. After that, I just stared at them until they left. I think they were more ashamed than anything, but they paid their tab plus about $50 for the trouble. Few things have ever been as satisfying as the look on her face when I handed her the check and tip. She tried to get me to take it, but I insisted and told her I would sneak it into her purse if I had to. I went to tell my manager that the issue was settled and that the guys were gone. She didn't ask any questions and said their names were now on the do not serve list. I don't know if she saw anything, but she reminded me not to forget any of my property in the serving area. I grabbed my bat, put it back in my car, and worked my shift. TL. Doctor, some assholes came into a restaurant I was working at and were abusive to one of the other wait staff. I yelled at them, threatened less than legal consequences, and told them to leave. My manager did not get involved. I was working the broiler at one of the best steakhouses in a college town on graduation night. It was busy would be a wild understatement. The ticket printer did not stop printing for hours as it ticker tricked out order after order. I had a mid-well flatter and steak come back as undercooked a second time, even though it had completed its metamorphosis into shoe leather. As the waiter left and the printer ticked out a 12 top, I realized that the customer had followed him back to the window. She looked me up and down while wearing her best resting bitch face and said she understands now I wasn't big on haircuts or shaving back then, not to mention the sweat and grease cascading down my face. Mildly insulted, incredibly stressed, I furrowed my brow, yelled at her, "Do you want another steak?" as I dumped the contents of her plate in the trash under the printer. Ticker. The tickets started to curl under the window as 4-5 tops rolled in. "No, I want to speak to your manager," she spat as Stu Bob the owner walked by and an 8 top ticked out of the printer. "The owner is right there," I pointed and then yelled, "Now somebody get this bitch out of my kitchen. I've got people to feed." I knew I'd be fired, and I was stressed enough to not give one fuck. The sound of that printer still invades my nightmares from time to time. It's been over a decade since I worked a line. Keeping up with that thermal printer as it heated a seemingly unending series of dots had become my life, and that customer was distracting me from it. Fuck her, fuck that job. After we closed, and I drank a beer at the bar while counting tickets and awaiting my fate, Stu Bob approached me wearing a shit-eating grin, ordered me another beer, and said that he was proud of me. He would tell that story to every employee over the next month. I battled with that ticker machine for a few more months before throwing in the towel on line cooking. So I guess I shouldn't have posted, but I probably should been fired, so I figured I'd share. So I got fired from my job working at a factory that made vacuum molded plastics for car interiors after 2 days. So I got the job and spent the first day shadowing one of the other employees, cutting excess plastic from the part point. So my second day I show up and ask where the line manager wanted me. She told me to go over to a big machine and start working on it with the instruction that the guys currently on there would show me what to do. I go to the machine and ask the 2 Polish blokes working on it what to do. They told me in very poor English, "Oh, the easy part." Then they turned face and walked away. At this point I don't know how to turn the damn thing on, let alone what to do with it. So I calmly walk over to the line manager and ask her if she will show me what to do. She says to give her 5 minutes and she will be right over. 15 minutes later, no sign of her. So I go to another line manager. Same response point. Another 15 minutes later neither line manager has shown up and I can't see either of them. So I stand there waiting for another 30 minutes. Finally someone walks right up to me and very angrily ask, "Why the fuck are you stood about doing nothing? And why the hell is that machine not on now?" At this point I was not in the best of moods, having been stood around waiting for the better part of an hour. I responded with, "You tell me, it's my second day. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've asked 3 times for someone to show me what to do and no one's bothered. So that's why the fuck the machine's not working." Turns out I just shouted at the managing director who was doing a surprise inspection. I was fired 15 minutes later. A family member, protecting the guilty, works in long-term nursing care. Well, Christmas came and a son from hell showed up. His mother is so badly bedridden she can't sit up in a chair without support and he refused to let her have a bedpan and insisted she be taken to the toilet. He was so belligerent he chased one CNA out of her room, and in goes family member. She's having none of his shit today and says, "Your mother requires total care. We can only do one of 2 things, bedpan or I change her," wearing a suit. He got in her face screaming, "You don't understand what I'm saying. You will take her to the bathroom right now." And she stood her ground. "It will hurt her, and I won't do it." So he screamed some more. "Someone else already told me that, and I will not fucking hear it again." So she snapped back, "Then I won't fucking say it again," and let him sputter and grunt all the way to the administrator of the facility. Point, she is extremely happy to be leaving that job. Here's a positive example to balance out all the people getting fired for sticking up for themselves. When I was in college I used to work as a gas station attendant on the NJ Turnpike. If you don't know what that means, I pumped gas on one of the busiest highways in the United States. Point, anyway, one shift my brother and I were working, we heard a commotion at the pump across from us. There was this Indian guy who worked there, mid to late 20s, and he was getting screamed at by this customer. Apparently, he messed up the order, but it was never a big deal, since we would always pump the gas if attendants messed up. Point, well, this customer just wasn't having it and took the time to use racial slurs and express his geopolitical frustrations, to put it lightly. Keep in mind that the vast majority of the workers here are of Indian/Pakistani descent, with the exception of my brother and I, white guys. So we are hearing this go down and approach the customer to try calming him down. He proceeded to use racial slurs and screamed at us. So me and my brother said, "Okay, you know what? Get the fuck out. You are no longer welcome here." This customer gets livid and demands to speak to our manager. I say, "Sure, let me get my Pakistani manager out here. He'll love to hear all about what you've been saying." "No? Okay, get the fuck out." He begrudgingly drove away. I worked in a hydroponic store for less than a year, but got on so well with the owner that he trusted me to take care of things on weekends while he did tours with some trimming machines around other stores in the UK. There had been a few thefts in the store, which the owner had had enough of, so he built everything behind a counter and had displays at the front bolted down. Regulars got used to this pretty quickly and were fine with me grabbing what they needed. Apart from one. It's been a quiet Saturday and me and my coworker were doing stock checks when this guy came in. I was a skinny 5,5, 22-year-old white girl and this guy was a 6'2", 30-year-old built like a brick shithouse black guy. He came in and hated the change. He demanded he get behind the counter and get his things. He didn't want a lil white slut touching his feed. Whatever. I keep my cool, never swearing or insulting. Repeat myself. He gets angrier and angrier, and I keep repeating myself, trying to be sympathetic, but this is how it is now for good reason. He starts slamming the counter with his fists. Not once did my coworker help me. He hid behind the shelves and stayed quiet. He was in his 50s and did shit all. This customer demands I phone the owner because obviously they're best friends and he can do what he wants. I call, explain, and pass the phone over. This guy calls me all the names under the sun and demands he does things his way, throws the phone at me with a massive grin. Owner says don't serve him and get him to leave. That's fucking great. I put the phone on speaker and I do what I was told, again politely. I get told to fuck myself. I had enough. I lose my shit. I tell him to get the fuck out. I don't deserve to be spoken to like that, and he should get his dildo out of his ass because something's making him walk like a twat. He keeps cursing and then rips off one of the displays from the wall and chucks it at me. I told him to fuck himself and I won't be serving him while I get my shit and run past him and out the door. I got outside and hid in a phone box and cried my eyes out. About 5 minutes later I get a call from my boss saying I have to pay for the damages and paying for this dick's products out of my wages. I was fucking fuming. While on the phone hearing this, the dick walks out with bags in his hands saying if he ever saw me again he was going to kill me. Didn't bother going back. Did get a call 2 days later after the boss had returned from the trip saying how sorry he was and reviewing CCTV he was completely wrong. He gave me a bonus that month and said if I wanted to come back I could, but after that he'd understand if I didn't. My coworker was fired. I used to work in this tutoring place that catered to kids ages 6 to 18. It was structured in a way where one tutor helps up to 5 kids while they work on their pre-made worksheets, given based on how well they did on each section of the primary test they take when they joined. Anyways, this place was rather expensive to attend, somewhere like $300-500 a month membership, where the kids can come 1 hour a day on weekdays. Most came 2 to 3 times a week for semi-personalized advice, given the worksheets. Then if they need help/grading, the tutors would come for assistance. There were a multitude of different types of kids from different neighborhoods and in different age groups due to this dynamic. There was one guy who came in, and I think he was slightly autistic. He was a really cool kid, but he always acted awkward and had tons of trouble concentrating. His mom was always hard on him, but one day she decided to come in and sit over at the table next to him so she could watch over him. She would openly berate him around his peers every few minutes. Needless remarks to put her son down. Nonetheless, while there were other kids trying to work and stay concentrated, every time she yelled at him from across the room, it irked something inside of me. What rotten person would do that to her son? At one point, I decided if she would say another word, I'd come to his defense. She decided to open her toxic mouth again, and I snapped, "Can you please stop?" With a stern, demanding face. She stormed out of the building. Furious, I realized I lost my cool, and I should have handled the situation by politely asking her to quiet down, because she was distracting other students. But I wanted to stand up for the kid. I didn't lose my job, but I was suspended for the day, and it was a really big red mark. Even though I was his favorite instructor, I was no longer allowed to tutor that kid anymore. He viewed me as a hero, but I just did it because I felt bad for the guy. He definitely didn't need more shit in his life. Even though afterwards I realized it wasn't really a practical solution to the problem. In the moment, it felt like the right thing to do. TLDR. Socially awkward depressed kid gets constantly berated by his mom in public classroom setting. I decide enough is enough and call her out on her shit. To save the kid from humiliation, she storms out and I get suspended/huge red mark because I didn't deal with the situation calmly/professionally. Not a customer by a supervisor. I used to work for a clothing store and we had recently had a new store manager come in and her incompetence was staggering. One day, a customer came to me with an item that was marked $100 and was on 30% clearance. She asked me how much the item would be with the discount, and I responded $70. My manager then comes in and takes over the sale, but then turns around and starts chastising me for not using a calculator to get an accurate amount rather than making something up. This pushed me over the edge, so I walked around the register and grabbed the calculator and showed her it was the exact amount and that I didn't need to use it because I had passed the 5th grade. She was going to write me up because this happened on the floor in front of customers, but I told her to save herself the time and quit. It was one of 3 jobs I had at the time and it really wasn't worth the aggravation. This did not happen to me and years ago, but I was there and witnessed the whole bloody affair. I was working as a club DJ for a nightclub in a mid-sized college town. The place was owned by 2 good friends, one of which was the business guy and one was a party guy. One day, the party guy announces he's taken a job elsewhere and that the business guy will be in charge. Since the business guy has never really been involved with the nighttime operations, they decided to hire a club manager who lived in a city about an hour away from us. He's had tons of nightclub experience, so we think this is going to be a good thing. The new manager is alright, working with us and improving our promotions and our volume on our less busy days. Things are going alright till one fateful evening. Unbeknownst to all of the staff, this married manager has been secretly having an affair with a cocktail waitress from another bar that used to hang out at our place. They had been going at it hot and heavy back in the supply room, when apparently she decides to take matters into her own hands and grabs the front of his shirt and rips it open, popping off every button down the front. He flips, knowing that his wife is going to find out. So, after she leaves, he decides to get drunk. He gets so plastered that he ends up confronting a couple of our regular male patrons, saying that they are being rude and abusive to the female clientele and wait staff, which is not true, as they 3 guys have always been anything but. Words are exchanged. Next thing I know, the manager starts physically assaulting the 3 gentlemen in question, screaming that he wants them out of the club, calling for the bouncers and doorman to come assist him. They all rush over and try to break things up, but the manager starts saying they are taking the other guy's side and starts assaulting them. This is happening right outside the DJ booth, and I watch this craziness all unfold. 5 to 6 guys all pushing, shouting and occasionally throwing punches. The bouncers are trying to get everyone out the door, manager included. When the manager takes a swing and shatters the glass fronting my sound cabinet, where all our equipment is, cutting his hand severely in the process. The doorman, bouncers and a couple of bartenders get everyone out the front door. The police are called, the owners are called, and the manager is gone that evening. TL. Doctor watched my new manager have a complete meltdown and assault longtime patrons and employees at a nightclub I worked at. Didn't end well. Was actually the customer. My sister had just gotten back in town after being gone for about a year, so I treated her out for dinner. We go to TGI Fridays because I love that place. Basically we get there and our waitress is super rude. Comes over to our table, says what do you guys want to eat? So we give her our order. My sister asks for her burger to be medium rare. The waitress says, if you look right here all meat is cooked medium. So no, you can't have it like that. Takes our menus and walks to the customers in front of us, sits down next to them and chats. They are obviously cowhawkers for about 5 minutes. I eventually get up and say, hey, I get it, you want to talk to your friends, but you haven't even put in our order yet and it's been 5 minutes. So she says, excuse me sir, but I'm going to do that right now, and it has not been 5 minutes and I go back to my seat and wait another minute and a half before she goes point. So we have been waiting for about half an hour and the waitress doesn't come anywhere near us to tell us the status of our food. So I get up again and walk over to find her and see her talking and ask her politely if our food is going to be ready. She straight up says to me, dude, we are very busy, your food will be ready when it's ready. Now I understand it's busy and accept that 10 minutes later our food gets to us and it's cold. Like not, it's been sitting out for a few minutes warm. This shit is this has been sitting out for 15 minutes. Where the hell is the waitress to come pick this up? Cold point. So she drops off the food, doesn't say anything, walks over to the next table and talks to her friends again. I get up and take a french fry, chips to all my friends on the other side of the lake, and ask her to hold it, and she goes ahead and entertains my plea and holds it. I ask what's wrong with this fry and she says I don't know, and I say it's cold. There is no way this was just cooked. When you brought it to me, you clearly took your time getting it to us. She then gets up and raises her voice and says, well look here dude. I'm only handing out orders as I can, I'm very busy. So I raise my voice and say, yeah. You sure look pretty busy considering you've been talking to your friends the whole time I've been here. So the manager walks out and asks what's going on. The waitress is just like, this guy's french fry is cold and it's my fault. I take the manager over to my table and take the meat off my sister's burger and give it to him and ask him how long that the meat had been sitting there before it got to us, and he agreed it was cold but said it couldn't have been too long. So he goes and investigates, asks the cooks, they don't know, and goes and checks the camera. The waitress is asked to take her break and she does. Anyway, the manager comes back and says that it was sitting out for about 15 minutes and that the waitress was in fact talking to her coworkers instead of handing out the food. He apologizes and takes the food and has it recooked. 7 minutes total, not bad, and removes it from the bill and says it's on the house, and also gives me a few we're sorry coupons and says if we return to ask for him specifically and he'll make sure we get served properly. As we are eating our food, the waitress walks out crying and gives me and my sister dirty looks. I don't know if she was actually fired, but I'm pretty sure she was. This happened to me about a month ago. When I started in the engineering department of a factory almost 2 years ago, there were 2 other guys about my age, mid-20s, and our manager. The one guy quit, the other guy's visa ran out. So it was just my manager and myself for most of a year doing everything for the engineering and sales departments. Things had been crazy busy for months. I was staying late and still wasn't able to get all my work done. One day one of our biggest customers announced that they were having a conference call / presentation at 6:30 am, 2 hours early. I attended, but the call was completely useless. They talked about the company's history, the kind of machinery they have, the new building they are buying. Absolutely nothing to do with my job. 2 days later there was a survey to see how useful the presentation was. So I said it was a waste of my time, and if they made the conference a little earlier, I would have made a blanket fort and slept in my office. It was an anonymous survey, but the customer tracked the IP address of my response and passed it along to my manager. He called me into his office and asked me if I knew anything about IP addresses. They fired me a few days later. Did not get fired, but I used to work in a bar. It was during Christmas time. The bar was rammed, and there were only 3 of us working. There was this fat drunk bastard screaming at us to get served, when we clearly could see he pushed in. Plus if we get shouted at, whistled at etc, we tend to ignore them until later. Anyways, he almost grabs my workmate and tries to ask to get served, and I told him to not do that and calm down. We will serve you when we can. Anyways, he grabs me 2 minutes later and threatens me, saying if you disrespect me one more fucking time I'll fucking kill you. I saw it. Unfortunately, I don't respond well to being threatened, so I told him to get the fuck out. He then comes behind the bar and tries to headbutt me and punch me, but I hold him back by choking him by the neck, stopping him from headbutting me. I then tell him to leave again, or I'll call the police. He responds by throwing a glass at my forehead, responding to me running after him and trying to punch him. However, loads of customers pull me back and respond by booting the chair like a child. I calm down and the police are called. Loads of customers come to us and tell me they're sorry and ask if I was okay. They tipped me loads of money afterwards as well. You don't get tipped in the UK if you're a male, so all you need to do is get hit by a crazy fat bastard. I didn't get sacked, but I do get the piss taken out of me because of it. They compared it to the Mountain vs VIP fight in Game of Thrones. Worked at Rainforest Cafe for 3 years. Money wasn't bad at all, but dealing with kids and their mostly stuck-up parents was a pain in the ass that tried my patience regularly. However, it wasn't my downfall. I was like 20 at the time, and a couple walked in. They were mid/late 20s, and say near the entrance to the kitchen, which we all have to walk by regularly. Right off the bat, you could tell he was the overprotective, "Why are you looking at my girl?" type. When I started, they explained the 10-foot rule. If you're within this distance, acknowledge the customer with a smile at the very least. I formed that habit quickly. Well, when I walk by, I happened to make eye contact with her a few times because she was sitting facing the kitchen entrance. After about the third pass, he switched spots with her. She happened to get up to go to the bathroom and I smiled at her because, well, I made eye contact and she pretty much walked past me to get there. I had a table of 5 elsewhere that was being extremely difficult and rude, so I was already a little edgy. Anyway, she got up and I smiled politely. Every time I did nothing more than smile and keep walking. Didn't flirt or come off that way at all, I don't think. So I dropped off food and headed back to the kitchen, and Casanova decided to stop me by stepping in front of me and saying, "Hey, for the fact you smile at my women for so much food." I lost it. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was along the lines of, "If I wanted to steal your girl, I'd leave a trail of ribs leading to Torrid with a pit stop at marble slab for good measure," alongside some other crap. The rib line stuck with me because a few servers were around and found that hilarious. Apparently, manager fired me with a smile on his face. My mother worked in a call center for 25 years, and this summer she mumbled under her breath to a customer, "Shut the fuck up." Customer heard her, and all calls were recorded. She was a few months from retiring. I thought I'd get fired on Tuesday. My Friday is actually Tuesday night, because I work second shift at a boutique hotel. This has been a bad Christmas. I lost a previous job, I was sick, and vomiting that day from a stomach bug, and to top it off I didn't get holiday pay on Christmas, even though I worked that day, but unfortunately haven't been at this job long enough to get holiday pay. Lousy Christmas. Anyway, Tuesday night I'm by myself at the desk and calling people 5 hours into my shift to come in and finish for me because I'm severely ill and need to go home. Nobody can come in for me. A special snowflake, SS, comes downstairs. SS, "Where's the ice machine?" Me, "There's one down the hall in the breakfast room, in the little kitchenette on the right." I didn't walk her back to the ice machine because I didn't want to be in close contact with guests and their edible items while I'm sick. A minute later, she pops her head out of the kitchenette and shouts something bitchy at me, all the while scowling. I go back there to see what her damned problem is. SS, "I can't get this damned ice machine open. I've been trying to open it for 5 minutes and you're just standing at the desk not helping. You're lazy. I'm telling your manager in the morning and I'll have you fired." I opened the lid of the ice machine. I have worked for 20 years in hotels and never experienced a person who couldn't open an ice machine. You lift the lid open. No trick to it. Me, "I'm sorry ma'am." SS, "Sorry? You're rude. You should have walked me back here. Kiss your job goodbye tomorrow." Me, finally losing it. "Why are you being so cruel? I'm sick. I shouldn't be here. It's the week of Christmas and New Year, and you are yelling at me for no reason. I have thrown up 3 times tonight and you are yelling at me for no reason." SS, "No, you're the one who's being cruel. You're supposed to help the guests. How's someone supposed to know how to open an ice machine?" Me, "Well, I've learned a lesson. Now stop being so nasty and leave me alone." And then I finally broke down and cried in front of her. She marched off. I slammed the ice machine lid closed. She got in the elevator with 2 other guests and berated me to them. I called her nasty as the door closed. SS, "I heard that. I'm telling your manager." She never told my manager, the lying cunt. Female tattoo artist here. I have been fired over bad Yelp reviews for doing what I was asked for after I advised against it. A couple other reviews were equally baseless, and I got shit canned. My male coworkers can be brutally savage and no one says shit about it, but I get raked over the coals for not being nice. The kicker is that I'm nice, but quiet while I work, which apparently offends the shit out of people. Added to it, it is almost exclusively women who throw this sexist bullshit my way. I've had a bitch explicitly say to a coworker that she just doesn't like dealing with women. I catch shit because some whores just want to flirt with the artist for a deal, and when they get me, they know that plan is shot to shit, so they give me unmitigated hell. Or because I must be fucking one of these dudes, I'm not, and they are mad about it. Or I'm quiet and not girly, so I'd like to quietly go about getting a banging tattoo, not swap stories about our periods. Basically, if you got what you asked for, don't go lying about me online. Another obligatory not me, but my coworker post. I worked retail in a computer store that also trained customers on software. I was teaching an elderly gentleman how to use his phone and we were sitting not 10 feet away from my coworker, we'll call him Ben, attempting to sell a computer to a woman with 3 crying children who seemed to be oblivious to their cries after 5 or so minutes of this. My customer asks if there's anything I can do about it, since he literally can't hear me over the kids. When Ben was walking back to the lady from the back stockroom, I snagged him and asked if he could politely escort her a little ways away so my customer and I could continue point. Rather than doing this, however, he goes back to her and bluntly says, "Ma'am, you need to control your children." This customer and my coworker points at the older gentleman and me, "Can't hear over your loudly screaming children." After a moment of stunned silence, other than the continued cries from the kids, she demands to speak to the manager. The manager listened to her for over an hour, and well, Ben was fired not long after. I was a server in a crappy restaurant that attracted a less than classy clientele. I went to greet this one group of ladies moments after they sat. Before I could even say good evening, one of them interrupts me by snapping her fingers and says I'll have a glass of water and the shrimp Alfredo. Ever. The professional. I continued to smile and said, "I'm sorry miss, but we don't have shrimp Alfredo." And I began trying to list options to get her what she wanted. Again she snapped her fingers and said, "Did you hear what I said? I'll have the shrimp Alfredo." Still trying to maintain my posture, I said, "I heard you, but that's not an option on our menu, so I'm trying to give you some options to get what you like that vary in size." I was going to say that they vary in size and price, so need to know what you specifically want, but she interrupted me again and told me to get the damn manager. Told the manager exactly what's been going on and asked her to go over there. While my manager was over there, I was nearby taking care of another table. I overheard my manager list off the exact options I was going to list off for her. Very loudly and obviously directed at me, she said, "Thank you. Your employee over there was just insisting that you didn't have it and refused to give me any options. I don't want him as my server anymore." I almost lost it right there, but I still kept my cool. So another server is assigned to this table, but it's obviously still in my section, so I still need to do other things for other nearby tables. While I was dropping food off at a table right next to her, she said, "Oh hell no. I don't want to see you over here again. I told your manager I want a different server." And there goes my composure. That's too fucking bad. I'm taking care of other people here that have nothing to do with you and your stupid fucking shrimp Alfredo. This my section, my job, my fucking restaurant. If you don't like it, then you can get the fuck out and never come back. She acted all taken aback. Manager came rushing over and told me to go sit in the kitchen for a little bit. After pacing in the kitchen for a few minutes, I heard cheers coming from the dining room. I peeked around the corner to see the ladies leaving. Apparently, my manager was trying to smooth things over, but my other tables had my back. They were telling her how terrible the lady had been and that she shouldn't get shit from us. The lady started getting ghetto and threatened to fight all of them. My manager called the cops and the ladies walked out the door. It was a pretty good feeling. Oh, I didn't even get a write-up, but my manager said if it hadn't been for the other tables speaking up for me, she would have had no choice but to fire me. Nobody got fired because it was the boss who went off, but it's a hell of a story. Telling it verbatim, huge cusses follow. A couple years ago, I'm working on a food truck at a college town in Indiana. There wasn't much of a food truck scene here yet, so it's pretty much just us and Jimmy John serving food outside the bars in the middle of the night, and BTW, JJ's hated us, a humorous story for another time. It's toward the end of basketball season, and the team is doing exceptionally well, plus there's some kind of concert at the bar we set up outside, so it's a huge fucking Saturday crowd. We are slinging as fast as we can. We're a food truck. No waiting area or clearly established lines. So people tend to mill about all around us while they wait on their food. So we are in the middle of just a big crowd of 30 or 40 customers, all trying to get fed at once. Our product was not particularly fast, so that was a serious rush for us. This tall fancy gal, very made up and very drunk, pushes to the front of the line and starts demanding service. I'm on the register and I tell her she has to wait in line. Obviously that didn't fly with her. She starts making a scene and asking if I knew who she was. I told her that she's a customer who has to wait in line like all the others. Pointless argument ensues, and my boss, who is working the grill 5 feet away, steps in and tells me to just take her order. I do so, but then she doesn't leave the window. She hangs out there while other people are trying to order, making a general nuisance of herself. My boss is mostly chuckling at my frustration as I try to get her to move, because we deal with drunk customers almost exclusively and this was nothing new to him. In the end I just work around her as best I can. Point at my station I also serve the customer when food comes off the grill, so when somebody's sandwich comes up I go to cut it and bag it. When the drunk girl sees this sandwich, she leans right in my window to grab it. It's not hers, and even if it was, you don't reach in my window and grab food with your nasty hands. So I grab her wrist firmly and try to explain that it isn't hers and she has to wait, but she's already blowing up at me the instant I grab her hand. She tells me I'm a fat idiot. She was half right, and tells me that if I touch her she'll have her boyfriend break my jaw. Who the fuck do I think I am? And also, do I know who the fuck she is? On and on this goes. Well, my boss was watching this, and I guess he'd finally had enough. He stomps over. My boss was about 6 feet 4 inches and leans right out at her. "You want a goddamn sandwich?" he yells. "Here you fucking go, eat up," and throws the sandwich she just tried to grab right at her. It was a grilled cheese, and I know it had to leave a big grease spot where it hit her dress. Before she can even say anything else, he points right in her face and shouts to the crowd, "Who the fuck owns this drunk ass bitch?" All the customers go dead quiet, and a big guy comes out of the crowd, looking embarrassed as hell. Turns out he was one of the school's star basketball players, which explains why this woman thought she was drunk royalty. My boss isn't done with them, and tells him to drag this numb ass bitch home among other choice phrases. The guy grabs her, and they both bolt. The crowd is clearly pleased. I remember a few woos. I was too stunned to cheer, but I sure felt like it. The boss apologizes to all the customers for the scene, gives some free food to the customer who had their sandwich thrown, and nobody else gives me shit for after that, for a while, at least. My boss was a good guy. I miss working for him. I saved a guy's job once. I was behind an extremely rude customer who was clearly crossing the line over something stupid, like 20 cents, and was taking it out on the cashier. Finally the cashier had enough, and snapped back by saying something like, "If you don't like it maybe you should just shop somewhere else," except he used curse words. Guy got extremely offended, and said he was going to take it up with the management. Just so happened though, that my brother was the district manager of the store. No one at the store knows though, because that'd be weird if I just went in and was like, "My brother's you boss." I told the cashier nothing would happen, just a slap on the wrist, but he seemed pretty worried because he kinda said it in the heat of the moment. Called my brother later and told him the situation, and the customer was a complete jackass. I guess he later got a call from the manager about the employee and he just told him, "I know about it, don't worry," and just give the guy a verbal warning. Later my bro told me he'd probably have sided with the customer if I hadn't called him and done paperwork or fired him. With 8,300 replies, I'm sure this won't be seen, but I have a good one. In high school I waited tables at the only sit-down restaurant in our small town. We had a lot of tourists come for our fishing, and a lot of them were not the best customers. I had one guy come in and order our fish special at the time, something like an 8-ounce haddock with 2 sides. The guy scarfed it all down, I mean totally cleaned his plate. When I went back to see how things were, he told me it was terrible. Tasted bad and the portion was small. I apologized and told him I would see what I could do, talked to the owner, and got him his meal for free. He started throwing a fit and demanded free dessert as well. The owner said sure. Now I had seen a lot of people like this and didn't let it bother me much. I brought him a receipt showing everything zeroed out just to show him it was all complimentary, moved on, and didn't worry. I had done what I could and handled it the best I could. When I came back to clean up, I picked up the book and 15 cents fell out. 1 dime, 1 nickel. I lost it. This fucker had the audacity to leave this shit. I would have been fine with nothing, but no. He took the time and effort to pull 1 fucking dime and 1 fucking nickel out of his pocket and slide it into the little plastic pocket. I followed him to the parking lot and asked, "Excuse me, did you mean to leave this change behind?" He replied, "Yeah, that's your tip." I told him I don't fucking want it and threw it on the ground. The guy marched back in, talked to the owner, and I got fired on the spot. I worked at a pizza place back in 2008. I was the GM of the busiest store in the entire franchise area. After being in the food industry for too many years, I wanted out, so I started taking night classes at the local community college. Now working mandatory 50-hour weeks, usually ended up being closer to 60, and taking classes I was getting burnt out fast. So one lovely day, just as lunch rush is going, I take a call from an irritated customer who had a complaint about her order last night. She claimed she had a delivery last night for 6 pizzas which were all wrong toppings, and they were cold. So I asked her why she didn't call back last night and complain, which she quickly dodged and changed the subject. The next thing I did was ask her to verify her phone number and address, and I can look up her order from last night and go from there. After not finding any orders under her address or number, one informed her there was nothing I could do without even confirming an order from the previous night. This was not the answer she wanted, and proceeded to insult me and claimed I was being racist because she was Mexican as well, stating her husband makes $22 an hour and she doesn't need to scam people for free pizza to feed her 6 kids. She also said she smokes more weed every day than those 6 pizzas will cost and therefore doesn't need free pizza. Now I was getting irritated as I had shit to do, and this lady was clearly scamming me for free food. I told her there was nothing I could do and proceeded to hang up the phone. Well, she called back multiple times insulting me every time, so I said fuck it, you want some free pizza? I will make you some free pizza. Told her to give me a half hour and come get her pizzas herself so I could look this piece of shit right in her face. She agrees, and me as well as my helper for the day start making her pizzas. We made those pizzas special just for her, and that's all I'm going to say. And looking back now, I realize she probably wasn't the only one eating those pizzas, but I wasn't really thinking at the moment and felt my actions were justified. When she came to get her pies, there was very little interaction, and she basically grabbed the 6 pizzas and ran. I will also note she was short, extremely obese, and she reeked like weed. Well, turns out my partner in crime bragged about our triumphant victory over the evil pizza scammer to another employee who told someone else, etc, and before you know it, a couple weeks later I was rightfully fired and admitted to my wrong actions, but refused to put any blame on my coworker, and he actually got to keep his job. Found a new job a week later where I met my future wife, and now have 2 kids, and my wife doesn't have to work because I make double what I did as a GM where I work now. So in the end it was for the better, but that lady was a fucking bitch, and I hope she choked on a pepperoni. I said something offhand to a customer and didn't get fired. I was working at a mall video game store when a guy came in and wanted to buy a PS2 back when they were top dog and a bunch of recently released popular games. No one does this at my store. They hem and haw and end up getting a system and maybe 1 game, not a dozen, and not without looking at them and asking questions first. So I knew something was up. I went and got the stuff, rang it up to somewhere between $500 to $1,000. He pulls out a credit card with the city government design on it, and just above the card number was a tax exempt line with no number. I've seen these before, and I know how to process tax exempt purchases, so I ask the guy for his tax exempt certificate. He points at the credit card and tells me that he works for the city and everything purchased on the card is tax exempt. I explain how I need a tax exempt number and a copy of the certificate with his name that shows that he is authorized to make such purchases. We get into some back and forth about the process, but I stand my ground. He says, "So you're willing to lose $XXX sale over this?" I tell him, considering that it will result in a $10,000 fine to my company and probably cost me my job. Yes. So he says, "You'll regret this." I say, "Well, I'll just go to the back and cry now." He gets pissed and asks me to repeat it. I was headed to the back with the stuff I'm not selling him. I stop, turn around, and walk right up to him and say I said I'm going to the back to go cry. He wants the manager. I tell him I'm the manager. He wants my boss. I told him his name and his office number. He wants me to write it down. I do. He leaves. I call my boss and tell him what just happened. Boss tells me not to worry about it. I did it right. Ask for the guy's name and any info about where he works. I told him. Guy never calls, but my boss called the city and found out the guy just put in his 2-week notice. With this info about him trying to buy stuff on his city issued card, they fire him. Or at least that's what my boss told me his supervisor said. Now that I work in the county government, I'm not so sure that would have happened. Didn't go off on a customer, actually it was the owner's son point. So bit of backstory. I had graduated college 2 years prior. First job out was in a Best Buy in the appliance department. I was good at my job, and after my manager got a better job at a local appliance store, they recommended me for a job, and I got it. This place was pretty great. Mom and pop shop run by 3 brothers, real family affair. Everything from couple $100 mini fridges up to full Wolf and thermostat sets. So about 6 months into the job, I've gotten used to the place. I've moved up from selling small single units or cheap kitchens to working with the high-end showrooms. This is important because we were partially commissioned. Normally, customers would be handled on a rotation. Next guy got the next customer through the door, that sort of thing. Enter the store manager. He was the owner's son, and while he was a hard worker, he fucking hated me. To this day I still don't know why. When he was in the store, I didn't get to take a single order. I was a secretary. My job was to answer the phones and assist the more senior salespeople. Naturally, this pissed me off, as I was losing money doing it, along with it feeling pretty demeaning. Point on a Tuesday afternoon, I get a call around 5 or so. A customer has a specific set of LG appliances he wants to order, and the local competitors don't have it. I look at the whole setup in our database, and find it's an outdated model. They have a new set, and a quick tally in my head shows it's around a $10,000 order. I'll let the customer know this, and he says, if I can have the order emailed to him within 30 minutes, he'll buy it on the spot. Point as I hang up, the manager comes into the room. He spots me and wants to know what I'm doing. Before letting me answer, he interrupts. Go wipe down the Viking ranges right now. This is the sort of thing that we normally do at the end of the day. It's the showroom, so obviously people are touching these nice stainless steel appliances and smudging them. I attempt to interject, but he's already gone. I make a snap decision and continue with processing the sale. We have a daily routine for cleaning, and this is time sensitive. About 5 minutes later he walks out, comes over to me, and very loudly tells me to do what I'm being paid to do, and go wipe down the ranges. At this point, I'm turning red from anger, but I grab a can of stainless spray and a rag, and sprint into the room. I both the fuckers down in under 5 minutes and run back to my desk, thinking I can still get the order out in time. As I sit down, the manager tells me that he better not have to tell me to do my job again in the future. I finally respond and tell him my job isn't to be a secretary or a cleaning boy, I'm a salesman. I then proceed to tell him that he's costing the store a $10,000 sale, and that my time is better spent working on that than cleaning. He gives me a look and tells me if I have a problem we should discuss it in his office, to which I respond, not even yelling or in an angry fashion, that I would prefer to do it on Thursday when his dad, the owner, is in the store. He gets real quiet, then tells me no, he doesn't think that's necessary because today was my last day. He then walks out. I proceed to finish the day out, including cleaning the store. By this point it's 10 at night, but before I leave, I make sure I send an email to the owner letting him know there was a disagreement at work and I'd like to talk with him about it on Thursday. I got home an hour later to an email from the owner. That isn't necessary. My son is the manager and what he says goes. You're fired. No discussion, no hearing my side of the story, nothing. I went in on Thursday anyways, to try and speak with him. I sat outside his office for 6 hours. He never acknowledged I was even there. So I left. I did get the last laugh though. A couple weeks later my super asked if the store sold AC units. The building we lived in at the time had about 1,000 units in it, and he wanted to replace them all with real nice new ones, about $200 a pop. I gave him the business card for the store's main competitor. This happened to 2 co-workers, and I was lucky enough to witness it. The firing didn't involve a customer, but each other and a cancelled customer's order. Well, a customer decided they didn't want their bang bang chicken, and so co-worker #1, we'll call him West, claims the order as his own, and decided he didn't want to share. There may have been some miscommunication about whether it really was his or not, but we are not sure. Anyways, co-worker #2, we'll call her M, wanted some of the chicken as well. A verbal argument ensues, where M keeps making things worse by really getting under West's skin. Well, West just couldn't take it anymore. He grabs a handful of the chicken and drives by pelting M in the face with a fistful of bang bang chicken. Other co-workers are hit by the splashback, and everyone is absolutely flabbergasted by what just happened. Both end up getting fired, partly because both were semi-incompetent. Best part is it gets caught on camera, so we could watch it any time we wanted, and refer to the incident often in times to come. I didn't get fired, but this incident was one of the last straws for me quitting and leaving a job I really loved. I worked in a video game store. The store was built with a ledge that went nearly the whole way around the store, about 3/4 of a foot high. Above the ledges were slated walls that held shelves that just sort of latched in. Plenty sturdy enough to carry video game boxes, but can come down if too much weight was put on it. Kids constantly hung off of these shelves while walking along the ledge, and I would constantly have to ask them to not to, since many kids had gotten hurt on my coworkers' shifts, as my coworkers apparently weren't worried about the store getting sued. So kid and his mom come in. Mother isn't watching the kid at all. I ask if she's looking for anything in particular, and she gives me a very curt no. So I go back to my research on the computer and her kid starts climbing on the ledge. I give my standard, "Don't climb on those please bud, I don't want you to get hurt." The mom storms over, grabs the kid's hand and storms out of the store. Happens occasionally, I didn't think much of it. She did apparently. 2 days later I got a call from the owner of our small company who was on vacation, who started screaming at me for being rude to a customer. Apparently this woman thought me watching out for her kid's safety was so awful she researched the company, found the name of the owner, and then found his personal cell number to call him to complain about me. The owner of the store wouldn't even let me give my side of events. Has had many episodes of floating off the handle before this point. The day he came back from vacation and started screaming at me again, I slammed my key to the store down on his desk and walked out. Not fired and no punishment, but I did have a lady call our corporate office on me. I work in retail, so I deal with a lot of verbal abuse, but I think the big one was when I had a lady accuse me of stealing money from her at the register. I was ringing a lady up at the register one day, and when I told her what her total was, about $150-200, she handed me somewhere between $40-60 in cash. I was a bit confused and asked her if she wanted me to do some in cash and put the rest on her credit card. She looked extremely confused and angry and immediately demanded her cash back. She started counting all of the cash in her wallet and accused me of stealing $100 from her, claiming she knew exactly how much she gave me. I fanned out my pockets and lifted everything up around the register to show her that I did not have her money, but she just didn't believe me. She paid for her purchase anyway and demanded my name and the number to our corporate office. I happily complied, smiled, and told her to have a nice day. Corporate called us a couple days later, and I told them what happened, and I got off without any punishments as they agreed that she sounded crazy when they were on the phone with her. Got one for you. On mobile, so format will suck. Not me, but one of my employees that was being groomed to replace me before I left. Everyone was aware I was leaving in about a month and a half. I was a manager and trainer at a local call center. The way management is set up, we have a single operations manager over a contract, about 3 trainers, of which I was the head trainer and the only one who could train mentors, coaches or other trainers, and there are about 8 to 10 floor managers called coaches, and a double handful of floor supervisors called mentors and then agents. The hierarchy of management follows that order. Agents under mentors, mentors and coaches. Coaches and trainers are about the same level, and then the We did internet tech support as well as McAfee tech support for a major ISP in the US point. The agent in question was one that I had personally trained from the time he started working with us to the time he was fired. We'll call him Nick. He was currently a mentor, and I was going to move him up as a trainer upon my departure. Out of the 200 agents we had, he was probably the only one who understood half the stuff we did, and the inner workings of the system for order entry and such points. So back to the incident in question. I work opening shifts. I come in, and there's a note on my desk from Nick, telling me to call a customer back. So, before I make the call I pull the account up and just see what the issue is. Every time the account is accessed, the agent is required to leave a note as for why they pulled up and verified the account. It looks like this guy went through every mentor and coach we had in the last 24 hours, Nick being the last one. Every single one of them had hung up on this customer for being rude or swearing. Forgive the language, but one of the quotes listed in the official record was CX opened call by stating I was a huge faking C** and OT who refused to make his service work. Issue is on CX end, gave warning and released call. About 13 of these read very similar. I went ahead and called him back and managed to fix everything and completed about a month of service just to make him feel important. What actually got Nick fired was what happened behind the scenes while I wasn't there that night. Nick's coach had ordered Nick to release the call, but Nick wouldn't, because that's why the guy was so angry. Nick's coach then continued to see this as an act of disrespecting his authority. For us, not pitching on a call was cause for a write-up if it happened on more than 25% of our calls. His coach went through 57 of Nick's calls to find one where he didn't pitch and fired him on the spot for it. The system that records our calls also lets us know who listens to which ones. I counted 57 that he listened to in a 24-hour period after this incident. I brought it up to the and told her it was basically bullshit, but she wouldn't do anything about it. I left, and since then, they fired 13 of the 18 mentors, 3 of the 8 remaining coaches, and 1 of the other trainers quit. None of them were replaced. Last week I got word that the entire call center is closing because they can't keep enough people to sustain their contracts. Can't say I didn't smile when I read that. Bit of a long one. I was once serving tables at a fairly small, not upmarket, but middle of the road restaurant. I was a barista and waiter. We had 2 tourists from England sitting sipping tea in the center of the place. I asked if everything was okay for them, and they seemed happy enough as I did my usual walkthrough. A few seconds later, having spoken to the table beside this, I was walking back to the kitchen when one of them grabbed the back of my shirt from their chair, leaning as far as they could. Not a word said to me, just grabbed. That was me already pissed off with them. Now, these women weren't the prim and proper Queen's English types, and I struggled with their accent and how quickly they spoke. Nothing wrong with a regional accent, but this was just difficult for me, not being used to it. Let's just say, it was not the kind of accent that rolls off the tongue, more falls down the stairs of her esophagus. I asked the woman politely to repeat herself. That's when it began. Are ya fucking stupid? Can I out understand English? Gritted teeth, trying to be polite once again, I apologized and said, I'm sorry ma'am, I just could not hear properly. Could you please repeat? She begrudgingly repeated, but I saw a glance at my name badge. I could see the TripAdvisor review already. Inattentive staff. I brought her down what she had ordered, and she just ignored my existence. The other said about bloody time. I have no control over how long it takes to prepare the food. My co-worker was German, and we spoke together in German quite often, and out of earshot of customers, at a little station as we were folding napkins. I thoroughly enjoyed it, as that helped me practice. The woman overheard me speaking German and automatically assumed I was speaking about her. We were honestly discussing weekend plans. That is when the pit of hell opened before me. Flames in her eyes and the hairs on the back of the necks of people within 2 meters standing on end. If you've some in T-Sate man, ya can do it in English. It's the language you fucking paddies, Irish, use in this country. I explained that we were talking about going to the cinema on Saturday, and that it had nothing to do with her. She was having none of it, demanding to see my manager, and complained that employees were talking about customers in a derogatory fashion in foreign. I snapped. Madam, we were not talking about you. Please sit down, eat what's remaining of your meal. I'll happily pay for it, if it means you go away. Oh you're in for EHT now little man. You didn't talk to a customer like that. That's when Paula chirped in, hoping to add a bit of humor, and said, well, he is the customer, if he is paying for it. My manager, hearing the shouting, walks in and of course asks what is going on. Before I had a chance, she explained her heavily edited inspired by true events version of the story, that she was polite and kind to me, and I had simply swore at her. Gave terrible service, and was a discredit to the company. I was a waste of space, and didn't deserve the job. Fuck. For minimum wage at that point I was tempted to just say yeah, and shove the job up your ass to my manager. The manager looks me in the face and says, without hesitation, get out, you're fired. Lol cool bro. THX. Paula tried to defend me, and said what she had seen. Did not tell her about the grabbing or the swearing I'd had at the table. I replied to my manager and her, if I'm fired then I can say what I'm really thinking. Ma'am, if you weren't a self-absorbed ignorant cunt, maybe you'd get better service? I hope every bite you took was disgusting. You're a vile bitch, and I hope to God you never set foot within a 10-mile radius of me again. I regret not spitting in the food. Burn in hell you grabby cunt. And by the way, our official language is Irish, not English. With that, I tore off my name badge, turned to my manager, and said I'll have the shirt back to you within a few days, Judas. Walked out and have not set foot in the place ever since. Was the most cathartic thing I've ever experienced. I'm usually the timid little twat, but that was just the best feeling I've ever had. I worked for a company that handled workers' compensation for insurance companies. I worked in the department that did the equipment side of the injury. Well, a man who was injured severely, I don't know how, needed a hospital bed after his surgery. So my job was to call local companies we have a contract with to see if they deliver a bed. Found one they said they would deliver no problem. This was 2 weeks before surgery, so the surgery was Tuesday with a couple days observation before going home on Friday. I called the contracted company on Thursday to verify everything was good. They told me oh yes, he was first on their list. Friday evening I get a call from a very upset wife that tells me she hasn't received delivery of the bed. Her husband can't come home until Monday now. Now I have a temper, but I keep it in check at work. Hell, I worked retail before that job. But when I called the contracted company the lady gave me an attitude and asked for a manager. Not angrily, but she knew I was getting there. She puts me on hold, disconnects the call. I call back, and she says we didn't deliver it. Big deal. Well, that is what set me off. I told her to cancel the order. Call the insurance adjuster to get approval to do a very expensive same-day rental. Found another company to help this poor guy out. Well, the following Monday I came in and got fired. Get this, the reason was because I had an attitude with a customer. I asked who. They tell me the contracted company that fucked up didn't care. I was shocked. The manager then asked if I wanted to say anything for my exit interview. I said if you let your contracted companies continue to do whatever they want, screw your real customers over, you'll lose so much business that you'll get bought out or close within 5 years. He scoffed at me and escorted me out. They didn't last 3. Worked for a center and got yelled at for something out of my control for over an hour, and then the guy was done yelling. His wife came on the phone and yelled at me for an hour. Because they were not swearing I couldn't hang up, and because it was 6 PM on a Sunday all the management was gone and the help desk was closed, so I was unable to ask for help. They also refused to let me set up a call back from my manager to whom they wanted to speak to the entire time. So I decided to tell them I'm going to call my help desk and put them on hold for 10 minutes while I took a shit. When I came back the lady said, "Are you ready to act like an adult now?" To which I replied, "I have been professional the entire time. Are you ready to act like an adult?" They finally started cursing, so I could disconnect the call. About 2 weeks later I'm called into ours and told that acting like an adult was unacceptable. So I asked them what they expected me to do, because only the manager who wasn't there had the ability to help those assholes who refused to let me set up a call back. HR's response was, "I'm not sure, but you cannot talk to customers like that." Lol, I see lots of anger, rage, and resentment, understandably, as posts. Here's a valuable life pro tip for all customer service based jobs. Instead of getting mad, act like you're really slow and dense. Maintain a mulish facial expression and repeatedly ask for clarification. When they get madder and more abusive, just slow down the process more and more. It'll frustrate the customer more and help you keep your jobs, and you get a sick sense of pleasure. G. Customer who doesn't like her burger. Just say that you don't understand what the concern is. Ask her which part of the burger she doesn't like. Then ask her whether she wants to fill out a form. Then say that you just need to check with your manager. On second thought, there's something you might be able to do if you confer with a colleague. Then agonizingly slowly put the burger aside and go to the burger machine and rediscuss the story. Trust me, turning your hateful mean bitter customer's anger rage abuse into a game is a lot more fun for you, and it'll teach them a lesson. And they can't really get you in trouble for it. Take it from the great troll himself. This happened to a good friend of mine while waiting tables at an upscale Italian restaurant. A woman came in talking on her phone. She was being very rude to whoever she was talking to. My friend sat her and poured her water, etc. She was still talking on the phone, so he decided to give her a minute. When he came back, she looked irritated and told him she was in a hurry. He took her order. She sent back her wine telling him it tasted off. When he offered her a different suggestion, she told him she didn't trust the wine here and took coffee instead. She complained that the coffee was bitter. He offered cream. She said she was lactose intolerant. Her complaints and demands increased throughout her meal and my friend's mood soured. When he gave her the check, she was on the phone again loudly complaining to someone about the restaurant and the service. When my friend came back, she was gone. She left no tip, but she did leave her phone. A Razr flip phone. Now this was in the early 2000s when the Razr phone had just come out, and they had value. My friend took the phone, went out back, and snapped it in half, discarding the pieces in the dumpster. The woman came back later, but he played dumb and apologized. "I'm so sorry, but we haven't seen it." Shrugs shoulders. Wasn't fired, but it was my last day at this job. I worked at a very popular hosting company as a server administrator. Not usually a customer facing position, but sometimes people complain to the right people and they get to talk to us. Anyways, this woman managed to complain enough to get our direct number, and on my last day I wound up talking to her. She would usually call us and ask really dumb shit that we shouldn't have gotten into the habit of answering for her. She needed to hire her own admin to run her servers. Anyways, she asked me about adding a new user to her wheel grouping panel. It's super easy. I mean really easy. A quick Google search would have yielded many articles on how to do this as well as walkthroughs. So, I did what I have always wanted to do. I sent her a relmgtfy link to her email. Advised her to click on it and she did. She exploded. I could not have cared any less. I put the phone down, let her yell, and then proceeded to ask her if she had any other questions. She escalated to my boss, who proceeded to laugh his ass off at her. He told her what we all wanted to say. He told her to never call our number again for any kind of support. If she needed help, she would need to hire her own admin or go through our regular support channels. Since it was my last day there, my boss did nothing to me. We all had a good laugh at the little bit of revenge we got to experience in a realm where we take the brunt of people's frustrations. Very gratifying last day. Late to the party, but here it goes. I was 16 and worked at a grocery store. A guy came in one day and came up to me with an empty pickle jar and asked where he could find this brand. I asked him to follow me to see if we had it point. When we got to the aisle with the pickles, I asked for the jar to look at the brand. He gave it to me, but after a look we didn't have it. I went to hand it back to him. To this day I'm convinced this was intentional, but he reached and knocked it out of my hand as he tried to grab it. It shattered on the floor. He proceeded to absolutely verbally tee off on me, calling me pathetic, an idiot, and most frustratingly a little bitch, since I was just standing there not cleaning up. This was literally like a 30-second rant, and he would have kept going if I didn't say anything. My temper broke. I was a bag boy making minimum wage. I didn't care. I told him to shut the fuck up and asked him if he gets off by yelling at kids just trying to make a few bucks. I punctuated it with an eat shit and fuck you and walked off. A few minutes later I got called into my manager's office and fired me, but I would do it all over again in a heartbeat. I worked at a hat store that's both a very popular chain store across the United States and one of the most popular stores in our mall. One morning while opening, myself and my co-worker, both white men, were doing some busy work to prepare for the rush that we usually get a couple hours after opening. A man and his 10 to 11-year-old son walked in and were the only customers in the store. The man started asking questions about some of the team hats. He asked what the difference was between two hats I had in my hand, to which I replied, well, that hat is a curved bill and this hat is a flat bill. In front of his son, he looked at me and said, I don't want that flat-billed hat, that's what niggas wear. I looked at my co-worker, who was wearing the same shocked expression I was, looked back at the man, told him something along the lines of, you should be ashamed using that term in front of your son, get out of my store and don't ever come back. I guess he called and complained to our regional office, which got back to my boss, also a white man, who then wrote me up. At the behest of our regional manager, a white lesbian woman. It was after that I realized I didn't want to work at a company who refused to take a stand for anyone at the expense of the customer was always right. When he called me into the back and briefed me that he was writing me up, I pulled off my name tag, threw it on the desk, and told him don't worry about the fucking write-up. I quit, you should be fucking ashamed, and walked out. That was almost 8 years ago, and I've never been back to the store. Last time I was home, I walked past the store, and the same store manager was still working there. Edit. Words. Used to work at a gas station that had full service, clean windows, full tank, check fluids, etc. So this lady pulls in at the diesel pumps and asks for 20. I said, ma'am, I don't think this is a diesel engine. You may want to check. So she goes off and says that, me being only a child, 17 at the time, and decently good in the automotive industry, I said yes ma'am. I put in her fuel and she left. Wasn't but maybe a couple hours later she pulls up to the gas station in a cab, starts yelling at me for fucking her car up. Called me a bunch of names. Finally I get to my boiling point and just snap back with, if your dumbass would have listened to the 17-year-old you wouldn't be in this situation. I feel like you need to take a step back and realize how funny your fuck up is. Oh man, did this light her up. Owner of the store was called down. He basically told her the same thing. She left in a fit of rage, promising lawyers and such. I didn't lose my job, but the boss did scold me for not getting the conversation with her on the cameras as he wanted to see her face when I called her a dumbass. No one was fired, but it felt great. I work in a ski shop at a large hill in Quebec. We have a few problem clients. I was off work one day skiing, face covered fully, unrecognizable, goggles and mask. This woman was berating one of my coworkers about a pair of goggles she had improperly changed the lenses on and hence they fell out on the hill, and she lost them. Just to set the scene, she is a 50-something-year-old trophy wife who has clearly never held a job. At first I was quiet, forgetting that not even the employees recognized me. Then I, under the pretense of being a customer, lost it on her. I called her a stupid bitch who clearly can't follow instructions, and went as far as to blame her attitude on her husband not giving her any. I said many things completely unfiltered, something I dreamed of since I started in retail almost a decade ago. Then I just walked out. A few days later I heard the guys from the shop talking about this customer who ripped the old bitch a new one, but I never told them. I think this way I have maybe restored some salespeople's faith in clients everywhere. Worked at a dollar store after high school. Here in Canada, we don't use pennies, so our lowest coin is the 5C nickel. It was a long day. Nearing the end of my shift, I was helping this woman who must have been in her early 50s. She bought a lot of things, and the total was in the hundreds. Something 105C point. There was a large linoop behind her, and it was only me and the manager, who was out having a smoke, in the store. Instead of moving on and collecting her literal fuck ton of bags, she takes the time to count her change. Turns out I accidentally shortchanged her a nickel. Right then and there she goes off on me, calling me a crook and a dumbass, complaining, "Is this how you make your money?" And I just calmly smiled and replied, "Miss, I'll be happy to give you your 5C on my next cash transaction. We can only open the tills when we make a cash sale. The next couple customers don't have much. A candy bar, a drink, a package of envelopes, etc." I can tell they are pissed from waiting so long, but I don't say anything and just swiftly ring them through. All of them pay with a card, which means I can't open my till. She's standing to the side, arms crossed, looking like an angry child who's on timeout. She orders me to hurry the fuck up, so I just take out my wallet and give her a quarter, the smallest coin I had, out of my personal money. I smile and tell her to have a good evening. She immediately tells me to fuck off. Days later, I'd forgotten about it, until I got called in the back by management, telling me head office received a complaint from a customer. As you could probably guess, it was Miss I Need My Nickel, complaining that I didn't give her 5 cents. After a good lecture, I was told that I'd need to find a new job and to go pack up my things. I know it was my mistake, silly me, but really, all that over a nickel? Just goes to show what your loyalty is worth there. 5C. Got fired from Six Flags, not from going off on a customer, but from getting mad at a bitch of an employee. It was late at night, and we had our last ride of the night. I was closing the gate to the ride, and asked her to lock the doors on the ride. She just sat there with her hands crossed, not doing a damn thing, with this angry look on her face. So I said, "Never mind, I'll get it," in an angry tone of voice. Next shift I got called to the main office, and told that the girl had complained. I called her the N-word. I think you know what this word was. I explained myself very clearly, and told them exactly what happened. We spent the next while of this douche of manager trying to use every possible angle he can think of to get me to confess. I even offered to apologize if it would smooth things over. They let me go. Next shift same shit, except this time this douchebag has witnesses that include other employees and guests. The guests were not close enough that night to hear us, and we were the only employees around that spot, so I knew this was bullshit. Eventually he fires me, and I leave pissed and stuck to my innocence. I tried to apply a few years later, and got told I wasn't rehirable. I later found out that the douche manager had a reputation for being an asshole, and got fired as well. Karma was sweet that day. A coworker I worked in a kitchen with actually kept his job and has since been promoted. Despite this, so we were working a really busy shift and didn't have enough staff. Someone had called in sick, and an awkward food order comes through, removing certain items for both celiac and for preferential reasons. The coworker makes a mistake on one of the item changes, and the meal is sent back to us, and he's getting really worked up over it, spouting some nonsense to the other kitchen staff. Here's the kicker. The food is sent out and returned once more, this time for something petty, and whilst it's being fixed again, the customer walks up to the kitchen staff doors to inquire, something that irks all of us in the kitchen. But the coworker hasn't seen her and is currently shouting about how he hopes she faking chokes on it, which she heard and obviously complained about. I think he was allowed to keep working because he was both experienced in a kitchen that has a high staff turnover rate, and the manager understood that he thought he was saying what he did in confidence with only coworkers. Not exactly what was asked for, but I thought it may be interesting enough. My manager instituted a new rule to the store via email that said that employees were no longer allowed to leave the property while on the clock. He was a micromanager and control freak who often instituted rules like this to exert his power over us. This was just the latest, and in response to people leaving the building shortly to go outside during our 2 daily 15-minute breaks. I saw many problems with this rule, but decided to adhere exactly to the wording of the new rule as a form of rebellion, along with others in my store. Soon after the implementation of this rule, people began asking for help bringing in items from their cars, which happened frequently. I informed them of this new rule and they were peeved, and went back out to get the items themselves. One day a woman came in and asked that I remove one item from her car, and I informed her of the rule. She said that she had back problems and that her doctor told her not to lift anything above 5 pounds. I informed her that the item she was bringing in was in fact under 5 pounds. She kicked the item from her car to the front door. I gave her my best I understand and empathize smile and took the item into our system for her. A few days later I was fired for customer mistreatment. I went through the grievance process, and when I arrived I could tell it would not go my way by the fact that the person holding the grievance hearing was fraternizing with my manager. Despite me showing a copy of the email, my manager disavowed all knowledge of creating such a rule, and I remained fired. I feel like I have grown up a little since then, and if I could do it over again I would do what was right and not what was the rule. I didn't get fired, but realized I had to leave a job due to my reaction to the situation. I was working in a busy pub whilst trying to pursue other things, but needed the money. I was getting more and more stressed with the situation I was in, and so my reactions to rude customers had crossed over from being a bit sarcastic to being rude and slightly abusive myself. I would tell customers to fuck off if they complained about waiting a while to get served on Saturday nights when the bar was 4 deep the whole way around, and then make a point of making them wait even more. I know a lot of bartenders who will react like this if we are clearly busy and doing the best we can on a night when everyone else has come to the pub too. Then you just have to wait. I don't have patience for people who complain in those situations. But then, one relatively quiet day shift, I was dealing with a woman who kept changing and adding to her order while talking to other people at the bar. I kept being ignored when I asked her if there would be anything else. So I snapped, and suddenly I was hurling maybe 4 glasses down the bar, away from the customers, and shouting my head off. Everyone froze. As soon as the last glass smashed I realized what I had done. I was embarrassed and apologized and carried on with the order, while everyone was just stunned. One of my regulars asked if I was okay, told me not to let the rude ones get to me, that he understood why I was annoyed. My manager took me outside and talked things over with me. She's a great woman and knew things were getting to me. About a week later I handed in my notice, and now I work in the field I was pursuing, and, all things told, I'm doing okay. I realize I acted like an asshole and make no excuses, but it makes me realize what stress can do to someone. I was a different person during that time, not just at work, but in my home and social life as well. I hope I never become that person again. I was working at our local skating ring when I was 16, about 11 years ago. One day I'm working at the food bar and prepping a pizza and talking to my coworker Keith. At some point me and Keith are rubbing on each other, and I say to my third coworker Keith's retarded. Well, about 10 minutes later Keith comes up to me and says he overheard a customer who was talking about knocking me out, and points the guy out who is a mid-30s dude who looks like the rapper Common, but more ghetto. I see the dude near my food bar and ask him what's the deal, and he says he's going to fuck me up because he overheard my earlier convo and thought I was talking about his 4-year-old nephew. I tell him I wasn't and was instead talking to my coworker by the same name, but logic and reason couldn't sway him. So I called my manager, who, out of 4 managers, was widely known as the most ignorant. When my first big girlfriend broke up with me, I sat in the back prep room and cried like a little bitch for a minute or two. Just so happened there was also a camera there, and who decided to show everyone at work the video of me crying after being cheated on and dumped. Bitch manager. This was a few months before the current story. I tell bitch manager of the situation and that my well-being is being threatened, and she says I'll be there in a bit. Her office is like 30 feet away. I hang up the phone and walk into the back prep room and walk out the back door of the building and chill in my car for a few minutes so this guy can't find me. After like 10 minutes I walk in the front door, since it's total opposite side of where this dude is, and I see her curling her fat little fingers to come to her office point. She then scolds me for leaving the building, and that she has a good mind to fire me, and that I'd have trouble finding another job point. So I told her, you can shove your $60 a week up your ass. I don't need your slave wages. I'm 16 and this is a shitty local skating rink. Stop acting like you're firing me from a Fortune 500 company. Nobody here likes you. Then stormed out. She quit a few months later, but 2 of the 4 managers were my best friend and his sister, and the 3rd was generally a friend. They told me she was forced out after some police incident. Another shitty thing she did. One day my grandfather passed away, so I had to attend the funeral. I call work and tell the manager that I need to be off on Sunday. She tells me flat out that I'm pissing her because there are no funerals on Sundays. I argue with her, hang up and call my friend who is at home that night. He talks to bitch manager and tells her that I will be switching shifts with a coworker, calls me back and tells me I'm all set. Funeral time comes and I get a call around 4 PM from BM telling me I'm super late and that I need to get my ass into work. I tell her I'm at the funeral and coworker is supposed to be there. She says that she hasn't shown up and that I'm the one who is responsible for her not showing up for the covered shift. Fuck her. I didn't get fired, but I did get written up. I was a manager at a restaurant, and one particularly shitty guest left a particularly great server a 29-cent tip on a $20 tab. I'll never forget the amount, because it was 29 pennies. I was making my rounds the restaurant when I overheard the server telling another server about it. Next thing I know, the server walked out front with a handful of pennies and threw them in the parking lot, hitting this lady's car with a couple of the pennies. I was willing to let it go, because particularly shitty guests can be particularly shitty. However, the next day, the guest called our corporate office and complained. After a brief investigation, also known as "Hey, what happened?" I had to fire the server. One of the worst things I've ever had to do in my management life. I got written up because I didn't handle the situation according to policy. Now I'm the general manager and I overlook all that shit that I want. Some guests suck. TL. Doctor customer on a highly escalated call was the epitome of a spoiled brat and broke through my ability to stay professional. Refused to comprehend it's late in the day and her complaint can't be resolved unless I contact other business units in the corporation. Absolutely refused to accept the answer and would not hang up until it's fixed. 1 hour of repeating this for nowhere. I was already late and past the end of my shift in the call center. After another 30 minutes, I got a deep serious tone that said that us sitting here on the phone won't speed it up. She didn't care. She'd wait all night. I unplugged the phone and didn't care. Next morning was a voicemail from her saying she'd complained to the CEO, etc. I laughed it off as a typical fake threat. She actually complained, and my manager had to listen to the entire call. Manager told me off the record she'd have done the same thing by that point because of how vicious the customer was, but unfortunately the rules are immediate termination when purposely hanging up on a customer. Gave farewells, but at least my then manager said she would have no problem if I wanted to use her as a reference. My friend and I were hosts at a restaurant called Cheddar's. It's a nice sit-down restaurant with pretty good food and cheap for how much you get. But because the food is good and relatively cheap, it gets the absolute worst clientele. My friend put his 2 weeks in and was working his very last day, which happened to be a Friday. Him and I were the only hosts that night and were absolutely slammed. People kept complaining about not being seated in their 50 to 60 minute wait time, and we would always tell them it was just an approximation and we would try to seat them shortly. Well, one lady who had a party of 18, the maximum we could sit together was 10 at one table, was 5 minutes over her wait time, and was screaming at us about why they haven't been sat yet. I'm a level-headed guy, so I was calmly explaining that the people in the section we were going to put them in haven't left yet, but they have paid and looked like they are leaving shortly. Then she started screaming about why don't you go tell them to leave and then clean my damn table so I can eat. My friend lost it. He went off on her saying why don't you go tell them to leave, and while you're at it, go ahead and clean the damn table yourself. He then handed her a towel and a spray bottle. She said she wanted to see the manager and he just said, how about you go fuck yourself. He then gave her the old middle finger and walked out the door. Best night I ever had working there. Okay, this doesn't fit the criteria per se, but it's customer service related, and I lost my co-worker's support, to say the least. Years ago I worked in a retail kiosk in a big box store. Long story short, I ended up giving a nice, well-to-do lady $80 in change from a $100 bill and never collected the $100. Had a special drop box for $100. Told her to wait a second and got distracted. My manager called me later that night and asked me why we were X amount short in the drawer, and I instantly remembered what happened. Manager had me call the lady and ask her if she recalled not actually paying. She denied, of course, and after my district manager made me call her a second time, she decided her best course of action was to call the GM of the big box store and say I was calling and sexually harassing her. Everyone who didn't know me from the big box believed the pretty lady, and although I was not fired, she would come in, demand to know if I was working, and if I was alerted by a superior that she was in the store and to not interact with her. Humiliating. I'm not certain, but I think I was coerced into making up the $80 from my commissions. Young and dumb. I do not work retail anymore and can't imagine being used as a scapegoat like that again. Worked at Sky Zone, one of those indoor trampoline parks, in high school. We had a lot of rules that made the whole customer experience a little less fun than it could have been, but they were all for your safety. I mean, an arena made of trampoline floors and walls isn't the safest thing in the first place. One day, a group of college kids who thought they were the shit came in and were breaking all of the rules. The floor is split into a grid of squares that each have an individual trampoline, and one of our big rules was you cannot do flips from one square to another. Well, this particular guy kept doing backflips from square to square, even though I continually asked him to stop. At one point, he says to his friend, while standing next to me, "This fat kid is just mad he can't do a front flip. I totally can." So I told him to leave, and you can't just say whatever the fuck you want to say to me. This pissed him off. "Oh, you're gonna cuss at me? What's your name?" I put my badge right in his face and said Samfx99, sir. He said "I've got you now," and stormed off to tell somebody. God, I hated that job. Worked at a charity store a year or two back. Won't say which one for reasons, but I'll tell the story. I started working there mid-January. We were hired as part of a job fair. We were all to start working at one location while our new one was built. Few weeks go by, I managed to stop a shoplifter and got the store an A+ rating by the secret shop. I was definitely good with the managers and they loved me. Another few weeks, we all moved to the new location and worked setting it up, building all the shelving and placing products, facing, etc. Store opens and all goes well. I had made friends with a kid who worked with me, called him Tom. Well, Tom was a recovering heroin addict and had a pretty messed up previous life. We'd take our breaks together and such, and became good friends. He opened up to me and told me about his previous mistakes. Now, mind you, this kid would also sneak off to go snort shit in the parking lot. Not sure if I'm allowed to say. Anyways, he still did pretty bad stuff, but wasn't on heroin or stuff like that, but was abusing his prescriptions. One day, Tom comes in hiding an entire bottle of vodka in his lunch bag. No one knew right away, but someone discovered it and let me know, since they knew I was close with him. I told Tom to cut it out, otherwise he's going to get in trouble. Needless to say, he didn't listen. Instead, he decided to get so drunk he passed out during closing and the break room. Managers found him, woke him up, brought him in the office, talked to him, and then sent him home. But remember, his small kid was completely drunk still. So I stopped sweeping and confront my assistant managers who were working that night, who everyone hated because they thought just telling us to do stuff and stop talking was managing. I go up to them telling them they can't let him drive home. He's fucking smashed. They ignore me, so I unlock the front doors, run out there to his car, where the kid is bawling his eyes out. He tells me I'm just going to fucking go now, and contributes to start his car up. I reached over the steering wheel to turn on the ignition, turned off the car, pocketed his keeps, and sat in the car for 10 minutes with him while he leaned on me crying his eyes out. Managers come out, telling me to come back and leave him alone. I tell them no, proceed to get him out of his car and contact his mom after a good hour, who says she'll come get him. We had someone else sit out with them since they were off, and we finished closing. The kid's mom came, he got taken home. All is good. However, I'm still pissed. Next day I talked to management, who I was friends with, and was asked to write a statement of the events for hours. I wrote it out, noticing what happened, and sent it to them. Weeks go by and nothing happens, and now the assistant managers hate me and treat me very poorly. Finally had the last straw when they refused to let me take my lunch when I was scheduled to. I clocked out, told them I was going to lunch, and never came back. Edit. Received a few calls over the course of a week which I ignored, then received my termination via mail, and that was that. Happened several years ago while I was a lifeguard. The management structure was lifeguards, lead lifeguard, pool manager, aquatics director, a branch manager. I was a lead lifeguard, would have been a pool manager, but the company required you to be 21 for that position. I broke a bone in my hand off company time and off company property, immediately notified the aquatics director, and spent 4 hours getting my assigned shifts covered. I made sure to give him a doctor's note as well as my x-rays. Everything is fine. I do a few hours of administrative work each week, but obviously can't be in the pool or lifeguarding with a cast on. So he apparently only blocked my schedule for 4 weeks, even though the DR's note clearly stated until cleared for work. So the 5th week rolls around, and the aquatics director calls me. Where are you? You're scheduled at the indoor pool from 12 to 8 today. I tell him I still can't work. I have my cast on still. Keep in mind he saw me just a few days ago while I was making copies or some other shit for him. So he tells me not to worry about it and to come in the following day to meet with him. I get there the next day and go into his office, and he has a write-up for me to sign saying I no-showed. I told him I wasn't signing it, so he wrote me up for insubordination. I took both write-ups, walked out of his office, around the pool, through the locker room, through the main lobby, and into the branch manager's office, handed him the write-ups, and told him I was done, unless he shredded the write-ups, and wrote a new one to the aquatics director. I was on really good terms with the branch manager. I taught his son swim lessons, but he said he couldn't do that, so I left and never went back. About 2 months later, one of the pool managers sent me a video of the aquatics director being escorted off the property by police. He was banned from all locations for a year. Nobody knows exactly what happened, and the branch manager couldn't tell anyone. Last I heard, the AD is lifeguarding at minimum wage for another company. Not a customer but another employee. Used to be the front-end manager for Walmart. This guy, just a real piece of shit. Used to work in the back, but got an injury, so he was out for a long time. When he came back, the only thing he could do was greet people. Which I know is not that exciting for a 25-year-old guy, but it's incredibly easy. Anyways, from day one this guy is just a shitty worker. Disappearing from the door. We had a huge shrink year, and thus had increased people's greater responsibility a little. Leaving the door unwatched was a huge no-no. He would take 25-minute breaks, or would fight and try to only go when his buddies from the back room were going. All of this was annoying, but whatever. But what really gets me is when people lie to my face. He would lie about when he started and ended with me and the lower front-end managers, as we have the schedule right in front of us. He would lie about just tons of shit. The last straw for me was a night he had already taken a 30-minute break, not lunch, God knows where, so I already had been on his case and started to write up a coaching point. Walk past the door, it's empty. Search the front end and upstairs, he's not there. It's been about 20 minutes and I go outside, and he's out there smoking with his buddies. I confront him, and he tells me repeatedly that this is his first break of the day despite him going home soon. He said that as the SM gave him permission, which they didn't. Just hate lying. Told him to clock out and get the fuck out of the store because I was sick of him lying to everybody and not doing his incredibly simple job. He went 2 hours, which was obviously appropriate because I was out of line. Discussions were had, but eventually I just received a coaching point DL. Doctor, horrible employee kept lying to my face and not working, so I told him to get the fuck out. Didn't get fired, but when I used to work at a gas station, I had this handicapped lady roll up to the pumps. She had a placard hung from her visor. We have these little buttons that call the attendants, my coworkers, myself, for help, but she never rang one. She just sat in her expensive Infiniti for no particular reason. We'll have customers sit in their car for 3 or 4 minutes, transferring money onto their cards, or counting how much money they have in their wallets to get gas. This lady sits in her car for 10 minutes, not doing anything, just waiting. She finally comes up to the register, asks me what our handicap policy is, to which I explain about the buttons, and before anyone who was handicapped would pull up close to the store and honk so we could come out. You didn't do any of those things, ma'am. So, other than the placard hung from your visor, which isn't supposed to be there while you drive, how am I supposed to know you need help if you don't indicate anything? Lady didn't wave at me, call for help, nothing. Just sitting in her Infiniti waited. She asks me if she can talk to a manager, and I point her in the direction of my on-duty manager, who happens to be not 20 feet away from me. She goes back to the pump, pumps her gas, all while I get relieved for lunch. I go inside, grab my food, and start heating it up in the microwave in our break room. She comes in and starts screaming about how my incompetence made her pump her own gas, walk in the store, complain about how I wasn't attentive, and that I should be fired. I overhear, and because I hate retail, the fucking assholes that come with it, I stay in the back, bite my tongue, so I don't get in any more trouble. I was talking to the supervisor on duty who agreed with me that it was fucked. She comes, complains for her not letting me know she needed help. On my lunch, still mind you, I get called to the sales floor to talk to this lady, who then proceeds to go off on me in front of customers, my manager, my supervisor. At this point I'm keeping a straight face, not saying anything, and trying my fucking hardest to not make any facial expressions in one ear out the other. She finally ends with, "So what do you have to say for yourself?" At that moment, word sentences I've never even thought to tell a customer filled my head. I responded with, "I apologize for not having any indication that you needed help, ma'am. In the future, please let me or my on-duty managers know that you need help. Also, because I will probably be made a lesson for my incompetence, please indicate to my other coworkers that may be taking my place when I'm not here that you will need assistance pumping your gas. You have a wonderful day, ma'am." Both. My manager's supervisor pulled me aside after she left. My manager threatened to fire me because of how I responded, but my supervisor was telling her that she was being an asshole the second she pulled into the station. I came very close to losing my job for this, but it pays to be relatively specialized in a field and somewhat irreplaceable. I worked as a pesticide chemist operating a gas chromatograph. Since my company was really poor, I also worked as the quality assurance manager. Yes, conflict of interest, but they refused to hire an actual manager, and as the bench chemist performing all non-machine based tests. Again, they were broken. We had like 10 employees. We had just gotten a huge order for a protein measurement for some food supplement by a new customer. This asshat was starting a new company and selling protein powder as his main product. I did the test, got like 75% protein, and sent the results out after the care manager approved. The guy called screaming to speak with the chemist. So, I took the call. He explained that it was impossible, that the result was 75% protein, because the labeled amount from their shipper was 50%. I told him I ran the test the standard 3 times, and got results all within 10% of each other. 7.5, 7.6, 7.4 to give an example. He refused to believe me, and demanded a retest. So we ran a retest, and got the same value. The asshat calls screaming again, and explains that he sent it to 2 other labs, and got the same result. So he wants to know what we are doing wrong. I had no idea how to respond to that idiocracy of 3 labs getting the exact same results, and he claims to be right. So, I asked him what the ingredients are. He refused to share that information the prior 2 tests. He finally caves, and sends me a list. Indeed, his manufacturer for the base protein powder is labeled 50%. But the dumbass added a ton of amino acids to the mix to supplement his supplement. I called him back and explained that adding amino acids to his powder makes it appear as though there is more protein because protein is made of amino acids. He became livid and started yelling at me again. At this point I'd been yelled at by him for 3 days, putting in overtime to crunch the math on the nitrogen values of his selected amino acids to make sure that was the interference. So, when he started yelling at me, when I presented the solution to his problem, I'd had it with the ungrateful asshat. He yelled, "You need to fix this, so it shows 50% protein." Why am I supposed to know what chemicals proteins are made of? And I responded by saying, maybe because you're trying to run a business by selling a shitty product you know nothing about. He hung up on me and immediately called for the manager. My manager was livid. He was polite enough to ask my side of the story. When I explained everything, we had a good laugh, but he gave me a write-up. The next day, a new policy was instituted saying chemists are not required to answer the phone for customers. Not me, but witnessed the event leading up to the firing point. Had my first job in a private nursery fresh out of college, 18 years old, so learning the ropes. A parent, M, comes in looking quite sad and seems a bit off, drops off his children and leaves. Doesn't say a lot other than they've been okay, I'll be picking up tonight, but mum will drop off tomorrow morning. Co-worker then explains that the parents have just got a divorce after she was caught having an affair, which explains why he looked sad. At the end of day, the dad comes to pick up. Same co-worker jumps to her feet and rushes over to give the end of day handover. Out the corner of my eye I see her give him a piece of paper and says, "I'm assume she was trying to whisper, if you ever get lonely or just want some fun, call me." This is in front of his 2-year-old. Shortly after he left, our manager came and got co-worker, and we never saw her again. While going to school, I got a part-time job at Gap that just barely paid the bills. I really didn't like the work culture. Work as hard as you possibly can, and you will be rewarded after several years with a 25-cent hourly pay increase and another associate somewhere on your title. These people lived and breathed that the company was some godsend to humanity, a little cultish, emo. People recite the closer speech in their head like a mantra and are willing to do shady and morally questionable things in order to move ahead for that modicum of pay increase or whatever. But work is work, so I did my best. I started to get sick of being actually scheduled for 10 to 12 hours a week and then 5 to 12 additional hours of on-call, meaning I had to call them several hours before and ask them if they needed me. It became really troublesome financially having uncertain income like that. One day, we got a new shipment of clothes that was particularly large, so I went in at around 4 AM to help set up the shop for the day. This is all new to me, so I'm asking for help from other people and my manager, this lady in her mid-30s. I start folding clothes once they show me how to do it properly, and then the manager is standing over me, watching me do it. For about 5 or 6 minutes, she keeps shouting faster, faster, and it quickly transitions from some fun poking to a bit more like prison labor. She stays over my shoulder repeatedly shouting until I just said, "Okay, I'll try to go faster." She continues shouting for another minute, and I throw the cardigan I was folding on the ground and said, "Fuck you. This isn't slave labor. I choose to be here." Then I walked out and never came back. I got an email 3 days later stating I was self-willingly terminated due to failure to complete my shift. Got a way better job less than 2 weeks later. When I was working at a big box home improvement store, one of the things everyone did from time to time was bringing carts from the parking lot. I went to get one of the big flatbed carts generally used by customers in lumber/building materials. The surface of these carts is a flat metal base that is maybe 8 inches off the ground on heavy duty wheels. As I was pushing a cart around the corner of a raised center median in the lot, and a guy in a full-size pickup coming toward me turned around this corner. He wasn't paying attention and cut the corner too close. I was standing next to this median with my feet between the cart and the curb. When the truck turned the corner, part of it caught the raised handlebar on the cart and pushed it forcefully into the curb. Now, my right leg was between the cart and curb. When the cart was rammed into it, I was just barely able to jump off the road, up the curb, and tumbled onto the raised median. Had my reflexes been a fraction of a second slower, and with the force of this truck pushing it, my ankle would have been absolutely wrecked between the cart and curb. It would have snapped my ankle like a twig. We are talking about shattered bones, multiple corrective surgeries, and almost certainly some permanent loss of proper function of that leg/ankle/foot point. This guy gets out of his truck and runs around to the side I'm on to see what happened. He sees where the cart has dented and scratched his truck, then turns toward me while I'm busy standing back up and brushing the dirt off my pants. He looks at me, raises the cell phone in his hand to his ear and says, "I need to call you back. Some asshole just pushed a cart into my truck." He was on the damn phone and not paying attention. Anyone looking at the scene could see that there isn't any way my cart could have been put in that position. After he started turning, he asked/screamed at me about what I did to his truck. I calmly told him exactly how he cut the corner too close and pointed out how I was lucky to not be crippled by it. I was obviously there first, and to get the cart, with its wrecked wheel, out he even had to back his truck up. That's when he just went off on me, screaming about how I fucked up his truck. Nasty things were said about my mother, a pleasant lady, if you ask me, my entire extended family, some not so pleasant, I admit, but irrelevant, and my supposed lack of brain cells. Jury's still out on that one. While saying all this, he was walking towards me and wound up less than a foot from me, yelling directly in my face. After about 30 seconds of this, I just lost it. If it weren't for my reflexes, this guy would have destroyed my ankle. This was the kind of injury that would come with several surgeries, months of physical therapy, and almost certainly some loss of function. All that because he was on the damn phone and now this was my fault. People often get angry and immediately lash out. It can take a moment to process things, I get that. Had he calmed down and looked at the situation objectively, I would have been more than happy to let it go. Mistakes happen and people respond without thinking. Had he shown even the slightest bit of remorse or concern for this, even after the fact, I would have been fine with it. At least act like you give a shit about the person you almost maimed. After 30 seconds of being yelled at, I tell him I need to get my manager out here and begin to walk towards the building entrance. He decides to follow me, which is fine, but he also is screaming at me the entire time, 2 feet away, right in my ear. It was a shitty day already, and I lost it. While I was responding in kind, the district manager, who had his office in our store, walked out of the building and I explained the situation. They pulled the parking lot video from the security room and confirmed my version of events. They told the guy that we can fill out the report, go through the process, but he almost certainly wouldn't win. He swore that he was going to call corporate and have all our jobs. 10 minutes later I got fired. Honestly, I can't blame them. I really went off on that guy on a busy afternoon in front of at least a dozen customers. I handled it completely wrong. Given everything I had going on in my life at the time, I just had a final straw moment. Like Michael Douglas stuck in a traffic jam. I had reached my limit, had enough, and just said fuck it. I didn't go off on a customer, but looking back on it, I wish I would have. Especially since I quit a few weeks later. I was a hostess at a wine bar when I was 17. The hostesses typically worked alone, and I was training this one girl, and after showing her the ropes I let her go out on the floor to refill everyone's water. The owner wants the hostess to be by the door as much as possible, so I stood at the hostess stand in case anyone was about to come in. I was looking out the window for potential customers, and I heard this group of older ladies talking about me while they sat about 4 feet away from me. They were like, she's just standing there, and she should refill water, bus a table, just do something. I turned around and looked at them, and they were all staring at me, but I pretended I didn't hear them. They were somewhat regular customers, and one of the ladies worked for our town's chamber of commerce, or whatever, and she had an entitled attitude in general which irritated me even more. I wish I had said something, but at the moment I tried to remain professional. My revenge on them was to just not clear off their table and let the glasses and plates pile up. TL. Doctor, ladies were shit talking me for standing by the door when that's literally the main job of being a hostess. Not me, but a coworker I knew at a European furniture box store. Basically the system works by seeing something you like and you write down the information on the price tag and then you go collect your items. This one customer decides to rip the tag off the display and keep it for her own reference. Well, she approaches the wrong guy because he's no nonsense, by the book strict. She asks him to help her find her stuff and he tells her, "Next time ma'am please, don't rip the price tags off displays. It's how other customers find items." She replies, "I've been coming here forever and that's how it's always worked." He replies, "I've worked here since we opened and it's never been that way." She then replies, "Why do you keep arguing with me? I bet you fight with your wife all the time." The coworker storms off furiously and then runs back and yells at her, "Fuck you, you bitch," or something like that. The woman pulls out a can of bear mace and aims it right at his face and starts screaming for help. Another manager runs in and yells at the coworker to get the fuck out. Turns out this woman has had stalker problems and carries mace with her and a body camera. Never saw the coworker again. I used to manage a Hot Topic, so no one was fired, but he definitely should have been if it was any other manager. My favorite story was around Christmas time. It was just me and my coworker, Tony, on duty. It's store policy to only have one registrar open and only one person ringing up on slow days. We got a small rush, and there's a line of about 7 people. A woman comes in, makes a very quick selection, and I can see her eyeing the line. It's obvious she doesn't want to wait and feels entitled to be rung up before anyone else. She then stands at the unopened register and waits. I was feeling an extra evil manager that day, so I ignored her because either way she's still at the back of the line. Tony is slowly working through the line and she's just stamping her foot and breathing hard out of her nose. The last person in line is about to be rung up, a kid of maybe 12, and this full-grown woman physically pushes in front of her and puts her things down on the belt. Tony stares at the woman, laughs in amazement, and says, "Ma'am, I'll have to ask you to wait." This woman, who was just cut in front of a child, begins screeching about how she had to wait so long, and she's obviously next, and she only has one item. My coworker stares in disbelief and looks around her to the poor girl behind her who's been waiting the longest of anyone, and says, "I'm sorry, I'll be with you in a moment." The woman has the audacity to say, "Why are you apologizing to her?" And Tony deadpan says, "Because you are no more important than anyone else. You cut in front of a child. Get your life together, cunt." The woman was floored. She didn't even have a retort. Just stared helplessly as he rang her up. We all stared at her as she left the store and gave that little girl a discount for the trouble. Not me, but my mom. My mom used to bartend while in college in my hometown back in the 70s. She had a regular that was a mean, sleazy, old dude who would come in every other weekend with his disability check and deposit it right into the bar. The kind of dude who would yell, spit on the floor, and catcall and play grab us with the waitresses. Anyway, it was the weekend of Christmas and the bar was closing early for the holiday, and the weather, it was December in Minnesota. My mom cut this dude off, and he wasn't happy about it. He began to yell and scream at her from in front of the bar. He got so mad, he took one of his beer bottles and threw it at my mom, narrowly missing her head. Her coworker was about to grab the baseball bat they kept for such occasions, but before he had the chance my mom had already leapt over the bar. She grabbed the man from behind by his shirt collar and belt and lifted him. She played rugby for years, she's built like a linebacker, walked him to the door with him flailing about, and threw him headfirst onto the sidewalk. Back then they had outdoor speakers that played Christmas music on Main Street for holiday shoppers, so all those families got front row seats to a 20-something woman throwing a 65-year-old on his face to the tune of Wonderful Christmas Time. A couple of years ago I decided to take a job at Walmart, mainly to get out of the house more, since I hadn't been doing much since I retired. I was scheduled to work on Black Friday, and as anyone here knows, Black Friday at Walmart is akin to sliding one's genitalia along 7 miles of broken glass. As the night went on and more people poured and I heard a lady scream, so I turned around to investigate it. This lady and another woman were fighting over a shirt, and the lady that screamed did what I consider the single most shocking act of defiance Walmart has seen. She put her hand in her pants, shit, then threw it onto lady number 2. As I was standing there, a stunned shit lady turned around and ran her buggy like a battering ram into my knee, I guess trying to flee quickly. That was my moment of fuck this. So I Sparta kicked her buggy as hard as I could, in turn knocking her back down into her shit droppings. I was terminated, but she was arrested, so I was happy. Mine was for going off on the manager actually. I worked at a Pizza Hut in North Las Vegas. Actually fuck it. El Cornat Durango. Don't fucking go there. I'd been having problems with the manager for a while. Just generally being a dick. Not actually anything that either of us could get in trouble for until my last week there. We were late on a shipment, and we had like 6 boxes of expired mushrooms. I told him about it on the day it expired, and we still had a good 6 days before the next shipment came in. He said to just keep using the nasty shrooms. A few days in, and those shrooms were turning black. I brought it up again, and said we can't continue using them. He said do it anyway. I went on with the day, went to the bathroom, came back out, and my Monster Energy had been thrown away. After asking around, I found out that not only had the manager thrown it away, he'd been literally watching me, and swooped in the second I went to the bathroom. Now technically, we can't have drinks on the line. But realistically there were always anywhere from 3 to 10 drinks literally right next to the food we were serving. He'd done it, just to piss me off point. So I went into the fridge, loaded up all 6 boxes of expired mushrooms, went out the back door, and dumped the boxes on his car, got on the city bus and went home. Never went back. About 8 years ago, I worked part-time at Masters. Now, before I get into this, understand that I'm no racist, but I will say whatever I need to, in order to piss someone off. Anyway, my buddy who got me the job was also a part-time employee. He's a very respectful Sri Lankan fellow. This black lady and her husband get to the register, and she starts complaining about something. My friend was trying to help her out, but she was being a total bitch about it. The husband just stood there, like he was embarrassed by his wife. So, this lady eventually tells my friend to go and get whatever the hell she wanted, and made the comment, "You're here to service customers," like her comment was going to get the other customers on her side or something. So, I stepped in and kindly explained, 1. We are not here to serve you. We are here to assist you in ensuring you have an outstanding experience. The outstanding was a Masters thing back then. I then continued with, also, you of all people should know how demeaning it is to be called a servant. I knew exactly what I was saying / implying, and worded it, so she knew exactly what I was getting at. The whole time, the husband just kind of stood there, with a smirk. My manager came out, and told the lady, we are not servants. Let's just be clear about that. Now, you can get out of my store. He then took me into the break room and fired me. Many years ago I worked for a UK DIY store for a few months. They'd recently changed ownership, so I didn't have a uniform, just a badge. I've always hated people stealing, so I had a real issue with shoplifters. I foiled a few attempts of hiding expensive stuff inside cheap goods, but once actually caught one. Due to the lack of uniform, it was really easy for me to keep an eye on the more suspicious customers. I nonchalantly followed one around the store and finally saw him stashing drill bits in an inside pocket. I had him banged to rights, but because the store was too cheap to have any sort of security, I couldn't think of anything to do but confront him. This is when I made my big mistake. Or, rather, where I went up to him and told him to put the merchandise back and leave, right next to a big display of hammers. He must have felt threatened or something, because his next move was to grab a lump hammer and take a swing for me. If he'd connected, there's no doubt in my mind that he would have gone down for murder, but in the silkiest move of my life I dodged his swing like a cheap Niran. Without thinking, I threw the best straight right punch of my life. He went down like a happy whore, and I called the police. Once I'd stopped shaking. 2 days later, I was told that I wouldn't be kept on at the company I was in the first few months, so disposable, because I didn't look busy enough every day and hadn't shown enough brand loyalty. The last I heard of the shoplifter was that they didn't pursue any charges because it might reflect badly on the company. Fuck 'em. I believe the whole chain has gone out of business now. Good riddance. Okay, so this may not be exactly what you were looking for, but when I was a wee lad, I worked at a Jamba Juice in Bellevue, Washington. If you know anything about downtown Bellevue, you'd know that the main strip of downtown comprises mostly of super rich trust fund babies who've never worked a day in their lives and never planned to point. So one spring morning, a couple walks in, arguing like their lives depended on being right about whatever retarded bullshit rich people argue about. They get to my register. The girl looks at me with a condescending look of, "You make less than the maid that cleans my shit covered panties does," and says, medium Caribbean passion with energy, and literally throws a fistful of change in my face and walks away. I look at my manager, who gives me the "IDK man, better just do your job" shrug and walks away point. So I very calmly make the smoothie, walk it out to Miss Cunty McBitch face and say, "Here you are ma'am," and throw that thing as hard as I can straight onto her feet, making sure to give her the bird on my way out. Needless to say, my manager soon called me. "Why would you do such a thing? You MMIDK, maybe because that bitch just assaulted me with a fistful of quarters and you just shrugged it off. Asshole. Well, you're fired." Pretty sure I just quit. Jackass TL. Dr. Rich little tweakers are fucking stupid, and if you let people like that walk all over you, you're just as, if not more retarded. Point fin. Feel a bit better now. Been holding that one in for a while. Nobody got fired, but if it wasn't me doing the talking, they probably would have. Last summer this woman came to my business. It's a family-oriented ride. Think bumper cars without the bumping. Anyway, she asks about coupons, discounts, etc. Moans about the price, but then goes ahead and buys 3 tickets for her 3 teenage kids. 1 per person, as standard. Then tries getting into a double-seater. It's designed for an adult and a small child, not 2 adults, with her teenage daughter, and the attendant tells her they can't ride together. She was also told this prior to buying the tickets. I know, because I sold them to her. She immediately goes into a hissy fit, has everyone got out, and comes storming over to the ticket window demanding a refund, and wanting to know where on the rules board does it say she can't ride together with her daughter. I tell her very nicely it's on the large sign right next to the ticket window she's standing in front of, and I also remind her that I told her prior to buying tickets. "Didn't you read the signs?" I asked her. "I don't have to," she screeches. At that point I know where this is headed, so being me, I launch into my usual snark with the reply of, "Well, if you're illiterate I'm sure one of your daughters could have read them for you," as I hand her back her money. She looks stunned and then goes, "You know, my husband drags me to this state every summer, and you know what? All the people here are white trash." I'm like, "Then why do you keep coming here if you hate it?" Then, she holds up her ring finger and goes, "See this? This is worth more than your whole business." At this point, me, the other employees are just about losing it. But then there's me, with my years of dealing with people like this, can only reply with, "No, that just proves what a trophy whore you are. But you have a great day now." She proceeds to flip me off while swearing all the way out to her car, followed by some very embarrassed kids. I don't put up with shit customers. Reading a Blockbuster video story in this thread brought back a memory I'd forgotten 20 plus years ago. I was an assistant manager for a Blockbuster video in a low-income area. Sweet baby Jesus, the shenanigans that our fucksticks of customers tried to pull. This wasn't even a shenanigan, it just still makes me hate the general public to this day. One fine day, a woman comes in with 4 or 5 hellion fuck trophies in tow. The little demon seeds immediately set out to absolutely destroy the store, knocking over displays, grabbing candy, throwing shit everywhere, that kind of stuff. The kids start running out the exit door and back in the entrance door like sugar-crazed demons. Seriously, they could have beaten the dogs at a greyhound track to the rabbit any day. I ask her to please control her kids. She mouths off, berates me for a while for daring to tell her what to do with her kids, and finally comes up to the counter with several movies and a couple of video games. Right about then, one of the demons spawn just drops his pants and takes a shit. Right there in the store, directly in front of the counter, on the carpet. She just shrugged and tried to hand me her rental cars. Nope. I told her she wasn't renting anything until she cleaned that mess up. Cue up the screeching and yelling point. I'd like to say that I remained professional, but I went off on that bitch and gave her back every bit of shit. Well, not every bit, lol, she gave me. I banged her from the store and put a do not rent on her account. All we could do at the time, as I remember, did not lose my job, though I left soon after. First job in HS. It is a fast food place. Guy comes through drive-thru. I'm in the drive-thru. Can't hear shit because I'm deaf in one ear and the audio system sucks balls. PS. It is like 2 AM. Guy orders 2 hot dogs with a bunch of shit on the hot dogs, like chili, cheese, relish, the whole 9 yards. Guy gets to the window. I say yeah, that'll be X amount of dollars. He says oh well your sign says they would be Y amount of dollars. I explain how all the extra shit including meat and cheese, you know, shit that is expensive, he topped off, is gonna up the price point. He hits me with also that's how you get it, yay. They train you to do that. You gotta make a buck. How? I think carefully as to how to respond to this guy and I evaluate all factors. No, I'm not trained to do that. Fatty boy, he wanted the extra shit, just accept it. Cheese and chili is delicious and you have no self-control. It's okay, I'm getting 7.25 an hour and I blow it all on gas, food and my girl. I understand. Point get what? I'm not a commission pal. It's not like I'm in sales, dude. Point this guy looks like a discount Danny DeVito, except he's a total tool and it's pissing me off. Point I just got done smoking a blunt with my manager, so honestly fuck this guy. Point I reply, you know what I get guy? I get paid by the hour. If you want to pay extra for the shit man, I'll ring it up. If you can't afford it, we'll take it off. Guy gets in a huff and leaves without taking the food or paying. Perfect. Food is left over, and it's graveyard shift. Me and manager split the hot dogs, oh yay, and I didn't get fired. So I guess this doesn't count. Edited for formatting. I'm retarded. I work overnight at a small hotel, so I'm usually the only one on shift for most of the night. A guest came down to the bar at like 1:25. We closed down the bar at 1:30 and asked if he could get a drink. I told him sure, but I would only be able to serve him 1 or 2. This guy was already kind of drunk, but was still functional, so when I served him, I went back to what I was working on, trying not to have a conversation with him. Point after a few minutes he calls me over and asks for another beer and then asks if we had water. I told him sure, and he was like, I'll take 6 waters. So I tell him the total for the beer and the eater, and it comes out to like $30. Hotel prices, and the guy starts complaining about how he won't be paying $3 for water and that his water should be free because he has some reward status with the company. So I told him that usually only the high rewards people get free water and it's only at check-in, which most hotels do, as a courtesy. So he asks me if I'm new, and I said no, and he tells me I took too long to answer. I asked him what he was talking about, and he ignored me, talking over me. He asked me if certain rooms get free water and I have no idea because my tour of the rooms was forever ago. So I told him I think some rooms might, but all of the rooms have a sink. So he tells me I took too long to answer him again and that I'm denying him free water because the suspicious black man can't get free water in the middle of the night. I was kind of taken aback, so I asked him if he was accusing me of being racist, and he said no. I was incredibly confused by this guy's attitude, and I was pissed off but really not sure what his goal was beyond getting free stuff. I walked away from the bar and dismissed the guy, but he kept talking. I told him to just take whatever he had at this point, because I don't think he realized that he had given me his card like 5 minutes before, and I had already charged him. But this guy, being a giant asshole about everything, tries to bribe me with $20 and says 10 of that is for the beers and 10 of that is for you. You need to learn to be more patient with people, too. Which I replied, he didn't hear me. Hey man, you can pay me $20 to be an asshole any day of the week. Still the best tip I've gotten, lol. Obligatory. I didn't get fired, but this is something that happens on a semi-daily basis. I work retail and always greet customers by saying how are you doing today? And sometimes customers are so conditioned and so prepared for a different response that they respond just looking. Well, that's not a proper response to what I ask, so my usual response is that's great, but how are you doing? Most of the time, I'll get a laugh and they tell me they're fine. I give them the standard call me if you need me and go about my business. But sometimes customers don't see it that way. Every now and again a customer will take my response to them as attitude or sass. Now, I can see how it could be perceived as sassy, but I try to phrase it as nicely as I can. I genuinely want to know how your day is going. One time I said this to a customer, and he stares at me in shock and says, "Excuse me?" I smile and repeat my question. He turns to look at my manager, wordlessly. All my manager says to him is, "She asked you how your day was." He stares me down hard and tells me he's fine. In a sharp tone, promptly rolls on his heel and storms out. Guess his day wasn't so fine. I haven't been sacked for it, but I got a warning, albeit quite light-hearted. I work in a bookies, and at times people can be absolute cunts. So one day me and a colleague are working, and we have barely any money in the shop due to payouts. We don't spawn money, despite what people think. Some guy had just won around 400 off a machine, and I told him to come back in an hour. At first he was fine. 20 minutes later he came back, and my exact words to my colleague were, "He's going to kick off." And when he put the ticket down I said, "Mate, we said an hour. Our manager isn't here yet and she's off to the bank." That was it. We were mugging him off and he, for some reason, thought it was a full hour. Anyway, my manager comes in and she gets ready to go to the bank and this guy keeps making remarks. Eventually his ticket gets jammed in a machine, so we sort it out. He keeps doing it till eventually he says to my colleague, "If you don't give me my money I'll kick your head in." At first I didn't hear it till he came back behind the counter. Once I got told, I said that we should step outside and I'll put him in his place. At this point he didn't realize I'm sat down. He apologized at first, then started calling me every name under the sun. I was still dealing with another customer. Then after that I stood up, said let's go then, and he quickly took a step back. I'm 6:7 for context. Told him he's a pathetic cunt, and I'll happily break his legs for the way he's treating people. At this point my manager threw me in the back, but not before I point at him and say, "If I send you again you'll be on crutches." Manager said she had to warn me because it was in front of other customers, but said as long as I'm not in uniform, do what you want outside of work. The guy hasn't been back since collecting his money. TLDR, angry customer threatened violence. When he got it back his son shit himself. I worked for an insurance company. After finishing my degree, there was one customer who demanded a specific insurance. I told him everything he needed to know. He signed it, and the deal was done. 2 weeks later he comes into our office and wants to speak to me. How I could include his wife in the insurance. I asked him about any specific wishes. If he had none, the benefits would go to his wife or closest family, so he asked me to change it. I changed it. Next week he visited again and asked to see my manager. 1 hour later, and I got a suspension until they fix the problem. No one told me what the problem exactly was. I went to my car. He waited there and laughed at me. I asked him what he told them, and he said, "I just told them you sold me shit and lied to me, and that you were an asshole to me." He laughed again. I just told him thank you and went to my car. He hit me in the back and asked if I was looking for trouble. I told him to piss off and leave me alone. I'm not putting up with bullies. He blocked my door and was throwing a punch at me. Sadly he had no idea that I'm kinda strong and that I had 1 or 2 years of set defense training. I broke his nose and left him on the floor there. Next day I got a call into the office. I'm fired on this point. Police there, my boss, and the bully were all yelling about me. I was bullied a lot by that place. At least the police believed me because they had access to the cameras in the parking lot. Never looked back. Just surreal. I managed a day spa that was struggling to become a functioning business. I was usually in charge of scheduling and making sure people, except myself, were not double booked because they were new graduates and had yet to learn how to handle that level of work. Well, the owners were getting desperate for money and decided they knew how to fix the problem. I come in on a Saturday to find that not only myself but all 3 of my employees are triple booked. I was furious, but just said, "Okay, we will get through this and do what we can with it." It's hard to cancel and reschedule people when you have a day spa because people make plans. They make a day of it, with the spa experience being the pinnacle of their little day out. Well, cue the first clients. A group of 4 ladies that had clearly never been to a spa before and somehow managed to strong-arm the owners into accepting an expired groupon. Not only did they arrive 30 minutes late despite being told to arrive 15 minutes early both at the time of scheduling their spa day and on the confirmation call, they took 45 minutes to fill out their paperwork, which only takes 10. Then started to debate on what services they wanted, because they apparently managed to get the owners to agree to give them whatever service they wanted, even though their expired groupon only covered a massage and a facial. We redressed our beds 3 times, and by this point they only had 45 minutes left of their appointment, out of 4 hours. The ladies were still debating, and my patience was getting short. Finally, I put my foot down and told them they had 5 minutes to pick one service each, or I'm cancelling their appointment and voiding their voucher. The leader of this group got all huffy and started to spout some shit about how I need to work on my people skills and that I work for her and she demands that I provide her and her friends better service. Let it be noted that I have a staff that has changed their rooms around 3 times and has waited patiently for the majority of their service time for these clients to make up their damn minds. I lost my shit, told her she is an indecisive bitch, and cancelled the appointment and voided their voucher. Then I grabbed all of my supplies, which was the majority of what my staff uses for their services, including sheets and towels, and my license, and stormed out. I called the owners and told them I quit and the story of what happened. Found out they went out of business about 6 months after I quit. I worked bicycle food delivery for quite a while in a wealthy New York neighborhood at a bougie, quite expensive restaurant point last winter. On the coldest day of the year I had to work until 9 p.m. so after the sun went down it was maybe -20 or so with wind chill. I thought no one would be so cruel as to order delivery on that night. Point, I was wrong. Point. So I had one delivery to the absolute edge of our delivery zone, maybe 2.5 miles away. I show up and a British woman answers the door. I've lived in England before, and I understand it's not customary to tip there, but in America it is. So I hand the lady her food, and she pulls some coins out of her pocket and hands them to me as my tip, 35 cents in total. Point, now mind you I'm bundled up, snot dripping down my face, fingers burnt red even with gloves, face completely blushed over and more or less a popsicle on a bicycle. So I say to the lady, right after she drops the 35 cents into my frostbitten hand, "Excuse me ma'am, but this is inhumane. This isn't England. Tips are what pays my rent. I'm not out here for fun tonight." And then I got on my bike and left. Point, I showed up to work the next afternoon to find that the lady had specifically gone into my restaurant earlier in the day and demanded to see a manager, and told him that she can't believe they would employ someone of my sort and that she demand I be fired or she would leave a bad Yelp review. Point, needless to say, when I showed up that afternoon I was informed I no longer had a job. Point, oh, and the lady still left a 1-star Yelp review. Point, TL. Doctor, cold British heart meets American cycling popsicle. Tempers flare and the popsicle melts. Oh fun. This is probably way too late, but so a couple of years ago, I was working at a big office supply store. I was admittedly having serious issues with my life, resulting in me having some slight temper problems. Not that it has anything at all to do with this. Not at all. Point. So the way our register was set up was kinda confusing, where we tried to herd people around a bunch of impulse buy shelves. To the side of all of that was our computer repair desk, which most people simply assumed was a customer service desk instead. I was the only person on the register, as usual, because retail sucks, and was zipping through a line of customers. Unbeknownst to me, to my right at the computer service desk, a customer was waiting there with a return. I'm obviously ringing people, and when I hear, "Is anybody going to help us? We have a return." So I turn my head and reply simply, "Okay, I'll need you to step in line here, and I can help you out." That was a mistake. There were maybe 2 other customers in line, but they demanded to be helped now. "We've been waiting here for 20 minutes, like it was my fault." They were idiots. I didn't care. People were in my line and I wasn't going to have some spoiled woman jump in front of them, so I just repeated, "Step in line and I can help you when it's your turn." She threw an absolute fit complaining the entire time, saying that they'd been waiting at the customer service desk for 20 minutes and blah blah blah. Point I got through my line as she got to the register with her husband. She was a woman, maybe in her 50s or 60s, with a look and attitude of always getting her way, while her husband was generally silent, standing well over 6 feet tall. She's continuing to rant and complain as I begin to handle her return. Here's where the real fun begins. She hands me her return and her receipt and I look it over. Her receipt was a copy meant to be used for a mail-in rebate, and on top of it, in big bold letters, it said not a receipt. Cannot be used for returns. So naturally I pointed this out to her, saying that I could not process the return with it. She brought up the usual how am I expected to have to read all of this? Complaints, which is when I started to snap and angrily said, look, you've been creating nothing but trouble since you got here. Oh yeah, that was a mistake. The customer went absolutely ballistic on me, throwing out every cliche line in the book about how the customer is always right and do I know how much money she spends there. I reiterate that I'm not going to help her, so she whips out her phone and begins recording me, so I just go silent and refuse to do anything. Finally, after a few minutes of her yelling, the manager on duty comes up and tells me to move to another register to help the line forming behind her, while he weakly caves in and gives in to all of her angry demands the entire time he is helping her. She is literally yelling about how horrible and rude I am. Another customer comes up and I begin to ring him out as he turns and says, hey, lady, I have heart problems. Could you please turn it down a notch? Oh, this just sent her off even more as now she began yelling at my customer, telling him to mind his own business. As this is happening, her very tall and strong looking husband took a step towards my customer. Now here I am, 5 feet 10 and weak as hell, but when that happened, I stupidly bolted out from behind my register, positioned myself between the men, and said you stay the hell away from him. Not the smartest thing in the world. He would have destroyed me if he decided to turn it into a fight. This is when my weak piece of shit manager removed me from the sales floor while the woman was continuing to yell and fucking yell. Once he finished giving in to all of her demands, he sent me home for the night. The nice thing was, as I was leaving, the customer who I was helping at the end approached me and told me that he would vouch for me if needed. Super awesome nice guy. So the next day comes and the store manager, the boss of the previous night's manager on duty, approaches me and asks about what happened. I explained it to her as well as I could and admitted that I could have been less temperamental about it. We had a talk and I got what amounted to a verbal warning, and I thought that was that. Now, this was all happening during back to school season, this store's busiest time of the year. I went back to work, busting my ass through the huge amount of work that we had for the next few weeks. Then, right as the back to school season ended, I got called into the manager's office. Apparently, the woman had been calling the store every fucking day, demanding that I get fired. The situation went up the ladder 2 hours, and conveniently when the busiest time of the year was over, they fired me. Fortunately, after more than 15 years, that was the end of my time in retail. I'm now in my final year of college and doing much better for myself as I'm on my way towards earning a degree in computer science, which will hopefully help me to finally get a grown-up job away from entitled jerks like this. I hope so. I didn't lose my job for the incident I'm about to describe, but I should have. I used to work as a part-time bagger at a grocery store. I had been employed there for about 3 years at this time. It was late one night, roughly 8 PM on Sunday. This regular customer comes to my cash and overhears me speaking English to my cashier. He then proceeds to tell us that he is offended that we are speaking English instead of French. He went as far as to say that if he knew I, and by extension the cashier, spoke English, that he would rather just leave all his groceries, go home and never shop in our store again. At this point, I looked at him and started speaking to him in French. He was shocked that I spoke French. I asked him what the fuck his problem was. He then gave me the sob story about this. Quebec, we speak French. You kids nowadays think it's cool to speak English, but it's not. You're putting your culture at risk. I literally told him to fuck off and keep his bigoted opinion to himself. I also said, if he didn't like shopping here, because we kids nowadays think it's cooler to speak English over French, that he could get fuck out, crawl back to whatever hick town he came from and never come. He said I'm never coming back. At that point I cursed him out in Italian. I speak 3 languages, and that was that point my supervisor watched the whole thing and had no idea how to react. I looked at her and told her I was going on break to calm down. I was never reprimanded, no warning, no talking to, nothing. I used to take tours for a movie studio, one that required a fair amount of security, so everyone who went on said tour had to have their names recorded and keep their ticket on them at all times. That, and the building is unsafe and lacked any sort of emergency plan, so knowing who was in the building at any time was imperative to Americans. Why are all the absolutely hideous people American tourists showed up without tickets? I told them several times that, no, I could not let them in unless they had them. But they reserved tickets online. That's fantastic. Now if you go to the main desk and pick up your tickets, then one of the staff will bring you in to join the tour, but you are not getting into this building without them. They whined. I cut them off and told them that I had 20 other people on this round and that they could collect their tickets and join us, get them swapped for a later tour, or get a refund, but I was not going to budge on the issue. Point all without swearing. Mind point, they get their tickets, join the tour, refuse to participate, keep wandering away from the group, so I have to keep reminding them to stay with us. Kept trying to take photos after being reminded that photos were no permitted, and generally being awful. Point, they complained to the head of tourism and I got fired because even one complaint is one too many. Fuck that place. Fuck entitled customers. Fuck the Ashat manager. Oh yeah. And all the tour guides were kept on a contractor basis so that we could be fired at any time for any reason with no legal issues.